Chapter 1, Gifted Weakling Student. Tang Zheng, you penniless good-for-nothing, return the money you stole. A few days ago, I heard that your grandfather was sick. You must have stolen the money to pay for your grandfather's doctor visits. A poor wretch like you staying in our class is simply a humiliation. You still think you're some hotshot, first academically in the city like before? Right now you are the number one idiot, first only counting from the back. This school should have long since expelled you. Pointed at in a vile manner with endless insults entering into his ears, Tang Zheng clenched his mouth shut. I did not steal the money, he firmly said while he looked up with a flushed face. Why quibble? If you didn't steal it, then who did? During the exercise passing period, you were the only student to stay in the room. Aside from you, we are all rich people, so how can we place an insignificant amount of money in our eyes? Only a broken penniless person like you would, so if not you then who? Unless, you are trying to imply that the money just grew legs and ran off? Xiao Fei, you are speaking lies. Tang Zheng said with reddened eyes. It's true that he is destitute and that his grandfather was indeed sick, but since he was little he has never stolen before. Since he was a child, his grandfather has taught him that even poor people have their own integrity. To not rob or steal, to straighten one's back and to live life properly was the basis of how to be a man. Tang Zheng is the child of an impoverished family. He can be considered a genius and has the learning capabilities that allow him to stand above his peers. That year during the tests he had earned first place within the entire city, allowing him be admitted to Peng Cheng International School with all his school's fees reduced. Initially, Tang Zheng did live up to the expectations. After 2 years at Peng Cheng International School, he had always maintained his rank as number one in academic performances, and was a model student. However, not long after senior year of high school had started, he was attacked by others and received injuries to his head while returning home from school. Since then, he was faced with a medical illness, causing him to have a headache whenever he tried answering a question. Furthermore, his memory became extremely bad, causing the previously easily memorized material to be easily forgotten. This condition has continued till this day, and now, it is nearing the latter half of the senior year, but there was yet to be any improvements. Every time there is a mock exam, he would place last. He fell from heaven to hell. Those who were friendly with him became distant, those who were jealous of him found joy in his misery. Still, Tang Zheng did not give up. Again and again he would try to study, but every single time, he would feel his head splitting with pain to the point of almost fainting. Today, during the passing period, $600 just abruptly disappeared, and at that time his head was hurting, so he did not do any exercises. For this reason, the class representative, Xiao Fei, was adamant that he was the one who stole the class fees. Xiao Fei, Tang Zheng has always been an upright and honest person. How could he have stolen the money? Fang Shishi's pleasant voice, similar to that of a skylark, rang out as she walked over. Tang Zheng sent a grateful glance, to which Fang Shishi gave a smile that was like 100 flowers blooming, which made everyone's breathing quicken. Fang Shishi's family background was not only renowned and influential, her academic records were outstanding. She, who previously ranked second in the whole school, became first after Tang Zheng's injury. But what really attracted the gaze of others was her beautiful appearance. For she was one of Peng Cheng International School's 2 beauties, of which many students have dreamed of being her lover. Xiao Fei also liked Fang Shishi. He once made public his desire to woo her but was rejected. Even so, he still wouldn't put down his evil intentions and has always coveted her. Jealousy arose within him as he saw her protect Tang Zheng. Xiao Fei coldly said, "He is an upright person? How come I didn't know that? How many poor people are truly upright? Haven't you seen all those poor people in the news who act like dogs and steal like cowards? Are the criminals few in number?" What Xiao Fei said is correct. The crowd around them sounded out, filled with righteous indignation. Peng Cheng International was a school of aristocrats. In the whole school aside from Tang Zheng, who was a commoner, the rest are all from families with resources, and were born with a sense of superiority. Tang Zheng glared at them, Xiao Fei, poor people also have integrity. I said I didn't steal it, so I didn't steal it. Ah, you still dare to roar at me. Poor people will be poor people, not an ounce of education. What? You're still glaring at me? Do you want to hit me? Hit me then, hit me then. Xiao Fei stuck out his head and arrogantly said. The crowd stared at Tang Zheng in ridicule. He was always the docile student and had never stirred up trouble. They even viewed him as being a weak and feeble person. Moreover, Xiao Fei's bodily structure was tall and strong, standing at around 180 centimeters, while Tang Zheng was but a mere 170 centimeters. The difference was simply too large. Due to this reason, Xiao Fei thought that Tang Zheng would not dare make a move. Fang Shishir wrinkled her delicate nose and advised, Xiao Fei, everyone here is a classmate, don't be like this. I haven't done anything. Tang Zheng, aren't you going to hit me? I'm letting you hit me. Xiao Fei said with an air of arrogance. He was sure Tang Zheng wouldn't dare hit him, this way it would make him seem more formidable, like a god among men. Tang Zheng, just ignore him, I believe you didn't steal the money. Fang Shishir consoled him. However, as she turned towards him, all she saw was a fist heading to smash Xiao Fei's face. Ah! Xiao Fei let out a pitiful cry as he grabbed at his nose, fresh blood trickling out from his nose. The crowd sucked in a cold breath, staring at Tang Zheng as if they had seen a ghost. He actually dared hit him. Give him a beating. A fierce beating. Xiao Fei roared. A few of his lackeys responded by charging towards Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng hurried to protect his head as fists rained down upon his body. Biting down upon his lips with reddened eyes, he did not let out a single cry while staring directly at Xiao Fei. Kill him. I want this peasant dead, and I also want his grandfather dead. Xiao Fei roared in anger. Having lived like a prince since he was young, when had he ever suffered this kind of treatment? Moreover, it was in front of Fang Shishir. This was really completely throwing away his face. If he didn't get it back now, how would he continue on in the future? Tang Zheng's eyes suddenly grew bigger. Grandfather was his only close relative. If anyone dared to do anything to his grandfather, he would never let them do it. He was like a leopard charging out of the encirclement, heading straight for Xiao Fei. The height difference between the two of them was evident, but to Tang Zheng, with many years of training from long-distance running, had a better quality body than Xiao Fei, who lived like a prince. His strength was far greater, and with both hands and feet at work, Xiao Fei was soon pummeled into looking like a pig. The crowd was stupefied. Tang Zheng, when did he become so fierce? Fang Shishir opened then closed her mouth. Seeing Xiao Fei's pig-like face, she secretly felt some of her pent-up frustrations released. This was because Xiao Fei has often harassed her to the point of testing her endurance. What are you doing? Stop! Suddenly, a thunderous voice bellowed out, causing everyone's heart to tremble, their hearts telling themselves that the old witch had appeared. The old witch was the class's teacher, Wu Hong. Not only was she 50 years old, she also had a large waist and thighs, along with a mean personality causing almost everyone to be afraid of her. Tang Zheng. What are you doing? Wu Hong's angry voice sounded out. Tang Zheng stopped his fists and Xiao Fei immediately stood up, fear and doubt filling his eyes as he stared at Tang Zheng and said, You dared to hit me. What the hell is going on? Wu Hong's angry eyes swept over them as she asked in an imposing manner. Teacher, Tang Zheng stole the class fees and also hit his classmates. Several of the lackeys quickly said, adding oil to the fire. I did not steal the money. Tang Zheng stubbornly refuted in succession. Wu Hong immediately wrinkled her eyebrows and looked at Tang Zheng in annoyance. She previously thought that she had picked up a treasure, one who would bring her honor, since his previous test scores always took first place in the city. Even with that in mind, she still looked down upon him for being a peasant. After Tang Zheng fell from first to last place, her attitude towards Tang Zheng also drastically changed and she no longer had any good view of him. Since Tang Zheng did not bring her any benefits, but instead brought her trouble and was a burden to her, she was constantly convincing the school to transfer Tang Zheng into another class or to expel him. However, the school has yet to make their final decision on this. Wu Cuihong suddenly had a bright idea, realizing that this was an extremely rare opportunity for her to cast away this burden. Everyone back to your studies, a few of you come and help Xiao Fei to the infirmary. Tang Zheng, you step outside with me. Wu Cuihong coldly ordered. This time Tang Zheng is done for. I wonder how the old witch will take care of him. Someone said whilst finding joy in Tang Zheng's misery. Seeing Tang Zheng's far-off silhouette, Fang Shishi's face was complicated. She gently bit her lips and ran to catch up. Teacher, I trust that Tang Zheng did not steal the money, there must be a misunderstanding. Wu Cuihong stopped her footsteps, kindly looked at Fang Shishi and said, Shishi, money will not abruptly grow wings and fly away. Since there are so many people saying that Tang Zheng stole it, then it must be true. You go return back to class. No, there must be a misunderstanding. Fang Shishi firmly insisted. Wu Cuihong's face slightly deepened, yet as before, amiably said, Shishi, you have to trust teacher will take care of this matter. Fang Shishi looked at Tang Zheng and discovered that Tang Zheng was clenching his teeth hard, not saying a word, seemingly like he suffered greatly from being wronged. Wu Cuihong did not say anything more and directly brought Tang Zheng downstairs. Tang Zheng, not only are your grades bad, you drag down the class. And now you steal money and hit others. Tell me, is this how a student is supposed to act? Wu Cuihong fiercely and harshly criticized him. Teacher, I really did not steal the money. Xiao Fei was framing me and that is why I hit him. Hung, he framed you? Why would he not frame another student then? Keep a clear conscience and you will have nothing to fear. Wu Cuihong said with contempt. Tang Zheng stared at her angrily and thought, as a teacher, you come to a conclusion without investigating, and to think I used to greatly respect you, but now you are simply turning a blind eye to things. You do not need to attend today's class, go to the laboratory and sweep the floor. Wu Cuihong gave him a loathing glance and said with a wave of her hands. The haunted floor? Tang Zheng suddenly became terrified. Wu Cuihong's eyebrows jumped and said, What are you blabbering about? What haunted floor? If you dare speak such nonsense then I will call your family. Tang Zheng swallowed his saliva, not saying another word. Since his grandfather is already sick, how could he make him come to school? Moreover, he could not possibly tell his grandfather about his current situation, otherwise he would feel bad and his condition would worsen. He did not dare tell his grandfather about his declining grades because he was always his grandfather's pride, and he was unwilling to see his grandfather be sad. For this reason, he has tried his best to overcome his difficulties, so that he may once again stand at the top. This way, his grandfather can continue to be happy. The laboratory floor, also known as the ghost floor, was located in the middle of the school. It was named this way because a horrifying event once happened here several years back. A young student who was in the laboratory abruptly died, and it was said that all her blood was sucked clean, becoming dry as a mummy. The police had investigated but they came up with nothing, and the school even hired a Taoist priest to visit and perform his duties. In the last several years nothing else strange had happened, but the name Ghost Floor has already become well known. Students would not willingly go there unless they had laboratory class. By making him clean that floor, Wu Cuihong evidently did not bear him any goodwill. She was either trying to scare him or maybe she hoped that he would end up like that female student. Hung, it's not like I'm scared. Tang Zheng's guts were not small either. Since Wu Cuihong wanted to scare him, if he refused then wouldn't he be playing into her schemes? The basement door was pushed open, a flood of dampness, the smell of moss assaulted Tang Zheng's nose as he shivered. It was a lot colder here than outside. Chapter 2, Nine Yang Saint Body. Chapter 2, Nine Yang Saint Body. The basement floor was filled with discarded laboratory apparatuses, covered in a layer of dust and interwoven with spiderwebs. Tang Zheng wrinkled his eyebrows. This wasn't cleaning, the old witch was purely trying to torment him. In order to avoid any further cause for reprimand, he picked up the broom and started sweeping. An hour later, his body started to sweat a little, but the basement floor was clean so that it was as good as new. So the ghost floor is only so, it seems like it really is used to scare little cowards. Tang Zheng threw his sides of his mouth up, not the least bit fearful. Little brat, you finally came. A not loud voice rang out, scaring him into a jump. Who are you? All the goosebumps on his skin rose up. He looked to all four sides and found not a shadow. It must be me being too nervous, causing me to hear things. Little brat, the time I waited for you was so bitter. The sound once again rang out. Tang Zheng's face instantly became ashen. This was definitely not his imagination, the sound was real. You, just what are you? Don't hide, otherwise I will grab you out and give you a beating. Tang Zheng's voice trembled. Someone scaring others may result in scaring a person to death. Even though he had guts, he still knew how to fear. Tian Chanzi, you want to change your fortunes just like that? You are thinking too much. Another gloomy voice rang out. Just listening to this sound causes an absolutely horrifying feeling. Nmo, what do you want to do? Hey, of course it's to kill him, so you can never revive yourself. Don't you dare. Gaga, years ago I absorbed a mysterious energy, and these few years I have successfully refined it. You are no longer my opponent. Do you think you can stop me? Little brat, run. The first voice who spoke out roared. Tang Zheng was already certain that this was no prank, so were there really ghosts? He wanted to hurry up and escape but discovered that he was incapable of moving, just like he was being stuck to the ground. Why can't I move? Tang Zheng panicked, his eyes wide open. Ha, of course you can't move, I already used my immobilizing technique. If you can move then that would really be weird. That cold and icy voice said with great joy and satisfaction. Tian Shanzi, I will immediately swallow his soul and cut off your last hope, Gaga. Asterisk, think of Gaga like a wicked, gurgling laugh. Nmo, you are too despicable. Ha, I am a devil descendant, being despicable is in my very nature. Ah! Tang Zheng pitifully cried out, his brain felt like it was being pierced by needles. It was 10,000 times more painful than his usual headache, making him suddenly faint and lose conscious. Two streams of consciousness entered him, brain charging towards its depths. One was black-colored and the other was cyan-colored. The black-colored consciousness was faster and was the first to enter Tang Zheng's brain center administration. Tian Shanzi, you have lost. Your soul will soon be scattered around this plane, Gaga. Nmo smiled fiercely, extremely proud of himself. The black-colored consciousness entered Tang Zheng's central nervous system. Heaven wants me to die. Tian Shanzi cried out in sorrow. After waiting for so many years, he finally meets a mysterious body, and he originally thought that he could borrow his powers in fighting Nmo to the death. Unexpectedly, a few years ago Nmo had acquired mysterious nourishment, and his strength now surpasses him. This time he is also a step behind Nmo, and if Tang Zheng were to die then so would Tian Shanzi's chance at acquiring his body. Ah! How could it be like this? This fellow is not only a mysterious yang body, he is actually a nine-yang saint body. Suddenly, Nmo turned pale and let rip a roar, wanting to escape from Tang Zheng's central nervous system, but a wave of boundlessly pure yang energy wrapped around him. Nine-yang saint body. Tian Shanzi couldn't help but be shocked. The nine-yang saint body only existed in legends. He never would have thought that he would actually meet one. The nine-yang saint body is similar to the mysterious yang body, both being pure yang bodies, but the nine-yang saint body was much more pure and contained more yang energy. Ha, Nmo, you are the cause of your own injuries, this time you are sure to die. Tian Shanzi felt elated. Nmo, cultivated with a focus on being soft, arts and pure yang energy, was his nemesis, but he thought that he was able to handle the yang energy within Tang Zheng's body, hence why he entered his body with the intent to kill him so that Tian Shanzi cannot absorb his pure yang energy. Tian Shanzi cultivated in the masculine arts, yang, so if he were to absorb pure yang energy his energy would greatly increase and could then threaten Nmo's safety. Tian Shanzi, I am unwilling, how could this little brat have the nine yang saint body? Enmo released a heart-rending roar. Enmo, you evil demon, this is heaven's will, God wants to destroy you. Tian Chanzi said. Ah! I am unwilling, shouted with great effort. Everything resumed back to normal. Enmo's consciousness was completely refined by the pure energy. Tian Chanzi's consciousness did not dare venture farther and wanted to escape Tang Zheng's brain, but he suddenly found that there was a suction force that held him in place. What happened? Does he want to deal with me too? Tian Chanzi charged forward, but found out that he could not break out of the binds. How could the nine yang saint body be this strong? Coming in was easy, but escaping sure is hard. My consciousness has strengthened a bit. Suddenly, Tian Chanzi felt that it was a bit weird as the wave of pure yang energy did not harm him but instead strengthened his consciousness. Tang Zheng opened his eyes, dazed, the pangs of pain completely disappeared, the scenes before he fainted was still fresh. Ghost, there's ghost. His whole body felt ice cold, those kind of weird feelings made him an atheist feel scared. Little brat, I am not a ghost, you do not need to be afraid. Tian Chanzi's voice rang out. You, who are you, where are you? Tang Zheng asked in a stutter, looking at all four sides, not a single person's shadow was present. I am in your sea of consciousness. Sea of consciousness? Tang Zheng swallowed his saliva. Relax your heart, I will not harm you. Tian Chanzi warmly said, his heart saying, if you do not harm me then thank God, how could I possibly hurt you? Not harm me, and still run into my brain, do you take me for a fool? Tang Zheng silently cursed. You don't believe me? No, I do believe you. Tang Zheng still did not make heads or tails of the situation and decided to first stabilize the other. Wasn't there previously some Enmo? How come there is now only a Tian Chanzi? Enmo already died by your hands. Tian Chanzi's broke through his thoughts. Died by my hands? Tang Zheng's eyes was stupefied. That's not right, how could he know what I was thinking? I am in your consciousness, what you think, I know, later you and I do not need to communicate through words, we can just directly use our consciousness to communicate. Tian Chanzi explained. Then hurry up and leave my consciousness. Tang Zheng did not like the idea of his emotions and thoughts laid bare to others. I can't escape. Tian Chanzi said with a bitter smile, I am currently very weak, and confined by your pure yang energy, so unless I can recover my energy or you have enough energy to control the nine yang saint body's pure yang energy and let me out, otherwise I could only stay within your consciousness. Truth be told, he temporarily did not want to leave, his consciousness was feeble and could at any moment scatter, plus Tang Zheng's pure yang energy could nourish his consciousness. Tang Zheng's face became a bitter melon. What was with this situation? I am equivalent to a cultivator from 1,000 years ago, and had the ability to move mountains and fill seas. Relax, I will temporarily stay in your consciousness and will not take advantage of you. I will also teach you how to cultivate, allowing you to have the ability to be known by all under heaven. Cultivate? Tang Zheng's heart was moved. It seemed like the legends were true. I never thought that such things would exist. Since the other temporarily could not exist, then he could only accept. His heart could not help but be moved by the idea of being able to cultivate. Of course, I will also make you into a strong cultivator, a real cultivator. Tian Chanzi made a solemn vow. Tang Zheng has a nine yang saint body. If he could take him under his wing, then in the future he would have limitless potential and could then have a chance at returning to Gue sect. He originally was a disciple expelled from the sect, and his life's greatest wish was to return back to Gue sect. If he has a disciple who possesses a nine yang saint body, then he will have the ability to return back to Gue sect. First, help me get something, then I will pass on techniques to you. Tang Zheng followed the command and broke off a corner of the wall, revealing a old rolled up sheepskin embedded in the stone, with the 4 words Ancient Clear Heaven Scroll. What is this? Something good, first put it away, I will tell you about it later, first let me refine the clogged blood from your brain. Then, impart to you a technique. Tian Shanzi just delved into Tang Zheng's brain and discovered that a lot of his meridians were clotted by blood, which must be cleared in order to cultivate. Clogged blood? Yes, did your brain previously receive some major injury? Tang Zheng immediately thought of the event half a year ago when he received an injury. Could it be that the reasons for his headaches are because of the clogged blood? Relax, this is just a minor problem. I will help treat you, but my power will be greatly consumed, so I will have to temporarily rest for a period of time. You do not need to be panicked, I will quickly regain consciousness. Thank you. Tang Zheng felt a wave of gratefulness. After the injury was healed, he would recover to being in his most optimal condition, and then show up everyone who looked down upon him. A wave of warmth bundled up and headed towards his brain. The feeling brought about an unprecedented feeling of tranquility. A moment later, this feeling disappeared and he felt his brain was a lot clearer and did not longer felt slow and muddled anymore. Is that it? He carefully recalled the knowledge that he learned, and the knowledge started flooding in like tides, causing no headache whatsoever. I healed, this is amazing. He was excited and started doing a little dance. Tian Shanzi, I really am fine now. But no one replied him. He then momentarily remembered that Tian Shanzi used up a lot of energy and was resting now. Just what exactly is this ancient clear heaven scroll that makes it so important? Tang Zheng's eyes fell upon the ancient sheepskin scroll. The 4 letters atop it were like magic, attracting his gaze. He gently opened the ancient sheepskin scroll. A passage of ancient yet appealing characters was displayed before his eyes and he unconsciously read it aloud. Chapter 3, Secrets of the Ancient Clear Heaven Scroll. Chapter 3, Secrets of the Ancient Clear Heaven Scroll. The ancient clear heaven scroll was cryptic and profound. Tang Zheng spent a whole half hour to completely read through the 1,000-character scroll once. He was just about to put the ancient scroll aside when suddenly he felt a wave of thin air warmly stream into his arteries and begin to circulate, giving him the unprecedented feeling that he was on the verge of some subtle realm. EI? How come I awoke so quickly? Tian Shanzi's voice once again rang out, apparently very shocked. You're awake. Tang Zheng still thought he would be asleep for a while but ended up waking up so quickly. See? How come your body has qi? What did you just do? Tian Shanzi sounded like he had just seen a ghost and asked in a shocked and ineffable manner with a shout. Qi? That stream of air within me was qi? Tang Zheng was shocked. I didn't do anything. I just read through the ancient clear heaven scroll once. You cultivated the ancient clear heaven scroll. How could it be like this? Nemo and I both researched this ancient clear heaven scroll for more than 1,000 years, and yet made no progress. This ancient scroll is simply unfathomable. How could you cultivate it so easily? Tian Shanzi was practically about to throw up blood. I just read it once, that's it. Tang Zheng explained. Read, you just read it? Tang Zheng rolled his eyes. Yes, read. How else can you read but one word at a time, following the text? You. Read it aloud for me. Tian Shanzi hurriedly said. Tang Zheng helplessly read the text, word for word. Stop. Suddenly, Tian Shanzi shouted loudly, how can you read it like this? Aren't you just supposed to read it? Tang Zheng asked in confusion. After living for so long, was he not supposed to be able to read aloud a book? Aren't you supposed to read it from left to right, from top to bottom? How could you read it from right to left, and side to side? Wasn't reading always supposed to be read horizontally from right to left? This was the current age's common knowledge. Tian Shanzi went into deep thinking for a while, let out a deep sigh, and said, I see, no wonder Nemo and I spent so many years researching it without any results. We were going about it all wrong. Traditionally, people did indeed read from left to right, top to bottom, hence why Tian Shanzi and Nemo did not think there were other ways of reading, and were therefore unable to grasp the secrets to the ancient clear heaven scroll. Heaven's will. Is this all heaven's will? This ancient clear heaven scroll clearly belongs to this little brat. Tian Shanzi was flooded with feelings. 1,000 years ago, Tianqianzi and Nmo both discovered this ancient secret scroll. The two battled day and night to claim it as their own. In the end, they were both heavily wounded, their bodies lost, and their consciousness were absorbed by the ancient clear heaven scroll. The two then continued their battle in secret, and from beginning to end were unable to rid themselves of the other. Moreover, they both tried to investigate the secret of the ancient scroll, but both were without results. Ancient Clear Heaven Scroll was originally an unsolvable mystery, completely different from the legends that said it was a ferocious technique. After experiencing 1,000 years, seeing the blue sea turn into mulberry fields, the movement of the earth, the ancient Clear Heaven Scroll was buried within the ground, where it became fused with a piece of rock. This piece of stone was then used in the construction of the school's laboratory, so the two that were trapped within the ancient Clear Heaven Scroll could only move about within the basement. They wished to find someone suitable to overtake their body, but their requirements for the host body was harsh, since if the body was weak then it would be unable to withstand their consciousness and ultimately perish. A few years ago, a female student who possessed a mysterious Yin body entered the grounds, which gave Nmo hope, and in his anxiousness to enter her brain to overtake her body, he ultimately failed, causing her to be drained of all her body essence. But even though Nmo did not successfully overtake the woman's body, he managed to suck away the female student's mysterious Yin energy, causing his power to greatly increase, allowing him to gradually suppress Tianqianzi. Having experienced countless years of battle, Tianqianzi was on the verge of having his consciousness collapse and scatter. At this time, Tang Zheng appeared, which caused a chain of events. Tang Zheng, after hearing the cause and the effects of the situation, felt great joy as he did not become sucked dry like the female student solely because of his Nine Yang saint body. Tianqianzi, what exactly is the secret behind this Nine Yang saint body? I am not sure, myself, what secrets this body holds. However, legend has it that the Nine Yang saint body's power is so strong that it extends through the sky and past the earth. This powerful. Tang Zheng's heart was throbbing. Does this mean to say that in the future he will have the power to travel through the air and tear through the earth? However, there is some luck involved, as not everyone can become this strong. Tianqianzi said, as if pouring a bucket of ice water. Tang Zheng unhappily and coldly made a hung sound and replied, "You're just jealous of me." Tianqianzi was speechless. In reality he really was jealous. Tang Zheng can stumble his way through cultivating the ancient Clear Heaven Scroll. If this does not cause others to be jealous, then what will? Little brat, don't get your hopes up too early. Since the Nine Yang saint body is a rarely seen body constitution, its extremity comes with a weakness. This weakness is caused by the fact that a person's body cannot withstand the extremely pure yang energy. Under heaven, there must be a balance between yin and yang for there to be life. The stronger the yang energy, then the stronger the yin energy needed to balance it out. Do you understand? Tianqianzi admonished. Tang Zheng's enthusiasm received a blow and he said, "Then what would happen if I don't have the pure yin energy needed to create a balance? Your yang qi will surge and your body will blow up, resulting in your death. Also, following the increase in your strength, the pure yang energy will become stronger. With this, the day you die also approaches. Little brat, in reality you should consider yourself lucky. If you hadn't met me, you, little brat, would most definitely not live past 20 years of age. Because without the balance brought by the pure yin energy, you will most certainly die without a doubt." Tang Zheng felt as if he had fallen from heaven to hell. The only good thing was that his heart was strong enough, and he hurriedly asked, 20 years old? Today I am 18 years old. So that means I only have 2 years to live? Right, didn't you say that as long as there is a pure yin energy to create a balance between my body's yin and yang energy, that everything will be alright? Where can I find pure yin energy? Tianqianzi made a weird smile. Hey, there are tens of thousands of things under heaven, there is always one thing to balance out another. Since you have pure yang energy, then there is naturally pure yin energy. Pure yin energy is mostly found in rare yin areas, but based on your current strength, going there would simply be sending you to your death. Tang Zheng's heart felt like it had turned into ashes and he thought that was uselessly said. Little brat, don't be in such a rush. I haven't even finished speaking yet. Another source of yin energy is right at your fingertips. Where? Tang Zheng was like someone who was grasping at straws, overjoyed. Girls. Tian Shanzi said mysteriously. Girls? Tang Zheng asked confused. That is correct. Male bodies possess pure yang energy, while female bodies possess pure yin energy. As long as you absorb the yin energy within a female, then you can reach an effect where there is a balance between yin and yang. That way this small life of yours can temporarily be kept. Then how do I absorb the girl's pure yin energy? The quickest method is through sex. Tang Zheng's face turned red. Towards an 18-year-old teenager, these kinds of things are embarrassing even though he occasionally looks forward to it. Tian Shanzi, you don't know what it's like to know shame. Tian Shanzi said, utterly discomfortable. Little brat, I am here trying to teach you how to preserve your life, and you still have the audacity to speak like that to this old man. Okay, I won't say you anymore, but this method is a no-go. I can't possibly go onto the streets and casually drag some girl to bed. Tang Zheng said, not knowing whether to cry or laugh. Of course not. It's true that girls possess pure yin energy, but not every girl's yin energy is suitable for you. Only those with really strong yin energy will be able to help you achieve a balance in yin and yang. Let me teach you some more common knowledge. The so-called manly smell is actually yang energy escaping the body, while the so-called womanly smell is actually yin energy dispersing from her body. The stronger and purer the energy, the stronger the smell. The saying of how Chu's child smells like incense is just smell from the accumulation of yin energy over 10 years. This was the first time Tang Zheng heard this argument, and was therefore filled with curiosity, asking, then I have to go chase after nice-smelling ladies, moreover go to bed with her? Yes, that's the idea, but as for the fact that you are a 9-yang saint body, a single girl is unable to help you reach yin-yang equilibrium. Tang Zheng's face immediately turned into a sour melon. Are you playing with me? Do I have to chase after several girls? Little brat, don't start thinking random thoughts. Since you are able to use the ancient Clear Heaven Scroll, then there is no need for me to impart my techniques to you, as the ancient Clear Heaven Scroll is a mysterious technique and many more times powerful than any of what I can teach you. Tian Shanzi said in a beaten-down tone as his hope of returning to Gui's sect was destroyed. Tang Zheng slightly calmed down his emotions and said, since you know how to cultivate the ancient Clear Heaven Scroll, you can also cultivate in this technique. That won't do. I just tried it, and it seems like the ancient Clear Heaven Scroll requires the cultivator to have no previous foundations at cultivating, while I already have a lifetime of cultivation experience. AI, in the beginning Mo and I were bitterly fighting to the death, but we never thought that neither of us would be suitable for cultivating it, and in the end, you got all the benefits. But the ancient Clear Heaven Scroll is only a foundation mental technique, other things you still need to learn from me. Rest assured, I will use everything at my disposal, since the stronger you become the faster I will recover. The more profound Tang Zheng's strength, the more nourishment Tian Shanzi's consciousness will get, meaning he will recover faster, and when he reaches a certain point, he could directly leave Tang Zheng's brain to once again find a suitable pure yang host body to possess. Don't worry, I will do my best to learn. Tang Zheng now knew that deeply understood the importance of cultivating. He must become strong. Even though becoming strong means his yang energy becomes more powerful and the risk of himself exploding also increases, this like before did not suppress his desire to be strong. Now, let me first educate you a bit on the relevant information for cultivating. The act of cultivating is basically taking power from the heavens and the earth, in this case spiritual energy, which enters the body. This, coupled with techniques, turns it into one's own qi, and the stronger the qi is, then the stronger your power will be. The so-called 8 great meridians is also known as the 8 main meridians within the human body. Every one of these meridians can store qi. The cultivator is separated into different levels, which are the refining stage, foundation building, abnegation, golden dan, yuaning, ascension, and enlightenment, with each rank being split into 9 grades. If you reach grade 1 of the refining stage, you will have an inch of true qi, and when you reach 2 inches of true qi then you will have reached grade 2. Wait, that's not right, how can this be? Suddenly, Tian Shanzi cried out in alarm. Why are you suddenly being alarmed? How come you have an extra main meridian, with a total of 9 main meridians? Tian Shanzi acted as if he had seen a ghost. The human body has countless numbers of arteries, but only the main meridians are able to contain true qi. At this moment, Tang Zheng's body has a total of 9 meridians which contain true qi. Tang Zheng was unfathomably mysterious, his heart was moved, and he was certain that there were 9 meridians that contain true qi. Could it be that this is the 9 Yang Saint body's secret? Tian Shanzi mumbled to himself, I don't understand it myself, but since things are already this way there is nothing I can do about it. So, is this a good or bad thing? How should I know? Tian Shanzi said in frustration. Tang Zheng invited a snub and did not continue with this line of questioning but asked another question, so, do I still get techniques? Hong, how are techniques that easy to learn? You must first reach the 3rd grade of refining qi stage before you can start training in techniques. Then, what do I do now? Tang Zheng seemed disappointed. He originally wanted to immediately have the techniques of legends, but found out that he was just viewing things through a rosy tint. Of course there is something you can do. You can practice martial arts. Martial arts? That's correct. There are not just cultivators under the heavens, there are also martial artists, which are not existences weaker than cultivators. Martial artists who train to the peak could gain insights into the grand Taoist, taking a different route to the same destination. Are martial artists that amazing? How come the television just show those with flowery displays without any substance? Tang Zheng has his doubts, since this was already an era of science, martial arts was in decline, seemingly not as great as Tian Shanzi made them out to be. What do you know? How could true experts appear before normal people? You must remember, in this world, capable people are being made every day, so you must hurry up and rise in power. Right now, I will first pass on to you the martial skill, Heaven Gathering Hand. When the sound rang out, Tang Zheng found out that within his brain there suddenly appeared to be a painting, atop of which was recorded a sequence of movements. This is the Heaven Gathering Hand. Even though it is an entry-level martial arts technique, training it to the peak will still reveal boundless might. Heaven Gathering Hand, as the name implies, creates an inescapable net that encloses the heaven and earth, preventing your opponent from escaping. Tang Zheng was like a hungry and thirsty male, while the martial art technique was like an exceptional beauty. He of course had no reason to refuse. Moreover, Tian Shanzi said that it was powerful, so it must be true. Do I use it like this? Tang Zheng's body flashed as he followed the sequences of movement shown in the picture to move. A wave of wind followed and he was like a fairy in the basement flashing about. Tian Shanzi was practically stupefied. This little brat's learning abilities were too insane. Just by taking a look at the pictures a single time, he already was able to gain such control. Is this still letting others live? Am I practicing this correctly or not? Tang Zheng stopped and asked. Tian Shanzi was astonished to the point of speechlessness. He finally recovered from his dumbstruck appearance and weakly said, Yeah. That's correct. Tang Zheng's joy appeared at the tip of his brow. This feeling of strength was much stronger than the feeling of accomplishment he received after having learned the technique. Okay, that is it for today. You have to work hard to cultivate in the ancient clear heaven scroll. Tian Shanzi said and then became silent. He, in reality, received a blow from Tang Zheng's inhuman learning speed. By the time Tang Zheng walked out of the laboratory, the setting sun's last rays of sunshine fell on his body, causing his shadow to stretch out. School was already out. Cheng International School did not provide dormitories because the school's student population were basically from wealthy families, so no one was willing to stay in school. Tang Zheng left the school and ran towards his house. His house was located next to the north side of Changheng City, which was the old sector or shantytown where the destitute lived. The north sector compared to the central sector was simply like comparing earth to heaven. Tang Zheng has long been accustomed to this point. After running for 10 kilometers to his house door, he was not out of breath like usual, but was instead feeling nice and clear-headed. So, this is the mysterious feeling of having becoming a cultivator. He took in a deep breath, pacified his emotions, and pushed open the shabby door. This is a detached house with only 40 square meters big. The roof was low-hanging, and the lighting was dim. "Grandpa, I'm back," he called out. No one replied. The house appeared to be devoid of life. Tang Zheng raised his eyebrow. His grandfather most likely dragged his sick body out to look for work. His heart felt like it was stabbed. He dropped his head and ran outside. In the dumpster, a stench assaulted the nose, causing ordinary people to maintain their distance, but towards the people who are dependent on the dumpster for a living, like his grandfather, the dumpster was like a treasure mountain. Tang Zheng was long since accustomed to the dumpster's surroundings. He was like his grandfather, and depended on picking up trash, sifting through excrement and urine as he grew up. Fu *ku, dead old man. This is brother whose territory. You dare steal from brother whose area, you fucking want to die? A bellow rang out, piercing into Tang Zheng's eardrums. Chapter 4, The Old Witch is Coming. Chapter 4, The Old Witch is Coming. I have always been here picking up trash. When did this place become your territory? An aged voice calmly refuted. Fuck, you still dare talk back, do you want to find trouble? A pang sound rang out. It was the sound of someone falling on the ground. Tang Zheng's heart clenched, anger leapt up. That old man's sound could not be any more familiar. It was his grandpa Tang Dehai's voice. 3 steps followed by 2 steps, he arrived at the scene and discovered his grandfather lying on the ground, stepped on by a large man. Release my grandfather. Tang Zheng snarled. Where did this stinky brat come from? Scram! The big man casted a glance at Tang Zheng, not putting him in his eyes. Little Zheng, why have you come? Quick, run! The old man coarsely gasped for breath and weakly yelled. Grandfather, I have come to help you. Tang Zheng's feet moved a bit and he flashed in front of the big man. The big man was slightly shocked, not expecting Tang Zheng's speed to be so quick, but upon seeing that it was a student, it provoked his sense of pride, and he was unable to restrain his anger, bellowing, Little brat, if you want to fight then I will fulfill your desire. He waved a fist, which landed on empty air, but before the big man was able to react, his stomach suffered a punch which brought with it an overwhelming sense of pain that penetrated deep into his heart. The big man wanted to open his mouth and curse loudly, but upon seeing another fist was coming straight at his face, he could only pitifully cry out as blood flew out of his nose, and he landed on the ground. Grandfather, are you okay? Tang Zheng hurriedly supported the old man and asked him with concern. The old man gasped for breath and weakly said, I am fine, you hurry and run, this person is evil and not anything good. It is not good to provoke him. Grandfather, I am here, nobody can bully you now. Tang Zheng said resolutely. AI, you have to study well, don't fight because of this old man, if your teacher were to know then you would be expelled for sure. The old man hurriedly said. Tang Zheng's heart felt hurt anytime his grandfather would put him first, making him even more furious at the big man. Grandfather, you rest a bit, I will first take care of this person. Tang Zheng coldly said, staring at the big man. The big man already crawled up, unable to contain his anger, he said, Stinky brat, you are seeking death, since that is so, then let this old man teach you how strong he is. The big man pulled out a shiny dagger, showing a ferocious look. The old man was scared and hurriedly shouted, Little Zheng, hurry and run, I will hold him back. Grandfather, he will be the one who is hurt, not me. Tang Zheng said comfortingly, suddenly turning a fierce gaze upon the big man, why do you want to hurt my grandfather? Fuck, this area is brother whose territory, you have to first receive his permission in order to make a living here, you guys have the audacity to provoke brother whose dignity. If I don't kill you then that in itself is considered benevolent. The big man said with aggressiveness. Brother who? Tang Zheng was a good student and has never heard of brother who. The big man's called Tang Zheng, and is one brother whose followers who was sent here to supervise the territory. The people who worked here must first pay a fee to work here. Brother who is one of the city's north sector's gangster, his real name is called Lin Hu. He gathered a bunch of followers and he has made a big name of himself in Changheng City. Originally he had looked down upon this dumpster, but a few days ago someone dug out an antique that sold for millions. Lin Hu then re-evaluated the area and sent a lackey to oversee the site, and those that collected anything must have it evaluated. If the item was of worth, it would be confiscated. Tang Zheng's grandfather, who was sick for a while, did not know of this new rule, so when he dragged his sick body to collect trash, a series of events occurred that lead up to the current situation. What, you scared now? Well, let me tell you, it's too late for that. Tang Zheng said with satisfaction, because he thought that brother whose name has scared Tang Zheng silly. I don't care about some brother who or brother cow. Anyone who dares to hurt my grandfather, I will not let you go. Tang Zheng already started cultivating, so why would he fear some lackey? Tang Zheng was shocked. This little brat must have ate the guts of a leopard. Even the name of brother who was not enough to scare him. Little brat, you dare say something like that? You will die for sure. Hurry and die. Tang Zheng charged forward, the dagger stabbed towards Tang Zheng's breast. Tang Zheng turned his body, grabbed towards the other's wrist. Kacha, the other's wrist bone was broken. The big man let out a pitiful cry and beads of sweat appeared. Tang Zheng lashed out with his legs at Tang Zheng's knees. Both of his knees went soft, and Tang Zheng immediately kneeled on the ground. In the future, if you dare come here again, I will break both your legs, Tang Zheng's stern voice said. Scram. Tang Zheng was furious but could not voice it. The pain seeped into his heart and he said, Little brat, do you know the result of offending brother who? Fuck, you still dare to clamor. Tang Zheng's bold voice rang out, Kacha, and Tang Zheng's other shoulder was twisted at an odd angle. Ah, it hurts, hurry and let me go, I won't dare. Tang Zheng did not expect that Tang Zheng would act so decisively, and begged in a heart-rending, pitiful manner. The old man looked as if he had seen a stranger and stared at Tang Zheng, fearfully saying, Little Zheng, hurry and let him go, someone's life is at stake. Tang Zheng released his arms and Tang Zheng ran away like a stray dog, not daring to say any more bold words. This is bad, we've created a big mess now, it barely enough to avoid those guys, but now we have brought trouble upon ourselves. The old man made a bitter face, release a sigh, AI. Grandfather, if they dare come again, then I will hit them again. Tang Zheng said comfortingly. Little Zheng, they have so many people, all of which are not good people, how could you possibly be their opponent? Moreover, you are a student, so how can you get into a fight? Grandfather, I know martial arts, they are not my opponent. Nonsense, what martial arts do you know? The old man said with a straight face, it's important for people to know themselves and not to say crazy words. Tang Zheng was helpless. In his grandfather's heart he was always a good student, and would never do something like fighting. AI, never mind, if worse come to worse and they come again, you can just hide, this old man will take a beating and when they released all their pent-up energy then it'll be fine. Tang Zheng's appearance was sour, and he clenches his fist, silently vowing that if they were to come again he would break their dog legs. The grandfather and grandson duo returned home. Tang Zheng started to make dinner. After all these years the two depended on each other. If he learned one thing it was cooking skills. He was able to make the most plain food have its own unique delicious flavor. Little Zheng, your body is currently growing so you need to eat more meat. The old man urged, moving the meat pieces from his bowl into Tang Zheng's bowl. I am eating, grandfather, you need to eat too since you've been turning skinnier recently. Hee, I am already a bag of bones and living this long is already enough, moreover I still have you, little Zheng, to accompany me, God really has been well to me. The old man's smile was brimming with joy and satisfaction. The two were actually not blood related. Tang Zheng was actually picked up by the old man in the dumpster, so he was actually an orphan. The old man's heart was kind and he raised the boy, naming him Tang Zheng, and for the past 10 years both were mutually dependent on one another. The old man used all his strength to raise Tang Zheng and provide him with his needs, the great thing was Tang Zheng turned out to be extremely intelligent and his academic records were excellent, giving the old man a great amount of comfort. Little Zheng, if grandfather is not here anymore, you must take good care of yourself, do you understand? The old man sighed and spoke a few words from the bottom of his heart. Tang Zheng, frightened, dropped his chopsticks on the floor, stared at his grandfather and said, "Grandfather, don't speak nonsense, you are fine, tomorrow we will go to the hospital to treat your disease." The old man revealed a smile filled with deep wrinkles and said, "I am not thinking random thoughts, my body is fine, and it is just an old habit. We just went to the hospital a few days ago and they said I would be fine if I rested well for a few days." Tang Zheng always knew that his grandfather's health was not good. It was said that when his grandfather was young he suffered from internal injuries which caused a scar, but when they went to the doctor he couldn't tell them the root cause. A while back, his old disease relapsed, so they took a trip to the hospital. The doctor then prescribed some medicine and from these few days he seems to be a bit better. Little Zheng, you are going to turn 18 soon, and by then you will be an adult. Grandfather knows that you have always been good since you were younger and that grandfather has nothing to give you, so in the future you will have to depend on yourself. Tang Zheng's heart has a bad premonition. His grandfather's words were like leaving behind a will. His disease was definitely not as simply as he had imagined. Tang Zheng was prepared to ask for more details when outside he heard a voice asking, "Does Tang Zheng live here?" "The old witch," Tang Zheng said, immediately recognizing the voice. "Little Zheng, someone is looking for you," the old man said. "Grandfather, you first eat, I will go out for a bit." "Is it your friend?" "It's our classroom teacher." "If it's your teacher then I also have to meet her. Your grades in school are exceptional, all due to your teacher, and here I am, having never properly given her my thanks," the old man said, rousing himself and quickly walked outside. Tang Zheng was too late to stop him and could only mumble within his heart, just why was the old witch here? He was in high school for almost 3 years, and the old witch has never visited his house as a guest, even though it was heard that she has often visited Xiao Fei and Feng Shishir's house. "Teacher, how are you? Please step inside," the old man's stooped figure amiably invited. Wu Cuihong wrinkled her eyebrow, looked at the old man's face full of wrinkles, head full of white hair, clothed in old clothes, and coldly said, "Are you Tang Zheng's grandfather?" "That is correct, I am. Many thanks to the teacher taking good care of little Zheng in school. Being able to attend the school without cost surely is due to God's grace," the old man said with immense gratitude. Tang Zheng stepped outside, seeing his grandfather being so cautious while Wu Cuihong stood all high and mighty. His heart was stifled with a wave of energy and he asked, "Teacher Wu, may I ask if you need anything?" "Tang Zheng, I came to notify you of a few things." "Teacher, if there is anything please step inside the house to discuss it," the old man continued to invite. Wu Cuihong, seeing the low house, flung her mouth to the side, impossible to cover her disdain, and said, "I will stand here and speak. Tang Zheng, tomorrow you don't need to attend school, afterwards you will attend class 7. "What?" Tang Zheng was shocked. Class 1 was the best class in the school while class 7 was the worst, also known as trash class. The students in the class were all silk pants boys who only cared for having fun and drinking. The difference between the two classes were practically heaven and hell. Even though the old man was not clear about the specifics, from Wu Cuihong's tone and Tang Zheng's reaction, he got the sense of foreboding and his face turned rigid and he shakily asked, "Teacher, did little Zheng do something wrong?" Chapter 5, Hell Class. Chapter 5, Hell Class. Wu Cuihong coldly made a hung sound and said, "Tang Zheng does not work hard to learn. For the past half year his grades severely dropped, and his test scores are last in the whole year." "What, he has been last for the whole year?" the old man said with shock. He stared wide-eyed, incredulous. Tang Zheng's heart hurt. The fact that he has always been hiding has been revealed. Why is the old witch so harsh? This was the equivalent of drawing a blade across his grandfather's heart. Wu Cuihong was not the least bit understanding of the grandfather and his grandson's feelings, saying, "He does not study, his character has a problem. Today he even dared to steal the class fee. These kind of people not being expelled by the school is already considered doing the best they can." "Stealing class fees?" The old man looked at Wu Cuihong, foolishly, as if he was listening to the Bible. That is correct. Wu Zuihong replied firmly, as if she saw it with her own eyes. Tang Zheng's lungs felt like exploding. This was simply slanderous. When did she ever act the part of a teacher? I did not steal it. Tang Zheng loudly refuted. Wu Zuihong stared at him in contempt and said, "Of course you wouldn't admit it, but if it wasn't you, then who else could it be? Hong, you don't need to quibble, seeing as your family is poor. Xiao Fei already said he would step in and pay the class fees so as to avoid the classes lost. You should look at the distance between you and Xiao Fei. Seeing as you are no longer in the class to drag the class down and act as a burden, it can be considered a heavenly gift." Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. Suddenly, two voices simultaneously rang out. The grandfather and grandson duo's face were both red, especially the old man's, who was angered to the point of trembling. The old man stared at her and said, "You smite others, my houses, little Zhang, would never steal money. It is true that we are poor, but poor people also have their integrity." Wu Zuihong was scared into a jump, and contentedly said, "What quibble?" Tang Zheng's fists were clenched so that caca sound were heard. He fiercely stared at Wu Zuihong and said, "If I said I did not steal it, then I did not steal it. Leave, our house does not welcome you." The old man took a step forward and suddenly roared. Wu Zuihong unconsciously took a step back, almost falling to the ground. Embarrassed to the extreme, she said with great anger, "As I thought, you guys are barbarians with no manners. Hong, do you think I want to stay here? It's dirty, messy, and lacking. Even if you give me 8 cars, I will not come here again. Old witch, you remember all that has happened today. There will be a day when I will make you regret it." Tang Zheng bit his teeth and said, "Ha, make me regret it, do you even have the ability?" Wu Zuihong mocking said, seeing the grandfather and grandson's expressions were dark, she hurriedly walked away. The old man's body disposition changed, like a balloon that was losing air. His spirit dissipated, and he silently looked at Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng's heart was not shaky and he hurriedly explained, "Grandfather, I really did not steal the class fees. I know, I am clear that my grandson is not that type of person." The old man squeezed out a smile and lightly said. Tang Zheng let out a relaxed breath. His heart was warmed. In this world, even if no one believed him, his grandfather would firmly stand by his side. "But don't think you can trick me?" Abruptly, the old man's face deepened. "Why did your grades drop so bad?" "Grandfather, I did not want to worry you. Previously my memory was not that good, but right now it is all right now. Just you watch. For my major high school test, I will get first in the city." Tang Zheng said with certainty, that he was completely confident of. The old man looked at him and then nodded his head. "I believe in you." He did not question the matter's specifics because he understood that his grandson would not speak preposterous words. "Little Zhang, even though you are not in class 1, but gold, no matter where it is, will still give off light. Do not be discouraged." The old man patted his shoulder and comfortingly said. Tang Zheng solemnly nodded his head. He already had some plan. There was still 3 months until the high school exam. He was in no rush to immediately reveal his memory has returned to its former glory, because if he were to get first in this month's test, then he would be sent back to class 1, and he most definitely did not want to have to face the old witch every day. In reality, class 7 was not that bad of a choice, to be able to relaxedly wait until the day of the high school exam and to gloriously make a comeback while fiercely showing up the old witch. The moon is bright, the stars are few, and everything was quiet. Tang Zheng sat with his legs crossed above the wooden bed. As he cultivated the ancient clear heaven scrolls technique, warm true chi slowly welled up within his meridians. He exhaled a long breath. His whole body felt incomparably relaxed. His spirit was overflowing. The 9 main meridians further increased another 20%, and if he adds another 100%, then his true chi will be at 2 inches. "Little brat, your 9 yang saint body is very compatible to this ancient clear heaven scroll. In a short night you have managed to cultivate what other cultivate in a month." Tian Chanzi's voice rang out within Tang Zheng's sea of consciousness. Tang Zheng's heart felt joy at the fact that he cultivates faster than others, because it means that he can become even more powerful. "But I have some bad news to tell you." Tian Chanzi's discussion took a turn and he straightforwardly said. "What news?" Your grandfather's vitality is exhausted, the days he has left to live is not long. What did you say? Tang Zheng's face lost all color, as if he was hit by lightning. The foreboding premonition within his heart was now real, making his mind go blank. Growing old and dying from sickness is the law of nature, there is no need for you to be sad. What shit? He is my grandfather, not your grandfather, of course you wouldn't feel hurt. Tang Zheng angrily roared. Tianqianzi was silent. After cultivating for more than 1,000 years, he has long since been accustomed to seeing people die from old age or sickness, but never with Tang Zheng's overwhelming emotion. Grandpa cannot die, aren't you a cultivator? You must have some way to save him, right? Tang Zheng's spirit flashed as he hurriedly asked. I am but a strand of consciousness, and therefore have no way of saving him. Tang Zheng's heart grew dark. Even Tianqianzi had no way. Then wouldn't that mean that his grandfather was beyond saving? Tianqianzi, seeing his ghastly appearance, changed the topic, and hesitantly said. Maybe there is way, but this is impossible, unless a miracle happens. Tang Zheng was overwhelmed with joy. Please don't speak so unclearly, you're going to scare someone to death. What way is there? I am not afraid of difficulty, no matter how bitter, as long as I can save my grandfather's life I am willing to endure. There is a type of pill named life-continuing pill, which can extend his life for another 10 years. Tianqianzi deeply said. Life-continuing pill? Where can I find such a pill? You can't, but you can refine it, as long as you reach the 3rd grade of qi refining. Moreover, if you find the materials, heaven fragrant flower, need to make the pill, then I can teach you the method to refine it. Then I will train to qi refining, 3rd grade, as quickly as I can. And where can I find the heaven fragrant flower? How much longer can my grandfather persevere? Your grandfather's body can still last for another month, so in 1 month you must train to the refining qi 3rd grade, and as for the heaven fragrant flower, they usually grow upon cliffs, so you will have to find them yourself. Cliffs. Tang Zheng's heart was moved. Changheng City's suburbs have a tall mountain called Changheng Mountain, which reaches 2,000 meters above sea level. Changheng City was also named after this mountain. I just have to go to Changheng Mountain to try my luck. I must find that heaven fragrant flower. Heaven fragrant flower is rarely seen in the olden times, not to mention in the present time. Also, you only have a month to reach qi refining 3rd grade, while normal cultivators take as much as 2 years to go from refining qi 1st rank to refining qi 3rd rank. Didn't you say that 1 day of cultivator for me is equivalent to that of a month of cultivation for others? Then wouldn't 20 days be the equivalent of 2 years of cultivation for others? That means I can most definitely reach the qi refining 3rd grade. Tang Zheng's heart was filled with immense joy. Tianqianzi immediately poured a bucket of ice water on him. Little brat, you are making everything seem too easy. If cultivating was this easy, then everyone under the heaven would be experts. You only just started cultivating, so your speed is fast, but after a few days your cultivation speed will slow down to normal people's speed. Moreover, I just investigated, and the spirit energy in this era is very thin compared to 1,000 years ago. Trying to reach the refining qi 3rd grade in 1 month is not as easy as you say. Tang Zheng's heart was shocked. Was he really too optimistic? But even though it was difficult, for his grandfather's life he has to overcome, he bit his teeth and firmly said, for my grandfather I must succeed. Tang Zheng mustered his strength and continued to cultivate. Again and again he gathered energy for the ancient clear heaven scroll technique, and his true qi slowly started to build up. The sky gradually revealed a bit of light. Tang Zheng got up and prepared to make breakfast, calling his grandfather to wake up for breakfast, and then proceeded to exhort him to not go outside to work, before finally going to school. Even though his most important job was to cultivate, he could not skip school, otherwise his grandfather would become increasing hurt. At Peng International School's entrance, many luxurious cars continuously entered, like a car show, as many students stepped off their car, arrogantly stepping into school. Tang Zheng, wait for me. A moving voice transmitted over, stopping Tang Zheng. He turned his body and saw Fang Shishir step down from a luxurious car, carrying a backpack, hurriedly walking towards him. Yesterday, the whole class thought he stole the money. Fang Shishir was the only person who believed in him, causing him to have some goodwill towards her. Tang Zheng, let's go together. Fang Shishir gave a smile, her breath smelled like orchids, her fragile skin glistening under the sun's rays. Tang Zheng nodded his head and the two walked towards the interior of the school. Tang Zheng, I heard you were moved to class 7. Fang Shishir darkly asked. Tang Zheng's mouth hooked up in a bitter smile and said, good deeds stay unnoticed, while scandals travel far. Sorry. It's not your fault, so why are you apologizing? No, the school was originally planning to expel you, and I originally begged my dad to allow you to continue to stay in class 1, but in the end he disagreed. That is why you can only temporarily suffer this injustice and stay in class 7. Fang Shishir apologetically said. Tang Zheng was furious, the school wanted to expel him, this must be the work of the old witch who was working behind the scene. Luckily he had Fang Shishir's help, otherwise he would have probably been expelled from school. Fang Shishir's dad, Fang Chonghua, was one of Peng International School's chairman. In this matter, if he did not make an appearance, then it would be difficult for Tang Zheng to continue staying in this school. In his fury, his heart once again felt gratitude. Looking at Fang Shishir, he sincerely said, Fang Shishir, thank you. Fang Shishir acknowledged the sincere look in his eyes and a blush appeared on her face, which was more enticing than the rising sun. She shallowly laughed, then said, we are classmates, no need to be this polite, I believe your academic scores will recover. Tang Zheng originally was approaching despair and did not know that aside from his grandfather that there would be a second person who would believe in him, and that was Fang Shishir. This made him feel an odd emotion well up within him. Little brat, let me tell you some news, I found a girl with sufficiently strong yin energy. Suddenly, Tian Chanzi's voice rang out. Tang Zheng was shocked, where is she? Hi hey, you brats sure are lucky, she's far away yet within reach, it's the girl next to you. She has a pure yin body and the yin energy within her is extremely concentrated. Tian Chanzi made a weird smile. The yin energy on a girl's body is then further split into different types. Aside from the normal body composition, there is also the pure yin body, the mysterious yin body, the evil yin body, and the 9 yin saint body. Fang Shishir. Tang Zheng unconsciously looked at her and discovered her mouth was lifted up in a light smile, like an independent lotus flower, causing others' hearts to be moved. If she really was willing to be my girlfriend, it would indeed be my life's greatest moment. Tang Zheng knew that within the school there were several people chasing Fang Shishir hoping she would be their girlfriend, but she refused them all. Is her family really that well off? Can you catch her? Little brat, you belittle yourself too much, right now you are a cultivator, you liking her is her pleasure. Tian Chanzi said in an educatory manner. Suddenly, he let out a sharp scream. What happened? How come you are absorbing her pure yin energy? Why are you screaming and wailing for? Little brat, you unexpectedly don't need to bet a girl to absorb their yin energy. Is this also one of the 9 yang saint body's secrets? Tian Chanzi said in loud shout. Tang Zheng was overjoyed. You are saying that I only need to stay by her side to absorb her pure yin energy? This was absolutely incredibly, but Tian Chanzi had no way but to accept the facts as they are. That's not correct. This is most definitely not the work of the 9 yang saint body, otherwise there would not be people with the 9 yang saint body dying by having their bodies blow up. This must be the work of the ancient clear heaven scroll. Tang Zheng did not understand what use it was. What was important was that he has a way of absorbing pure yin energy. Moreover, he only needed to stay next to a lady, which was 1,000 times easier than trying to betting a girl. Little brat, don't be excited too early. This speed of absorbing is too slow, unless you spend a lot of time with her. Don't worry, I will definitely create many chances to stay by her side. Since Tang Zheng will naturally find his way, his feelings became better. While they conversed, the two already arrived at senior class 1's door. I will first go in, you can do it, Tang Zheng classmate. Fang Shishir waved her fist, encouraging, and like a fairy she walked into the room with a bounce in her feet. Tang Zheng nodded his head, seeing her go in, he then gazing at the door sign of senior year room 1, and felt countless mocking eyes upon him. In his heart, he coldly laughed, you guys mock all you want, just wait till the high school exam, I will step on you all under my foot. Xiaofei sat inside the classroom, his face was wrapped in gauze, and there was a constant stinging sensation as he stared at the distant Tang Zheng. He then looked Fang Shishir, who was still blushing red. A hint of hidden fierceness flashed within his eyes. Tang Zheng, you are already kicked out of class 1, and you still have Fang Shishir's attention. This is outrageous. Hong, it seems like just kicking you out of class 1 is not enough for me to accomplish my goal. I must completely mess you up. Tang Zheng did not realize the hidden fierceness within that gaze, and swaggered like a soldier, taking big steps towards class 7. Hell class, senior year class 7 was located at the end of the corridor. The hall was empty, the seats were full. A hint of surprise arose within Tang Zheng's heart. When he used to pass class 7 it would always be noisy and rowdy like the market, but it was never as quiet as this. But he did not take notice and walked straight in. Suddenly, a strange noise rang out from the top of his head. Chapter 6, Ice Goddess. Chapter 6, Ice Goddess. Tang Zheng, hearing the strange noise above his head, his heart turned cold. Not lifting up his head to look, his feet took a step and he suddenly moved a meter forward. Voila! A big bucket of water splashed down from the door and onto the ground, creating the image of an ice flower. The whole class was looking at him out of the corner of their eyes, an expectant smile on their face as if they were waiting for a good show, but now their eyes revealed shock. What just happened? How come the test failed? Tang Zheng was supposed to become like a drenched rat. A show of strength. Tang Zheng's mouth curled in a slight smile. As expected, Hell class was not going to be easy, since this was how they welcomed a new student. He swept his eyes across the crowd, who was stunned like a wooden chicken, and discovered that there was 2 open seats in the last row, so he wordlessly made his way there to sit down. At once, the crowd's expression once again became complicated. Several people's eyes revealed a hint of finding joy in others' misfortune. Ding-ling-ling. The bell signaled the start of class. A wave of sound caused by heels hitting the floor rang out, coming closer, and at once, all the boys sat straight and held their breath as if they were giraffes looking out the door. A beautiful person appeared at the door, and in that moment the entire room seemed as if there was a dash of color added to it, making it so that even the air was freshened up. Tang Zheng even heard the sound of several people swallowing their saliva. A look of amazement unconsciously flashed through his eyes. Goddess. This was the thought that immediately sprang up within his mind. The person had an oval-shaped face, eyebrows like a willow, waist as thin as a water snake, and dressed in a professional suit with an ice-cold face. She was most definitely an ice goddess. Even though Tang Zheng already met other teachers who wore this suit, they could not be compared in the same breath. The professional suit stuck against her graceful figure, vividly outlining her figure. Her big breasts seemed like they would pop out as they were stretching the shirt, and her black silk stockings outlined her long, slender, and beautiful legs, creating a sight that could simply drive any man insane. This was fatally enticing, even towards those people who are used to seeing beauties, not to mention a group of teenagers, filled with raging hormones. Especially that icy cold face of hers, which causes a sense of inferiority to arise within people, but at the same time unable to not be lost in reveries. She is this classroom's teacher? Tang Zheng's heart questioned, having never seen her before. She halted at the door for a moment, looked down at the soaked floor, her eyebrows knitted together, like 2 willow branches slightly bent together, looking extremely graceful. She stepped onto the podium, her big breasts plainly visible as she put down the textbook she was hugging, making it a magnificent sight to behold. Many girls looked on with envy, and as if having received a major blow, they drooped their heads and looked down at their own small buns, ashamed and unable to show their face. Class time. She lightly said. Stand. A small fatty in front of Tang Zheng loudly called out. Good morning, teacher. All the students stood, the males loudly yelled while the females sounded out weakly. She nodded her head, hinted for everyone to sit down. Her gaze swept the room before finally falling upon Tang Zheng's body. She coldly said, New student Tang Zheng, I am your teacher, Lu Qingmei, please give us a self-introduction. Tang Zheng stood up, looked at the crowd and lightly said, My name is Tang Zheng, the Tang from Tang Zheng, the Zheng from Tang Zheng. He used his own name to introduce himself, lol. Lu Qingmei nodded her head, very satisfied with his terseness as she does not like long-winded people. What little she knew of Tang Zheng's situation was that he was once a talented student who fell to the bottom, and this awkward situation would have caused anyone to receive a heavy blow, but seeing him still possess a strong confidence caused her to have a whole new level of respect for him along with some curiosity. Sit. Lu Qingmei looked at the seat he was sitting in, her eyes flashed a bit of astonishment as she said, "You don't want to change your seat?" Tang Zheng did not understand as this seat was located in the back and was also vacant, making it hard to notice, which was exactly what he was looking for. "No, I'm fine, thank you, teacher." Lu Qingmei's throat moved a bit before it finally stopped. Other people wore joyful expressions as if enjoying the misfortunes of others, making Tang Zheng very confused. Lu Qingmei started her lesson while Tang Zheng quietly listened to it for a moment. The lesson was very clear, and the teacher herself couldn't help but attract other people's attention. She looks to be only 25 or 26 years old, but she seems skillful at teaching, more so than a lot of the teachers, which is impressive. Tang Zheng was secretly speechless. The blood clot within his brain was already resolved, so an abundance of knowledge was flowing back to him, making the lesson extremely easy. He did not continue listening to the lecture but continued cultivating the ancient clear heaven scroll, not letting a single moment go to waste as he must reach the Qi refining 3rd grade as soon as possible. Unknowingly, a class period went by and Lu Qingmei hugged her books and exited the classroom as it quickly became loud and noisy like a market. "Tang Zheng, it would be better if you hurry up and change seats," the fatty from the front row said in a secretive tone. Tang Zheng was curious and asked, "Why should I switch? I think this seat is pretty good." "AI, it's for your own good, otherwise it'll be too late. Oh, let me introduce myself. My name is Feng Yong and I am Class 7's representative." "Fatty Ma, don't go gossiping, just what is wrong with this seat? Careful, if Sister Dingdang hears, she just might skin you alive." A coarse loud voice rang out and a big man stood in front of Tang Zheng's table like a steel tower. Tang Zheng glanced at him. This person was 1.85 meters, his body was full of muscle, deterrence level was at 90. Feng Yong's neck shrank as he hurriedly explained, "Gao Daji, I never said anything was wrong with this seat, I was just worried that classmate Tang Zheng was sitting too far and would therefore be unable to see the words on the blackboard." Gao Daji laughed, hi, not paying any attention to Feng Yong but instead was measuring up Tang Zheng before saying, "So you are the previous number 1 in the whole school? Hi, it seems like you aren't much and now you have fallen down to our hell class." "I think Class 7 isn't bad," Tang Zheng lightly said. "Really? Class 7 is the lowest class level, but for you a top student, wouldn't it be nothing in your eyes?" Gao Daji said mockingly. "Even if you think that this is a low-level class, then I have no words to say. You yourself are the one giving it a label, but that doesn't mean you can speak for others. What classmate Tang Zheng said is correct. What is so bad about our class? I believe that our class will definitely rise," Feng Yong said, spotting an opening. "Fatty Feng, there is no place for you to speak." Gao Daji angrily glared at the other. "Tang Zheng, you are the real last place, the last in the school. Hi, what a sight." Tang Zheng's eyes flashed a bit of fury, but shortly recovered. His heart could not be compared to the past, and there was no point as getting into conflict with Gao Daji. Seeing Tang Zheng not replying, Gao Daji smiled, feeling proud of himself, and just as he was about to take advantage of the situation, he heard a sound that was full of haughtiness. "Gao Daji, what are you doing sneakily, standing in front of my seat?" Gao Daji's body froze, and hurriedly took 3 steps back, face full of smiles, and said, "Sister Dingdang, I was helping you teach this new fella who doesn't know how high the sky and how deep the earth is." Yi Dingdang boldly and decisively walked over. A pair of intelligent eyes swept over Tang Zheng, who was seemingly sitting at ease during a storm, and delicately raised an eyebrow before asking, "Who are you, and why are you sitting in my seat?" Gao Daji, who found joy in others' misfortune, smilingly said, "Sister Dingdang, he is." "Shut up, I didn't ask you, I am asking him," Yi Dingdang said, looking straight at Tang Zheng. Her tone did not contain any goodwill. Gao Daji shut his mouth, kept quiet by fear. Tang Zheng stared at her. "Sister Dingdang, just who was she?" A girl that unexpectedly caused Gao Zhidao to be so restrained by fear, she was absolutely not normal. My name is Tang Zheng, this seat was empty, and is not yours. Tang Zheng said neither loudly nor lightly. You're that bookworm Tang Zheng. Yi Dingdang said with curiosity, so what if you are Tang Zheng? You're still sitting in my seat, so let me tell you, these 2 seats are mine. Tang Zheng glanced at her but, saying within his heart your but is pretty perky but it can't be that big as to take up 2 seats. Yi Dingdang was going crazy, this person dared to unrestrainedly stare at her but and moreover with that type of expression which completely conveyed his thoughts. Get up! Yi Dingdang angrily said. Tang Zheng could not help but wrinkle his eyebrows. This sister Dingdang was a beauty comparable to Feng Shishir but her personality was worlds apart, completely unable to be reasoned with. Tang Zheng was previously engrossed in his studies and so would have not heard of Yi Dingdang's name but she was as popular as Feng Shishir the other campus belle. I am going to study now, please do not disturb me. Tang Zheng coldly said. The whole class was attracted to the scene, engrossed as if they were watching a show. Dai Dingdang had a godlike existence in class 7 because not only was she pretty but she was strong, even the big blockhead Gao Daji was not her opponent. Moreover her identity was a mystery and the group of wealthy kids did not dare offend her. Today, the new student Tang Zheng dared oppose her. The sun really was rising in from the west, and there was a good show to see. Yi Dingdang was angered and looked left and right. Seeing that nothing about Tang Zheng looked out of the ordinary, she grabbed for the book in Tang Zheng's hands and said, Hong, I will show you what reading is. Tang Zheng's hand shifted and cleverly avoided. Yi Dingdang was shocked as her hands have never missed their target yet this time they landed on empty air. Tang Zheng did not even lift his head, as if nothing had happened and continued to read his book. Just then was definitely a miscalculation, let me show you how I will teach you a lesson. Yi Dingdang said comforting herself, as she grabbed at the corner of the desk and pulled outwards, while at the same time kicked at Tang Zheng's feet. A loud collision sound rang out. I-oh! A miserable shriek rang out and everyone present revealed an expression of joy. In their hearts they thought that Tang Zheng was done for because he messed with someone he shouldn't have and that was Yi Dingdang. Is Yi Dingdang someone you can afford to provoke? Feng Yong closed his eyes, unable to bear seeing such a cruel scene. Gao Daji also had an evil smile and seemed incomparably proud of himself. Suddenly, his expression froze. Ai, how come the one hugging their leg and crying miserably was Yi Dingdang and not Tang Zheng? How come this outsider was still reading a book as if nothing happened? The only difference was there was now an extra chair in front of him. The other people also recovered, their expression was one of shock as they looked upon this scene, their brains unable to comprehend the situation. Chapter 7, Low-Key Arrogant. Chapter 7, Low-Key Arrogant. This outsider actually used the chair to block Yi Dingdang's total annihilation, leading to her smashing her legs upon the chair. It would be weird if she hadn't cried out so miserably. Despicable, too despicable. Basically everyone had the same thoughts, especially the drooling male fans of Yi Dingdang who were clenching their teeth. How could he act so ruthlessly towards a beautiful young lady? Does he not understand that you're supposed to love and protect the opposite sex? I want to kill you. Yi Dingdang sharply screamed with unrestrainable anger. Ding-ling-ling. At this time, the bell rang signaling the start of class and the teacher walked in. Yi Dingdang was like a ready-to-pop balloon that was suddenly deflated. Staring at Tang Zheng angrily, she unwilling called a ceasefire. Tang Zheng's head did not lift up as he continued to read. Other people discovering that the good show was over could not help but feel disappointed. Just you wait, when class is over I will let you see. Yi Dingdang bit her lips and unwillingly sat down in her seat. Gao Daji was eagerly and cruelly staring at Tang Zheng, then disappointedly returned to his seat. Tang Zheng and Yi Dingdang were practically neighbors sitting next to each other, shoulder to shoulder, but he did not once look sideways, nearly listening to the class for a bit before burying his head back into his book. Yi Dingdang could not help but to occasionally look at him as if she was trying to see through him. Her heart fiercely said, this person sure acts the part, but does he really understand? It is said that whenever he tried to use his brain his head would hurt, so he can only be last place. Hong, just you wait, I will beat you so that all your teeth fall out. In this class 7 you dare oppose me, Yi Dingdang, you're simply seeking a beating. Tang Zheng was not clear on Yi Dingdang's ideas, nor did he care about what she was thinking, but at this time Tian Chanzi deeply said, "Little brat, this girl is not simple, she is also a martial artist." Martial artist? Tang Zheng said amazed. That's right, on her body there are signs of inner energy movement. Martial artists and cultivators both have different energy movement. For martial artists their strength become inner energy and not true chi. This is how they rely on their body and martial arts techniques to slowly refine their body and refine energy, while we, cultivators, borrow heaven and earth's energy to cultivate. Tian Chanzi explained. Then what is her strength? Tang Zheng couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. Martial artists' body, like true cultivators, are classified into 7 different levels, which are refining body, prenatal stage, innate stage, scholar stage, martial king, martial emperor, and martial god. Each one is then further split into 9 grades. Both types of bodies mirror each other, and this girl is at the 4th grade refining body realm. Tang Zheng was shocked. Then doesn't that mean she is stronger than me? Of course, she has trained in martial arts for at least tens of years. If she was still weaker than you who have trained for only one day, then isn't that the same as wanting someone else to just smash their head in? Tang Zheng blushed, he was too anxious for quick results. I see that she wants to teach you a lesson later, so it seems you are in for some pain, hi. Tian Chanzi said, finding joy in his misfortune. Tang Zheng was speechless. He always wanted to keep a low profile. But there was a saying that the tall tree may long for peace, but the winds never cease. Relax, you have a way of opposing her. Say if you were to practice something any 4th grade refined body realm person would have no way of dealing with. But if this were to spread, then wouldn't this cause an uproar and there would be nowhere for me, Tian Chanzi, to hide. Later, this is what you will do, Tian Chanzi solemnly taught by word and example. Tang Zheng finally let out a relaxed breath. Additionally, let me tell you another piece of news. This girl also has a pure yin constitution which doesn't lose out to Feng Shishers. You sitting next to her like this has already absorbed quite a bit of yin energy. Tian Chanzi said. Tang Zheng's eyes flashed. His luck really is super lucky. So this is saying if he were to sit next to Yi Dingdang, then he can continually absorb her pure yin energy. After class, an announcement was broadcasted in the courtyard. And since this was the free period, many people went towards the field to exercise. Yi Dingdang suddenly stood up, clasping both her hands, glared at Tang Zheng and said, "Get up, follow me to the sky platform." Feng Yong seeing this hurriedly said, "Sister Dingdang, Tang Zheng is my classmate, this isn't good." Gao Daji hurried over, pushed Feng Yong aside and said, "Fatty Feng, you dare stand next to Sister Dingdang, do you want to pick a fight?" Feng Yong's throat moved, but he ultimately did not continue speaking. Tang Zheng, if you are a man then you will come, acting so sissy. Yi Dingdang took a big step out after she said aloud. Tang Zheng stood up. Being said by others that he was not a man was unacceptable. Moreover, if he did not take care of this matter now, he will not be able to continue remaining low-key even if he wanted to. On sky platform, Yi Dingdang and Gao Daji stood proudly, looking at Tang Zheng in ridicule. Gao Daji proudly said, "Sister Dingdang, how will you deal with this little brat? Beat him up, then let him find another grade level. I will not let him stay in class 7, just seeing him annoys me." Yi Dingdang coldly said. Gao Daji crushed his fist in his palm and coldly smiled. Hey, okay, it's been a while since I have beaten someone up and these hands of mine are itchy." Tang Zheng was expressionless and did not move, his body completely relaxed. Yi Dingdang eyes flashed with a strange light. Other people when faced in this situation would be scared witless, their legs would tremble, and they would cowardly beg them to spare them, but he was different. Could it be that he was a fool? Is there really no way to get along? I am sure we do not have any problems we can't get over. Tang Zheng lightly said. Gao Daji cruelly laughed. You have offended Sister Dingdang and you still want to live in peace. Let me tell you, it's still not too late to beg for mercy. Gao Daji raised his fist and charged at Tang Zheng. His person was large but his foundation was shallow, completely unable to utilize his body's energy, and was not worth mentioning. Tang Zheng's body flashed and he disappeared, causing Gao Daji's eyes to be as white as a flower. He suddenly lost his target and felt there was something odd, but realized his body was no longer in his control and came crashing down. His appearance looked like that of a dog eating shit. Yi Dingdong's pupils constricted and she softly said in shock, "You are also a martial artist?" Tang Zheng smiled but did not reply, intentionally staring at her in a mysterious manner. Yi Dingdong's face changed and she tightly clenched her teeth. Gao Daji did not hear Yi Dingdong's astonished words and got up battered and full of fury. He was actually put down by Tang Zheng, which was simply too humiliating. "Little brat, I want you to pay with pain. You are unfitting." Tang Zheng cast a glance at him and lightly said, "What is arrogance?" "This is true arrogance, a low-key kind of arrogance." Gao Daji let out a loud roar. He was prepared to start another attack, but Yi Dingdong suddenly coldly said, "Stop, you are not his opponent." Gao Daji taunted his neck, his face red, and disputed, "Just now, I was not being careful and that's why I ended like that. This time he will not be so lucky." "Shut up, I said you are not his opponent, did you not hear me?" Yi Dingdong impatiently repeated. The big burly Gao Daji suddenly drooped his head, as if he was a housewife. Still unwilling, he glared at Tang Zheng and mumbled, "How is he strong? How come I can't see it?" Yi Dingdong stepped forward a few steps and faced off with Tang Zheng. She and Tang Zheng's were of similar height, both 1 meter and 70 centimeters. Moreover, both their eyes were sharp and gave of this threatening wave of heroic spirit. Tang Zheng did not cower, his eyes were stable without any ripples. "Leave class 7 and I will pretend this matter never happened," Yi Dingdong said in an overbearing manner. Tang Zheng ruminated, then said, "Why do I have to leave?" "Because I do not want to see you." "Then why don't you leave class 7? Tang Zheng said, taking an opposing stance. "Don't even think that." Yi Dingdong glared, "Since that is the case, then don't blame me for being rude." Even though she knew that Tang Zheng was no ordinary person, she was not the least bit afraid, since she, herself, was known within her clan, and none of her peers were her opponent. Yi Dingdong kicked out a foot like lightning, carrying with the long and flexible leg was a huxiao sound as it charged at Tang Zheng's breast. Tang Zheng's gaze turned cold. The expert made a move. As expected, it was not normal, and he extended his toes a bit and a roundhouse kick was aimed at her back while avoiding her strike. Yi Dingdong had already made preparations, coldly smiled, flipped in the air, lifting a leg up high before bringing it down like an approaching big knife. Tang Zheng moved like lightning. Using the heaven-gathering hand, he accurately grabbed onto the beautiful legs. An immense force shook him so that even his teeth hurt, but he simply clenched them because this was his chance at victory. Since his strength was inferior to Yi Dingdong's, the only way for him to obtain victory was through ingenious methods. "Release your hands," Yi Dingdong's lovable voice scolded, ready to release her inner energy to shake off Tang Zheng. Suddenly, Tang Zheng's hands on her thigh muscle shifted to the side a bit, and she, as if shocked by electricity, felt her entire body go numb. All of her inner energy collapsed, leading her to weakly falling into Tang Zheng's embrace, unable to move a single step. The two's posture was very ambiguous as Yi Dingdong's body just collapsed on Tang Zheng's body. Since she started training martial arts at a young age, her body was both pliable and flexible, otherwise she would not have been able to accomplish the highly difficult position she was currently in. Yi Dingdong was greatly shocked. Just now, that one strike, which resulted in her body becoming numb and unmoving, was the pressure point technique from martial arts. He even knows how to use the pressure point technique. Isn't this something only prenatal stage cultivators can do? Could it be that with his young age that he is already a prenatal martial artist? How is this possible? Yi Dingdong was shaken up to the extreme. It must be known that in order to target pressure points, one inner energy must be profound. Moreover, one must be able to recognize the pressure points with great accuracy in order for it to work. But Tang Zheng acted as if he was an old hand and quickly succeeded, so how could she not be shocked? Yi Dingdong, still shocked, was still in the ambiguous position, and even though most people did not notice, Gao Daji, who stood to the side, was looking on dumbstruck. He harshly slapped his face. "Pain, this was not an illusion." Gao Daji was unable to control his anger. This Tang Zheng was simply too shameless to go as far as to use these lowly methods, and to even rub Yi Dingdong's feet. It must be known that this was the beautiful legs he has fantasizes about, yet it was defiled by Tang Zheng, causing him to go crazy. Tang Zheng let out a relaxed breath. Tang Chanzi indeed did not lie to him. Even though he was weaker in strength, this pressure point technique was a sure win move. "Hi hey, little brat, how was it? This move is strong, right?" Tian Chanzi said with satisfaction. "Let me tell you, this pressure point technique can only be used by those in the prenatal stage, but you are able to use it right now, which is our cultivator's advantage. For us cultivators at the beginning, our true chi is more solid and stronger than the inner energy within beginning martial artists. This is only one of many subtle differences between us." Tang Zheng did not acknowledge Tian Chanzi's boast but gazed very closely at Yi Dingdang, getting a closer look at her beauty, and couldn't help but have his heart shaken. Previously he has never gotten this close to another person, especially such a beauty, so some strange feelings couldn't help but arise within his heart. Yi Dingdang recovered, seeing Tang Zheng's strange expression and the two's ambiguous position. Her face couldn't help but blush and she said quietly, "Hurry and release my pressure point. If I release your pressure point, you will just want to fight again, and I am not that stupid as to do that. Will you release me or not?" As a favored child of heaven, Yi Dingdang had never suffered such mistreatment, causing her to feel ashamed and angry. "Not releasing," Tang Zheng stubbornly said. Yi Dingdang was furious. "What are you two doing?" A wave of sound caused by high heels striking the ground rang over along with a surprised cry. Chapter 8, The School's Pretty Boy. Chapter 8, The School's Pretty Boy. Lu Qingmei looked on at the scene in shock. This position, this ambiguity. Didn't Feng Yong say that Tang Zheng was being bullied? This kind of bullying was in reality showing his luck with woman. Feng Yong was dumbstruck. He out of the goodness of his heart called out the teacher to act as a savior, but he ended up disturbing the good time between the two. Tang Zheng was simply too powerful. He just came and has already progressed so far with the great beauty Yi Dingdang. The two, Tang Zheng and Yi Dingdang, upon seeing Lu Qingmei both simultaneously felt like they were heading towards hell. Their hearts were in shock. "Bastard, let me go!" Yi Dingdang angrily roared in shame. Tang Zheng pressed a spot on her legs, allowing Yi Dingdang to recover her mobility, and like lightning she flashed a few steps back, widening the gap between the two. Lu Qingmei wrinkled her eyebrows. Yi Dingdang has always been haughty, and it was said that there were a lot of people who chased after her but none have succeeded. Never would she have thought that Tang Zheng would be the first, causing her to feel a whole new level of respect toward Tang Zheng. "This is a school, please be more aware," Lu Qingmei coldly said. Turning her body she walked away without giving them another look. Yi Dingdang was beyond furious, loudly saying, "Teacher Lu, we aren't doing what you are thinking." Lu Qingmei's head did not turn back as if she did not hear. "Tang Zheng, this is all your fault," Yi Dingdang said, glaring fiercely at Tang Zheng, clenching her teeth, wishing she could eat him alive. Tang Zheng loosened his shoulders and said, "It was you who called me here to the sky platform, so who else can you blame? I only want to earnestly study, but you kept on bothering me." Tang Zheng took a big step off sky platform. Feng Yong looked at him with eyes full of worship, flooded like a continuous torrent of water. Too cool. In this whole school, no one else would dare act so domineering in front of Yi Dingdang. "Sister Dingdang, will you let him off this easily?" Gao Daji asked with an unwilling heart. Yi Dingdang looked at him, coldly snorted and said, "Then what do you want to do? I know a few people outside of school, and can call them to beat him up." Gao Daji's eyes flashed with a hint of fierceness. Yi Dingdang did not give him an answer but coldly smiled, inwardly calling him an idiot, and quickly left sky platform, leaving behind Gao Daji by himself blowing hot air. It wasn't that Yi Dingdang did not have any thoughts of revenge, but since Tang Zheng already knew the pressure point technique, this proved that he was stronger than her, and not just by a level. After all, a prenatal stage martial artist was a true expert, and she had no way of gaining revenge even if she wanted to. Since she was unwilling to return to class to see his face and anger herself to death, she decided to just leave school. As for skipping class, she was already a familiar hand. Tang Zheng walked into the classroom, shaking his head, with Feng Yong eagerly following closely behind him, asking, "Tang Zheng, just how did you get Sister Ding Dang? Let me correct you, she and I have no relations. Tang Zheng said in a straightforward manner. Feng Yan laughed weirdly. Hi hey, if that was called not having any relations, then what is? Hi hey, you guys were just in that position. I did not know that Sister Ding Dang called you out to Sky Platform was for that reason, nor did I know that she was chasing you and was even the type of girl to take the initiative. If I knew, I would not have notified the teacher to disturb the two of you. Tang Zheng did not know whether to laugh or cry. Since Feng Yong was so adamant about the matter, then he was too lazy to correct him. Feng Yong did call the teacher out of worry that he was being bullied, so this let Tang Zheng bear goodwill towards Feng Yong. Tang Zheng, in the future you are my boss and I will be your follower. Feng Yong abruptly said. Tang Zheng was stunned. Just what is with this sequence of events? He never thought about accepting followers, but seeing that Feng Yong's eyes were serious, his heart felt moved. From Gao Daji's attitude toward Feng Yong, he could tell that even though Feng Yong was Class 7's representative, he was marginalized by others. This caused Tang Zheng to unconsciously think about himself during his period of trouble, causing him to have feelings caused by a fellow sufferer empathizing with another. Okay, follow me and no one will dare bully you. Tang Zheng said, his words both powerful and resonating. Feng Yong's heart was like a blossoming flower, and suddenly nodded his head. Yes, boss. Hi, Sister Ding Dang is beautiful, and since she is already chasing you, then boss's luck with woman must not be superficial. But, towards woman, you can't agree too quickly and must tease their appetite. Stop. Tang Zheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Feng Yong actually passed on a trick on picking up girls. When morning class concluded, Tang Zheng did not see Yi Ding Dang again and couldn't help but feel disappointed as his chance of absorbing purine energy was gone, so he could only study and cultivate. Within the dining hall, Tang Zheng got his lunch and was immersing himself in his food. Cheng International School's dining hall was not only majestic and splendid, but the taste was definitely top-notch and definitely could not be compared to any public school. The reason was because the chefs were gathered from 5-star hotels and the food was separated into Eastern and Western food. Among them was exotic delicacies with exceptional taste. Even though Tang Zheng was excused from the tuition, his living costs still had to be provided by himself, so for every meal he chose the cheapest vegetables, but even so this sum of money was no small expenditure. See, that is Tang Zheng, who used to be first in the whole city but is now dead last. Hi hey, he really is a genius. You still don't know, he's been kicked out of class 1 and is now in hell class. All your news are outdated. Today there is another major news. It was said that Yi Ding Dang is chasing him. Fuck, no way, why would Yi Ding Dang like him? How is he fitting for Yi Ding Dang, who has such a heavenly appearance? Really, the forums are already blowing up with this news. I'll go look immediately. This is definitely the biggest news of the year. Tang Zheng was originally unperturbed, since for the past few months he has heard so much frigid irony and scorching satire that his ears have become numb to it, but after hearing towards the end he was shocked. How did matters between him and Yi Ding Dang blow up on the internet? Cheng's forum was created by several students who loved to work with technology, quickly making a name for itself. It is reported that any event, whether big or small, will appear in the forum. Tang Zheng's phone was not a smartphone, but the old grandpa phones that can only call and send text messages, so he was unable to see the forum or what it says, but that did not stop him from speculating. At the time the event occurred there were only 5 people present. There was absolutely no way for it to be Yi Ding Dang or Lu Qingmei, leaving only De Gaoji and Feng Yong. Since De Gaoji suffered a loss and probably wouldn't seek more embarrassment, the answer lay with Feng Yong. Boss, so you were sitting here, I looked for you for half a day. Speak of the devil, and the devil appears, Feng Yong carrying a plate and walked over. Boss, this time you are famous, hon, I want to see just who won't give you face in the future. What did you do now? Of course it was to announce your glorious achievements. Boss, you don't know, but in this school there are countless boys who are drooling over Yi Ding Dang, but this time Yi Ding Dang actually took the initiative to chase you. This news ought to make them give up. Feng Yong said excitedly. The forum discussion was started by you? Of course, I am one of the forum moderators. This piece of news was written by me after 2 painstaking periods. I feel that I am not this serious when writing essays for school. Give your phone to me. Tang Zheng took Tang Yong's phone without further explanation and entered the forum, glancing at the pinned hot topic message. Even the name of the message sounded cool. Campus Bell Yi Ding Dong's man? Tang Zheng nearly spit out blood. Since when did he become the campus bell's man? In actuality, this message did not need to be pinned at the top, since even without it, it would be pushed up as underneath in the comments section. There were already 1,000 comments, which was quickly increasing. The message vividly described Yi Dingdong's wholehearted admiration for Tang Zheng, then continued by recounting her hot pursuit and reluctance to part. Moreover, it also mentioned how she invited him to Sky Platform to speak of her heart's feeling. Finally, the message concluded with an analysis that Yi Dingdong must have long since felt affection for Tang Zheng, which explains why all her previous suitors ended with one result, and that was rejection. Previously, they were not in the same class and she therefore did not have any opportunities, but now that they are in the same class, she has decided to commence her pursuit with great passion. Anyways, the message from head to end was filled with reason and basis, making others unable to do anything but believe it. There were various different comments. Some were cursing Tang Zheng, saying he was a toad wanting to eat swam meat, while others were crying out an injustice. A person even commented that he was so handsome and wealthy, but how come he was still unable to get on Yi Dingdong's good side? Tang Zheng didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he read, and was also left speechless. Boss, my writing is pretty good, right? Hi, hey, this girl has been taken. Sister Dingdong is now your person. Feng Yong said with great flourish. Tang Zheng fiercely started at him and said, "This is all your fault." Feng Yong was shocked. What's wrong, boss? Did I not write enough? There is absolutely nothing going on between Yi Dingdong and me. I know, but that was before. In the future something will definitely happen. I want to keep low-key. Tang Zheng said helplessly. Feng Yong laughed. Hi, hey, boss, you are the school's most popular person and have many pairs of eyes staring at you. How could you possibly remain low-key? From my perspective, you have to be high-key, and let everyone look up to you. This is how you will look cool. Tang Zheng opened his mouth and sighed. Nothing will come of blaming Feng Yong. Boss, look, you have now charged up to become the school's #1 popular character. Feng Yong pointed at one of the forum's popular list. The forum, based on the traffic flow of people, will create a list of most popular people, and previously when Tang Zheng got on the list was after his injury, when he went from first place to last place, bringing about many taunts and ridicules. From then on, he has never made it on the popular list until today after the explosion of this news, making him a popular figure. Xiao Fei was also looking at the forum and saw that the name at the top of the school's most popular list and felt as if a steel needle was stabbing into his heart. A savage glint flashed past his eyes. Fuck, how come he appeared on the list again? Moreover, it is because Yi Dingdong is chasing after him. What a joke. What would Yi Dingdong see in him? Towards Yi Dingdong's beautiful appearance, it wasn't that his heart was moved, but that he was weary of the rose that carried thorns, hence why he liked Feng Shishir more, as she was like a gentle lotus flower. A salty fish wants to make a turnover. He's dreaming. This time I will make it so that you aren't able to turn over your fortune. Xiao Fei schemed, then went straight to look for Gao Daji. Gao Daji fiercely slammed down the phone within his hands onto the ground. The feeling of unwillingness welling within himself caused him to stomp his feet. He said with unrestrainable fury, "A bunch of nonsense, what rubbish." Chapter 9, Sowing Dissension. Chapter 9, Sowing Dissension. Xiao Fei understood the situation immediately and asked, Gao Daji, what is going on with you? Who pissed you off? Gao Daji gave Xiao Fei a look. The two knew one another, but there was no further interaction between them. Gao Daji has never liked Xiao Fei, believing his every movement to carry a wave of gloominess. What does it concern you? Gao Daji said without any good tone. A flash of anger swept past Xiao Fei's eyes, each minding their own business, and said, Today I saw a message, and thought that I should notify you. What message? On Cheng forums it is said that Yi Dingdong is chasing Tang Zheng. Since I knew that you have always been pursing Yi Dingdang, so I thought I might tell you that some people seem harmless, but if you are too late to defend, be careful to not suffer a major lose. Xiao Fei said pointedly. Gao Daji angrily said, "What is your meaning?" Xiao Fei smiled and said, "You know what I mean. You want to make me go against Tang Zheng? What of it, scared? Right now you are already not in a good position, unless don't tell me that you are afraid of him?" Xiao Fei said provokingly. "Who said I was afraid? He's just an egg. Your daddy can easily crush him to death." Gao Daji refuted, but couldn't help but unconsciously recall the scene that occurred on Sky Platform. He, himself, ate dog shit that day and Yi Dingdang seemingly lost without reason, causing him to be unable to see through Tang Zheng's strength. Does this mean that he is pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger? You and Tang Zheng were in the same class for 2 years, can he fight? Gao Daji asked. Xiao Fei acted as if he just heard the world's funniest joke and couldn't help but laugh loudly. Can he fight? Are you kidding with me? He is just a bookworm who doesn't have the strength to even tussle with a chicken. Gao Daji appeared to understand. If Tang Zheng really knew how to fight, then half a year ago he wouldn't have been struck in the head by others, making him an idiot. So, it seems like he was just too careless today, which resulted in his lose. Gao Daji, Tang Zheng is treacherous and cunning. If you hesitate, Yi Dingdang will really become his person. Xiao Fei said, fanning the fire. You're dreaming! Gao Daji roared. He bitterly chased after Yi Dingdang for 2 years without any results, and has always unconsciously thought of Yi Dingdang as his. So, he wouldn't allow any other person to get her. Xiao Fei, you want to use me to get rid of Tang Zheng? Gao Daji coldly said, his pupil constricting. Even though Gao Daji was a blockhead, he was not an idiot. Xiao Fei's schemes were completely seen through by him. Xiao Fei coldly laughed and said, I am just looking out for you. Hong, you and I are not that close. But I heard that Tang Zheng's grades have always pressed down upon your head. You, a class representative even with your wealthy family background, still can't compare with Tang Zheng. Even, Fong sure looks to Tang Zheng, and this doesn't make you jealous? What is there to be jealous about? Xiao Fei said while his heart said otherwise. Gao Daji laughed, lying in front of me is pointless, it's not like I will reveal you. Moreover, half a year ago when Tang Zheng was attacked, hey, I don't think that matter is as simple as it looks. You wouldn't happen to have played a part in that, would you? Xiao Fei's expression abruptly changed, as if his secret was pried into by someone else, and he hurriedly denied it. You can eat random stuff, but you can't speak random words. Gao Daji loosened his shoulders and said, whether you did it or not has no influence on me whatsoever. Anyways, this time I will take care of Tang Zheng. I heard you know a few lackeys from outside our school. Xiao Fei said with some thought. Gao Daji coldly laughed, declining to comment. Tang Zheng returned back to class and discovered that his classmates were looking at him strangely. He could only coldly laugh and continue to bury his head in his studies and cultivation. The pressure point technique Tian Chanzi had imparted to him was of great interest to him, but towards all the other body's pressure points he was still considered unknowledgeable. Tian Chanzi patiently explained to him every single one of them. His learning speed was exceptional and every pressure point's location and their function was firmly remembered. After today, if he were to face someone stronger than him, he would have a method at his disposal that would provide him with an invincible trump card. But since his true chi was still not strong and thick enough, he could only lock his opponent's power for 5 minutes. According to Tian Chanzi, if the pressure point technique was practiced to the apex, it could even lock someone for a whole lifetime, not allowing them to move even a single step. Tang Zheng thought about it for a moment, infatuated. This pressure point technique was just too awesome. Little brat, in the end this pressure point technique is just an insignificant technique. To us cultivators, the body lock technique is truly impressive. Just by chanting the incantation, even without touching your opponent, you are able to lock them in place. Tian Chanzi snorted in disdain and said. Tang Zheng felt his heart blossom, and said, then can you tell me when I can learn this technique? 3rd grade refining chi realm. Tang Zheng clenched his teeth. He must reach 3rd grade refining chi realm as fast as possible. this was like a watershed. He must cultivate to third grade refining Qi realm because both learning techniques and also refining the life-continuing pill require him to reach that stage. Tang Zheng felt his time was really too limited. When the bell that released the students rang, everyone carried their bags and headed home. Feng Yong followed after Tang Zheng's side chirping without stop. Boss, what school are you preparing to test into? Is it Yanjing University in Beijing? Feng Yong asked with great curiosity. Tang Zheng suddenly froze. He previously was unable to study and basically did not consider this problem, but right now, since he has recovered, just where should he attend school? If he were to leave Changheng City, then he would have no way of taking care of his grandfather. I don't know, it's still early. I'll think about it later, he said, his heart evidently not with him. Hey, boss is so smart, you definitely can get into Yanjing University, Feng Yong said. Which university do you want to test into? Tang Zheng asked. Feng Yong dispiritedly answered, with my grades, just testing into Sanben would be enough for me to thank the heavens, but my family already used their connection to get me into Yanjing University. Over there the resources are abundant and the networks are numerous. In the future, if I were to meet more people, it would be beneficial to me taking over the family business. What does your family do? Tang Zheng casually asked. Feng Yong's expression turned embarrassed and said awkwardly, just a small business. Tang Zheng, seeing that he did not want to speak about it, did not investigate further. I see that our classmates aren't stupid, but how come they just aren't able to raise their grades? Tang Zheng asked in curiosity. After listening for the day, he discovered that the teacher was very skillful and did not lose one bit to the teacher of Class 1. The teachers Peng Cheng International School Higher are all top of the line teachers within the country. The teachers are all capable, even if it was the hell class teacher who taught the lowest class. Everyone is the child of a wealthy family, and several people's family already pulled some connections to get them into good universities, so why should they work so hard to learn? Feng Yong's single phrase answered the mystery. Tang Zheng shook his head. He really could not understand the minds of these silk pants boys and said, relying on one's parents is not considered growing up and learning. To hit steal one's own body has to be hard. Feng Yong's face grew red and said, boss's words are correct. Hee, I am not talking about you, just voicing my own opinions. No, these words are words my father often says. It's just that I have never attached any importance to them, but I dare say that it's too late now. My foundations are poor and there are only 3 months till the big high school exam. To profess devotion in time of trouble is not going to help. Feng Yong hopelessly said. No, polishing your weapon before battle does not make it faster, but at least makes it shinier. As long as you have heart, your grade will definitely change for the better. Tang Zheng said firmly. Feng Yong, in the future you will take extra classes from me and I guarantee that your score will rise. Since Feng Yong already addresses him as boss, this boss can't just be for show. Feng Yong was overly joyful to have this amazing student help him. Then his crappy scores can most definitely be raised, and his allowance will naturally increase. Thinking up to here, his eyes couldn't help but give off light. I will find some time to put together a study plan for you, and then make some time to teach you. Okay, thank you, boss. You, who are you calling boss, fatty? You should at least find a decent person to be your boss, choosing this trashy brat. You sure have no eyes. Suddenly, the two found themselves surrounded by 6 fiendish lackeys, blocking their way. What are you guys going to do? Feng Yong asked in fear. Fatty, scram to the side, this does not concern you. The lackey waved his hand and said with annoyance. His eyes stared dead straight at Tang Zheng. You guys are here to deal with me? Tang Zheng's pupils constricted. He unconsciously recalled the event from several months ago when he was attacked by others. Without even seeing who his attackers were, he was hit on the head once and continually beaten by several people until he fainted. During the whole event he did not even see one of his attackers clearly. As of today he now possessed martial arts, so if anyone dared to bully him they were simply seeking death. Hey, so you are Tang Zheng. There is someone who wants to teach you a lesson that people must know their place. There are just some people who you can't afford to offend. The lackey said with joyful satisfaction. What do you mean? This little brat has turned silly from reading all those books. Let me tell you it this way, in the future stay away from Yi Ding Dang, and don't think of stuff like being the toad who wants to eat swan meat. The lackey said with an all-high and almighty attitude. Tang Zheng speechlessly looked at Feng Yong, whose face turned bitter, before saying, Boss, I didn't know things would turn out like this. Just who sent you? Tang Zheng asked. F***K, you have no right to ask, brothers, attack. Stop. Feng Yong said, trembling, open your dog eyes and take a look around, this is Peng Cheng International School, if you dare make a move here, be careful if you aren't able to suffer the consequences. Hi hey, who are you trying to scare? This little brat is merely a destitute boy, who would take a stand for him. Moreover, this is outside of the school and not within the school. The lackey said, having long since prepared a counterattack, thinking highly of himself. Tang Zheng looked at his surroundings and discovered his fellow classmates pointing, but not a person stepped out to help. Even the school security guard who was originally walking over saw that it was Tang Zheng and resentfully walked away. It appeared that even he knew of Tang Zheng's identity and that he had fallen from the altar, becoming an insignificant person. There were also many people within the crowd who were coldly mocking Tang Zheng, wanting to get on Yi Dingdong's good side, believing that he was asking for trouble. Those that liked Yi Dingdang found joy within Tang Zheng's misery. Gao Daji and Xiao Fei also hid within the crowd, watching from a distance. The corners of their mouths were raised in a cold but satisfied smile. Boss, I will block them, you hurry and run, they will not dare do anything to me. Feng Yong said while he quietly stood in front of Tang Zheng in order not to be stained with dishonor. Tang Zheng's heart was shocked, he pulled Feng Yong back, who anxiously urged, Boss, while the green hills last, there will be hope, you are not their opponent. Idiom, while the green hills last, there will be hope equals where there is life, there is hope. Chapter 10, An Overnight Celebrity. Chapter 10, An Overnight Celebrity. Little brat, you sure are useless, you still need this little fatty to protect you, such a useless boss. The lackey mocked. Tang Zheng's face did not change. He turned to Feng Yong and said, you step to the side and watch, I will be fine, they can't do anything to me. Feng Yong was shocked, he had carefully investigated Tang Zheng's situation and never heard that he could fight. Just as he was about to advise against him, he saw Tang Zheng's firm-set eyes, and swallowed the words that were at the tip of his tongue. Tang Zheng glanced at his surroundings and discovered that there were many people stretching out their necks watching the scene. He did not want to make a move in the public area with many people watching, since he still wanted to keep low-key. How about we go to the alley there, making a move here is troublesome. Tang Zheng suggested. The lackeys were shocked, then smiled without any good intent. This brat has turned stupid from reading too many books. Okay, us brothers will satisfy you and go to the alley, but let me tell you, to not even think about running. In reality, making a move in front of so many people caused a bit of uncertainty within the lackey, since if the brat decided to call the police to investigate the matter, with so many eyewitnesses they could only leave. So, when they heard Tang Zheng's words, they felt extremely pleased, as they believed this person to be scared silly. Boss, I will go with you. Feng Yong gathered up his balls and loudly said. No need, you stay outside of the alley and keep watch, don't let other people walk in. Tang Zheng said. Feng Yong wanted to refute but was stopped by Tang Zheng's eyes. The alley was not deep, but there was no one present. The 6 lackeys brought Tang Zheng to the middle of the alley, smiling evilly. If you tell me who sent you, I can let you guys experience less pain. Tang Zheng said with a straight face. Little brat, it seems like you were scared silly. Brothers, attack. A voice ordered, and the many lackeys attacked with their hands and feet. Tang Zheng's mouth curled up in a cold smile, his hands moved like lightning, using the heaven-gathering hand. The sky was filled with hand shadows, as if there was a net that covered the sky, preventing the lackeys from escaping. Pong pang pang. Sound after sound rang out, 5 of the lackeys were sent flying, smashing against the wall, involuntarily and pitifully crying out for their mom and dads, appearing to be incomparably wretched. The leader of the lackeys stared on foolishly. In the moment it took to strike a spark from flint, they had already lost. Who the hell was this ****King evil kid? Tang Zheng walked towards him, his face cold, staring the lackey into hurriedly retreating, while pulling out a dagger from his waist, trying to appear fierce when he was scared at heart, shouting, "Don't come over, otherwise I will stab you to death." Reckless. Tang Zheng dodged with his face, then appeared before the other. The lackey stabbed forward but felt his hands pass through empty air. His dagger appeared in Tang Zheng's hands without his knowing how. Tang Zheng took a hold of the dagger, drawing in the air with it. His opponent looked on in a daze. Suddenly, a cold light flashed and the dagger was pressed against the lackey's throat. The lackey was scared pale and loudly shouted, "What are you going to do?" He already knew that he had provoked an expert and that he was completely unable to afford offending him, but he also did not want to immediately beg for his life since that would be incredibly shameful. "Speak, who sent you?" Tang Zheng coldly asked. "Kill me if you dare." The lackey gathered up his balls and said. Tang Zheng's ice grew cold. The lackeys felt his heart grow cold. The Tang Zheng today, with a move of his hand or a shift of his foot, carried with it a deadly force, especially when he is angered. The energy he gave off from within his body was not something ordinary people were capable of withstanding. "Since that is the case, then let me fulfill your wish." Tang Zheng stabbed forward, the dagger cut into the skin on his throat. The lackey, pale face, frighteningly shouted, "It was Gao Daji, Gao Daji. Gao Daji." The dagger suddenly halted. Tang Zheng's 2 eyebrows lifted up. "Gao Daji, you and I have no hatred between us, yet you tell other people to come deal with me." Very good, then I will definitely not let you go." Tang Zheng never took the initiative to find trouble but was not afraid of others. Since others have already came knocking on the door, then he definitely can't hide, otherwise it would be the same as smashing his own head in. A knife strike landed on the lackey's throat and he weakly fell to the floor. Feng Yang was anxious like a cat on a hot tin can, pacing back and forth in front of the small alley. He originally wanted to go in and investigate, but thinking about Tang Zheng's firm eyes, he wavered. Since the boss is so confident that nothing will go wrong, Buddha please protect him, boss will definitely be fine. Feng Yang said to himself comfortingly when suddenly a familiar figure walked out. Feng Yang's eyes was set alight and he charged towards him, and walked around him. "Boss, you are fine?" Tang Zheng smiled and said, "Look at me, do you think something is wrong? They didn't make a move?" Feng Yang said, hardly believing. That group of people did not seem like they had good intentions. How could they leave matters just like that? Tang Zheng said mysteriously, "We are learned people, if we can use our mouths then we most definitely can't make a move with our hands. They listened to me and corrected their former ways." "Really?" Feng Yang said, still unbelieving. Tang Zheng did not reply. His eye made a sweep, and saw a single person, Gao Daji. Gao Daji was also looking at him. Frightened, he hurriedly hid from Tang Zheng's gaze. Gao Daji was confused. How come Tang Zheng appeared safe and unharmed? How come his nose wasn't bloody and his face swollen? Did the group of lackeys take the money and not do anything? To ****King unethical. But he did not have enough time to think as Tang Zheng was walking towards him. Gao Daji hurriedly hid from Tang Zheng, while other people were looking flabbergastedly at Tang Zheng, especially Qiao Fei, whose eyes were blank and his open mouth could fit a chicken's egg. "Gao Daji, where are you running off to?" Tang Zheng said in ridicule. Gao Daji couldn't help but not halt his steps and turn his body, his face ugly. "Just where am I running? Did you do something shameful? Is that why you are running?" "Who did something shameful? You better not venomously slander others." Gao Daji angrily refuted, face beet red. Before this, he did not put Tang Zheng in his eyes, but now in his eyes, Tang Zheng was filled with a secretive air, which caused him to not help but feel fear. "The other lackeys already gave you up, yet you still do not dare admit? What rubbish, you and I have nothing to say, so I am going home." Gao Daji said in a hurry, as he prepared to leave. How could Tang Zheng let him succeed just like that? But right now everyone's eyes were watching, so he couldn't do anything. That didn't mean that he will let him go without teaching him a lesson, because if he did he wouldn't be able to release his pent-up energy. His hand reached out and Gao Daji immediately couldn't move, maintaining the posture of walking forward like that of a statue. "What did you do?" Gao Daji's face turned pale, giving it his all yet discovering that he couldn't move. Tang Zheng smiled in a mysterious manner, minding his own business, and walked away. Gao Daji was badly shaken since he has never placed in such a situation before, and as if he had seen a ghost he cried out loudly, "Tang Zheng, don't leave, please let me go." Tang Zheng turned a deaf ear and with big steps, walked away. Feng Yong gazed foolishly as he looked at Gao Daji's comical-looking expression before he suddenly chased after Tang Zheng and asked, "Boss, what happened with him? Why did he suddenly turn into a wooden man?" Tang Zheng loosened his shoulders and said, "Maybe it's because he's done so many evil deeds that God is punishing him. He deserved it." You don't know just how arrogant Gao Daji normally is, sitting atop his high horse, using his strength to bully the weak, causing several students in our class hate him to death. "All right, boss, today when you entered the classroom that bucket of water was placed there by him. He often plays evil pranks to mess with people," Feng Yong said, releasing his pent-up energy. Tang Zheng tacitly understood that Feng Yong must have suffered quite a bit of torment under Gao Daji's hands, causing his anger to burn even brighter. Even so, in the end they are still classmates, so this time he will let him off with a little lesson, by pressuring his pressure points so that he can suffer a few minutes of shame. In the future he wouldn't dare to bully anyone else, Tang Zheng lightly said. Feng Yong's eyes flamed, his heart was like a mirror. Even though Tang Zheng didn't clearly say it, he knew that Gao Daji's current predicament was most definitely caused by Tang Zheng. Following such a boss is really King awesome. "Tang Zheng, don't leave, hurry and release me," Gao Daji pitifully cried out, drawing a lot of attention upon himself. Everyone seeing his face as red as a monkey's but pointed and laughed, mocking with frigid irony and scorching satire. Gao Daji simply was going crazy, never had he suffered such humiliation. Just what the K was happening, a sense of dread unconsciously welled up from the deepest parts of his heart. Xiao Fei stared coldly from the side, he couldn't place his hands on it. Gao Daji was most definitely not acting, so there must be something wrong with his body. What really confused him was that he didn't see Tang Zheng make any move, so how come Gao Daji is standing there like a wooden statue? Xiao Fei's heart suddenly lurched and he walked towards the alleyway only to discover it empty. The lackeys seemed to have ran away, leaving him no way of finding out just what in the world was happening. Xiao Fei's expression turned dark as he stared at Tang Zheng's disappearing back, fiercely biting his teeth. Just what happened to this cripple's body that made him seem to have changed person overnight? Put on. Suddenly, a stifled sound rang out, followed by a pitiful cry, preceded by the image of Gao Daji fiercely slamming into the ground like a dog eating shit. The pressure point technique could only last for 5 minutes, and after these 5 minutes were up, Gao Daji's pressure point would naturally unlock itself. Due to him being in an awkward position and also struggling with all his might, when his pressure point was released, it caused him to be unstable and slammed to the ground. Ha ha! The crowd exploded in a definitive laugh. Gao Daji wanted nothing more than to find a crack and burrow into it. In the end, battered and exhausted, he crawled up, leaving the school as if he were escaping. This event was immediately put on the Peng Cheng forum, and even though they did not understand what exactly happened with Gao Daji, they were sure that it was definitely Tang Zheng who caused him to have a face full of grime and dirt. Anyway, Gao Daji has completely lost all of his face, falling rock bottom, and Tang Zheng's interest level skyrocketed. The first place and second place on the school's most popular list now has a large gap. But then again, Gao Daji also appeared on the school's popular list because of this matter, but everyone was making fun of him. Gao Daji never would have thought that he would make it onto the school's popular list for this reason. After Tang Zheng parted ways with Feng Yong, he ran home. Suddenly, he stopped his steps and from afar he saw that in front of his small house was a messy pile. Among the discarded items was his old books, which his grandfather treated like treasures. His heart froze, his face turned pale, and he rushed towards his house shouting, "Grandfather!" Chapter 11, Intimidation. Chapter 11, Intimidation. Grandfather, Tang Zheng, seeing his grandfather lying on his bed with the house a mess, couldn't help but feel a deep-seated sense of fear. "Little Zheng, you came back," Tang Dahai said without energy. Tang Zheng felt his heart loosen. He had thought that something had happened and that his grandfather had forever left him. He hurriedly ran forward and discovered that his grandfather's face was deathly pale. His complexion looked terrible. "Grandfather, who did this?" Tang Dahai sat up and benevolently rubbed Tang Zheng's head and squeezed out a thin smile, saying, "You don't need to worry about it, everything is over now." "No, I must find that bastard and get revenge," Tang Zheng roared in a low voice. Tang Dahai's face deepened and he panted out, "Little Zheng, you are not allowed to say such dirty words." "Good child, listen to me, go clean up the house and I'll go make food. After eating dinner you will rest early, you still have class tomorrow." Tang Zheng wanted to say more, but seeing his grandfather's firm eyes he could only shift the topic. "Grandfather, you rest up, I will clean up and cook." Tang Dahai did not continue pursuing the matter and loosened his breath, saying, "Little Zheng's cooking skills far surpasses grandfather's, then grandfather will continue being lazy." Tang Zheng squeezed out a thin bitter smile, and thought to himself while he was silently cleaning up the house, "Grandfather has always been kind, never getting angry at another person, but has always been bullied by others, even having our own house smashed in. Since grandfather is unwilling to say who did it because he must be afraid of me being implicated, but I will definitely not let those bastards to get away with this. This must be related to the event that occurred in the dumpster. He must have called the brother who of his, hung, I must find him." Tang Zheng spent a solid 2 hours cleaning up the house and cooking. After eating an early dinner he went to rest early. He laid on his bed, quietly listened to the activity within grandfather's room, waiting for his grandfather to fall asleep before quietly getting up from his bed and leaving from the window, quickly disappeared under the cover of darkness. Midnight. Shangshi Bar. It was the time when the bars were the most crowded, the loud clamorous music was deafening and all types of guys and girls moved about. This was the first time Tang Zheng came to a bar, and inevitably felt some curiosity towards it, seeing everyone wearing revealing clothing, and guys and girls openly touching each other, their face showing a hint of red, while their heart was overwhelmed by emotions. He hurriedly calmed himself, looked about his surroundings in search of his target. He heard that brother whose headquarters was Shangshi Bar, and he was here a large portion of the time. But he discovered upon his arrival that it was filled with people, making it impossible to find someone. Suddenly a familiar figure appeared within his sight, Dong Zi. Dong Zi's 2 arms were wrapped in plastic as he walked straight up the 2nd floor of the bar. Tang Zheng followed close behind. "Halt!" 2 big men stood in front of the stairs, blocking Tang Zheng. "Do not come any closer. The 2nd floor is private and only employees are allowed in. If you want to play, then stay on the 1st floor. Tang Zheng, seeing Dong Zi was going to disappear at the end of the corridor, could not help but reveal himself. His hands flashed like lightning, striking the 2 big men's chest, causing them to clasp their chest and fall heavily onto the floor. Tang Zheng's body flashed forward in pursuit, seeing Dong Zi enter into a room and immediately closed the door, which at the same time prevented him from hearing the contents discussed within the room as it was soundproof. He used a foot to kick open the door, causing a bellow to ring out within the room. "Who dares? Do you not know this place is restricted?" Tang Zheng measured his surroundings. The room had 2 males and 1 female. Tang Zheng was completely focused on one of the males. This person had the back of a tiger and the waist of a bear. His stature was high, exposing his arms. His chest was tattooed with a fierce tiger, giving a sense of strength. Within the man's embrace was a pretty and flirtatious woman. Her collars were wide open, revealing snowy whiteness. The male's hands were currently within her collars, causing the woman to continuously release lovable laughter. "You are brother who?" Tang Zheng stared straight at him and asked. Lin Hu's eyes stared at this uninvited guest and asked, "Who are you, daring to step into my territory?" Dong Zi already recognized Tang Zheng because his face was in his nightmares, making it impossible to forget. He hurriedly said aloud, "Brother Hu, I recognize this kid. He is the grandson of the old man who was picking up trash at the dumpster. It's you! Lin Hu's pupils shrank, revealing his anger. Little brother, do you know that I was just looking for you and yet you walked right into a trap? Hung, I walked right into a trap? I don't think so. If you bunch of despicable lowlife can all charge at me all you want, since you destroyed my house and even beat up my grandfather, I will settle this debt with you today. Tang Zheng angrily said in a low voice, looking like a furious tiger. Lin Hu's face revealed hints of suspicion, looked at Dong Zi, who hurriedly said, Brother Hu, it wasn't me, I was still looking all over for where the brat was. What nonsense, of course you would not admit it. Tang Zheng would definitely not believe the other's excuses. I am a man of character, unafraid of acting and doing. If I did it I will stick up to it. I, Lin Hu, have stayed in Jianghu for many years and everyone is clear with my personality. If it was something I did, I will most definitely not deny it. Lin Hu swore. Little brat, don't you dare speak casually, otherwise if I really did find you I will definitely hit you till all your teeth fall out, not allowing you to stand there. Dong Zi arrogantly said. Tang Zheng's eyebrows pinched together, his eye unable to leave Brother Hu, discovering his eyes to be firm. Could it be that it wasn't him? Then who could it possibly be? But Dong Zi's words raised an alarm within Tang Zheng, since even though this matter wasn't caused by them they were clearly unwilling to put this matter down, and was looking for them all over, waiting for the chance at revenge. It seems like your last lesson was not enough. Tang Zheng coldly said, staring at Dong Zi. Dong Zi's heart jumped and he couldn't help but look at his arms in a cast. That tearing pain rose up within his heart. Little brother, you really don't put me in your eyes saying such harsh words in my territory. Lin Hu said with power. Tang Zheng cast Lin Hu a glance. This person is definitely not good, since he was a second-grade body refining realm martial artist. Even so, Tang Zheng was not worried and said, since you guys want to go against me, you still expect me to put you within my eyes. Hong, aren't you thinking too much? It's good to be a youth full of vigor, but being too arrogant may bring about unexpected calamity. Brother Hu sounded out coldly, in warning. Brother Hu, since it's this brat, what's the point in saying so much? Just fiercely beat him up, and let him know our strength. Dong Zi clamored. With the door kicked open, 10 lackeys hurriedly charged in, surrounding Tang Zheng and looked at him like they were looking at their prey before saying, Brother Hu, the two brothers at the entrance were put down by this brat. Ah, it seems like he does have some power. Brother Hu joked, but his hands still haven't left the pretty girl's boobs, massaging it without restraint, causing her to delicately laugh out. Since you came knocking, then as the host I have to properly take care of you, because if this were to spread then wouldn't I be a laughingstock? Suddenly, Lin Hu's expression darkened. Attack! The lackeys charged towards Tang Zheng, while Tang Zheng also made his move like a whirlwind, charging towards Brother Hu like lightning. His body took a big leap and he jumped over the table, like that of a great Peng spreading its wings, defeating one's enemy by catching the chief. Lin Hu was shocked. Never did he expect Tang Zheng's speed to be so fast. Appearing before him in the blink of an eye, his arms struck out, trying to gain the advantage by taking the initiative. Both hands struck out and Tang Zheng was sent flying backwards. His big hands grabbed hold of the table to stabilize himself before sending himself forward again. Lin Hu released a roar and pushed the woman in his embrace forward to strike against Tang Zheng's chest. Tang Zheng reached out a hand and grabbed something soft. It was the woman's boobs, causing the woman to unconsciously scream out, "You pervert!" Tang Zheng felt a bit embarrassed. His hands moved to his side and the girl fell to the side, but Lin Hu, who was hiding behind the girl, suddenly closed in. Tang Zheng firmly took a fist, slamming harshly against the table. "Grab him!" Dong Zi's voice rang out and all the lackeys came charging forward, since if they can pin down his body then he will have nowhere to escape. "Little brat, hurry and defeat the head, otherwise you are done for," Tian Chanzi hurriedly reminded. "No need to say any more, I know." Tang Zheng flipped up into the air like a carp, then evaded all the lackeys surrounding him before once again charging towards Lin Hu. Heaven Gathering Hand prevented Lin Hu from evading, pushing him against the wall, leaving him with nowhere to go. He was shocked in his heart. Just what is this kid's background that he is so strong? But before he could become distracted, Tang Zheng had already released a torrent of fists. Lin Hu hurriedly resisted. Peng, one strong fist caused him to slap against the wall. Pang pang pang. Followed by several more attacks, Tang Zheng's speed was just too fast and Lin Hu was unable to block it all, causing him to fall within Tang Zheng's grasp. Tang Zheng finally loosened his breath. Thankfully his series of attacks flowed smoothly, otherwise he would not have been so successful. Even though the other was a second-grade body refining realm practitioner, he did not train in any strong martial arts, otherwise Tang Zheng would not have it this easy. Tang Zheng guessed correctly. When Lin Hu was younger he once had a master and could be considered to have entered the world of martial arts. In the end his master was no expert and he only learned some superficial knowledge, but with his 10 years of experience he managed to train up to the second-grade refining body realm, which towards any other ordinary person would be more than enough, but towards Tang Zheng it was nothing. It must be known that even though the heaven-gathering hand, which Tian Chanzi was an elementary martial arts technique, it was still a technique from 1,000 years ago which was practiced and refined by countless amount of people, having all the trash removed, leaving behind only the essence. Don't move! Tang Zheng loudly roared while clenching Lin Hu's throat. All of the lackeys stopped and looked at him in fear, afraid of what he might do next. Evidently, Tang Zheng being able to catch their boss right under their eyes gave them a huge shock. Dong Zi walked out and glaringly said, "Little brat, hurry up and release brother Hu, otherwise I will cut you into pieces." Tang Zheng coldly laughed, completely unafraid. "Then why don't you give it a try and see if it's your boss who dies first, or me who dies first?" Lin Hu's face was ashen. This time he really did messed up big time, actually being caught by a youth in front of all his brothers. "Little brother, you actually want to do this?" Brother Hu deeply asked. Tang Zheng's heart moved, and a plan was formed. Chapter 12, As long as I have breath in my body, our clasped hands will not falter. Chapter 12, As long as I have breath in my body, our clasped hands will not falter. Tang Zheng's original intention was to fiercely teach these guys a lesson so that they will never dare to wreak havoc again. But he discovered that it was not them who did it, which caused him to feel extremely uncomfortable, that there was someone else who was out for him. Just based on his one-person ability, looking for them would not be easy, but since Brother Hu was ahead, maybe he would have some methods. Tang Zheng looked at Lin Hu and said, "You guys keep on saying that this matter was not caused by you. But how do I know if what you say is true unless you guys can take out some evidence?" "How could we bring out any evidence?" Dong Zi roared in discontent. Lin Hu's heart brightened, then he glared at Dong Zi, "Shut up." Then he turned to Tang Zheng, "You are telling us to find these people?" Tang Zheng's mouth faintly curled up. This leader was indeed smarter than his lackeys. "That's correct, as long as you find the people who did it, then you guys are able to wash away any doubts." Lin Hu was also stifling a wave of anger. Someone actually dared to cause trouble in his territory, ultimately making him the scapegoat. How could this be? If this was revealed to the public, then he would be a laughing stock. He also wanted to find the bastard. "No problem." Lin Hu agreed. "Very good, but you guys also wanted to deal with me, so how should I settle this debt?" Tang Zheng's face deepened as he coldly asked. "What do you want to do?" Tang Zheng had long since formed a plan. He couldn't possibly do something to these people since this was still a society based on laws. Even though he suddenly became stronger, he couldn't possibly overturn these decades-old views, so he couldn't just kill everyone. "You promise not to go to the dumpster area to cause problems," Tang Zheng resolutely and decisively said. Lin Hu hesitated. He previously did not value that area until someone coincidentally picked up an antique which caught his interest. "What, you aren't willing?" Tang Zheng's expression turned cold. "No, I promise you." Lin Hu hurried said, giving up that piece of land would not bring him any harm since picking up trash was not something people would do if they were given a choice. Also, in this situation the most important thing was to please Tang Zheng. "Very good," Tang Zheng said, loosening his hands. When Lin Hu recovered his freedom, he unconsciously distanced himself from Tang Zheng, as his lackeys stirred up, preparing to once again charge him. "Stop!" Lin Hu said with an angry sweep of his eyes. Everyone stopped, unable to not look at Brother Hu. Tang Zheng coldly looked at Lin Hu, causing Lin Hu's expression to become uncertain, and said, "Don't worry, I will fairly deal with this matter, but I have yet to ask this little brother's big name." Tang Zheng wrinkled his eyebrows and coldly asked, "What, are you still looking for revenge?" Lin Hu hurriedly splayed his arms. "You misunderstand, I definitely do not have that intent and only want to be friends." Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng coldly smiled, taking a big step to leave the bar. "Brother Hu, are we really going to let the little brat off just like that?" Dong Zi hurriedly asked while coming over to his side. "Then what do you want to do?" Lin Hu's expression deepened as he asked in return. "We have so many people and he isn't our match." Dong Zi eagerly said. "Idiot." Lin Hu flipped the white of his eyes at him. After his short exchange with Tang Zheng, he deeply recognized where the terror in Tang Zheng's strength lay, and that was Tang Zheng was also a martial artist. Lin Hu spent more than 10 years of bitter training to reach the second grade refining body realm, but this youth still easily got the better of him. And what does this say? This says that his opponent has a famous master, or the support of a formidable person, so by making someone like this an enemy, wouldn't that be seeking one's own death? Lin Hu has suffered countless hardship to reach the position he has today, so why would he want to lose it all by causing a feud with this formidable opponent over a small misunderstanding? Remember this: if you see this person in the future, you must be respectful, just like how you treat me. No, be more respectful to him than you are to me. If he were to have any needs, you must help him, understand? Lin Hu warned in a serious manner. Even though the lackeys were still a bit unclear, since it was the boss who was giving the order, they were all afraid of disobeying, so they all nodded their heads. "Also, help me drag those bastards out, F***K, daring to mess around in my territory, they really did eat the guts of a leopard." Early morning, Tang Zheng was sitting in the classroom reading a book. Other people secretly conversed, occasionally glancing at him. Too many events have transpired over the past few days, making everyone unconsciously have some interest towards him. "Boss, you came so early." Feng Yong hurriedly walked over. "Boss, I heard another piece of news. Yesterday Gao Daji made a fool out of himself, and heard that in his anger, he wanted to get revenge on you." A flash of seriousness passed through Tang Zheng's eyes as he said, "If he persists in going down the wrong path, in the end the one who will suffer the most is him." "Yes, how could he possibly be the boss's opponent? Boss, Gao Daji is coming." Gao Daji quietly walked in, looking at Tang Zheng from afar. Upon seeing Tang Zheng look towards him, he hurriedly turned his head to avoid Tang Zheng's gaze. Even though he was a head taller than Tang Zheng, he was just like a timid rat in front of a cat. Gao Daji already confirmed that Tang Zheng was an expert. Yesterday he found the few lackeys and learned of what happened in the alley, and unconsciously felt unbridled fear and hatred towards Tang Zheng. This was the greatest failure in his life, causing him to become the school-wide laughingstock. He must find a chance to get back at him. He glanced at Tang Zheng from the corner of his eyes. In his heart he said, "I'll let you be arrogant for a few days, but I will definitely get back what I lost." "Boss, Gao Daji's eyes do not contain goodwill. I wonder what he is planning." Feng Yong said in doubt. Tang Zheng arranged his hands. His first priority right now was to cultivate, so he does not have heart to bother with Gao Daji. Suddenly, a dazzling person appeared at the doorway, making people's eyes flash. Yi Dingdang has arrived. Yi Dingdang wore an expression of ice, her steps carried with it the wind. Tang Zheng's desk was slapped so hard it jumped a bit. Tang Zheng's eyebrows pinched together. "What are you doing?" "Han, you have the audacity to ask me that. You are too despicable posting something like that on the forum, ruining my reputation." Yi Dingdang said in a low, flustered and exasperated tone. Tang Zheng's expression turned embarrassed. The scene of Yi Dingdang denouncing the situation to the teacher flashed through his mind before he quickly explained, "That was actually just a misunderstanding." "Like shit, that was a misunderstanding. That was simply creating something from nothing. At first you looked honest, but you are actually so small-minded." Yi Dingdang's eyes were practically burning, especially since today when she came to school she was pointed out by others, and secretly talked about, almost driving her crazy. Chasing after Tang Zheng? This was simply the biggest joke under heaven. What is there about him for her to like? Go release your pent-up energy, this really is just a misunderstanding. Tang Zheng continued to explain. Yi Dingdang would very much like to swallow him alive but remembered that he also had the identity of a martial artist. She could only temporarily suppress her desires. Yesterday when she verified with her father that only prenatal stage martial artists can use the pressure point technique, her father told her that if she were to provoke Tang Zheng, this expert, it would definitely not be beneficial to their clan. Yi Dingdang's actions were impulsive but she was not stupid. She would not increase the amount of enemies her clan has, but this was really too much for her to swallow. Yi Dingdang, you really misunderstood boss, that message was posted by me. Feng Yong said after gathering his courage. Yi Dingdang suddenly froze, you posted it? Yes. Feng Yong said nodding his head, preparing to accept the incoming tempest. Fatty Feng, I will kill you. Yi Dingdang struck out at him with lightning speed. Yi Dingdang's hand was stopped mid-flight, grabbed by Tang Zheng, unable to move. Everyone's gaze was upon them, unable to take their eyes off. They saw Tang Zheng grab a hold of her hand and thought that a good show was bound to occur. It was said that there was once a suitor who grabbed Yi Dingdang's hands and he was beaten up till he looked like a pig, and now everyone was certain that Tang Zheng will end up the same and be beaten up into a pig. Release my hand. Yi Dingdang angrily said with a glare. Tang Zheng turned a deaf ear as if he was stupid. At this time, Yi Dingdang turned really angry and wanted nothing more than to kick him to the ground. Such strong purine energy, little brat, don't waste this opportunity, hurry up and absorb it. Hey, this is so weird, you can absorb this much purine energy just by holding hands. Tian Chanzi's voice rang out within his sea of consciousness. Tang Zheng was momentarily shocked. Previously his purine energy absorption did not feel like anything, but this time he could clearly feel a wave of refreshing energy enter his body's meridians from his palms. So this is pure-ine energy. Tang Zheng understood that he must absorb as much pure-ine energy as he can, otherwise he will die at the age of 20, by bodily explosion, but never in his wildest dreams did he think that holding hands would have such a profound effect. Bastard, hurry and let go. Yi Dingdang growled in a low voice while using all her energy to pull back, only to find that she was unable to escape. Tang Zheng recovered but did not immediately loosen his grip, saying, I will only release you if you promise to not strike out and to talk it out. Yi Dingdang hesitated a bit before slightly nodding her head. Tang Zheng unwillingly loosened his grip, but that refreshing purine energy was already completely absorbed into his 9 great meridians, allowing his true chi to increase. Little brat, you should find a reason to hold her hand a bit longer, this is such a waste. Alright, I have a suggestion, why don't you make her yours, then you can hold her hands in broad daylight, that way your little life can be extended. Tian Chanzi said. Tang Zheng did not know whether he should laugh or cry. Is chasing Yi Dingdang really that easy? Just looking at her previous suitors and one will have the answer. The crowd that was originally waiting for Tang Zheng to be violently beaten did not see their expected outcome. At this time, everyone's view of Tang Zheng became complicated. Could it be that Yi Dingdang really does like him, otherwise why would she have such a drastic change in personality? Yi Dingdang, please vent your anger. I know you want to keep a low-key and don't like to be exposed, but what I said was true. Moreover, this matter has already happened, so can you please not blame the boss? In reality, this isn't so bad, with the boss protecting you, no one would come bother you. Feng Yong said. Tang Zheng glared at Feng Yong. Is he complaining that matters aren't complicated enough as it is? The speaker had no particular intention, but the listeners had their own interpretations. Yi Dingdang's eyes revealed some change, her mind was moving, even though she appeared cold on the outside, she still had countless suitors pestering her. Feng Yong's advice was a pretty good option, with Tang Zheng, this amazing person acting as a shield, then those suitors would stop bothering her. But isn't this letting this bastard take advantage of me? Her heart was still unwilling. No, I will not admit it nor deny it, letting him take the brunt of the blow. From when Feng Yong spoke to now, her mouth had curled up in a pretty angle, making those who look go silly. Tang Zheng's heart dropped. Her smile really is able to wound and kill others. There was an ancient saying, a smile that can charm 100 souls, was basically in reference to Yidingdong's smile. Other people's breath visibly increased. Tang Zheng, you come outside with me for a bit. Suddenly, an icy cold sound rang out from the door. Chapter 13, Mysterious In-Body Constitution. Chapter 13, Mysterious In-Body Constitution. Lu Qingmei was standing at the classroom doorway. She clearly saw the scene of Tang Zheng holding Yi Dingdang's hand and finally completely believed the forum's message. Tang Zheng, you come out. She straightforwardly said. Tang Zheng walked over. Teacher, is something the matter? Let's talk in my office. Lu Qingmei walked in front, her elegant body swayed gently, making her but within her skirt seem exceptionally perky, while her black pantyhose made her beautiful legs even more enticing. Tang Zheng couldn't help but look while swallowing a mouthful of saliva. Little brat, your teacher's figure sure is good. Tian Chanzi said. Please, you are a cultivator, not a pervert. Tang Zheng said without any good feelings. Cultivators are also human, albeit people who don't need to eat the food of common people. Moreover, appetite and lust are only natural. If a cultivator does not have the traits of a human, then they wouldn't be able to reach a high level of mastery. Tian Chanzi said righteously. Tang Zheng was speechless, and just ignored him. Entering the office, many people's gaze were attracted over, not because of him but because of Lu Qingmei. Among the teachers she was like a crane within a flock of chickens. She really was a true beauty, and many male teachers were sneaking glances at her while the female teachers were having a hard time covering up their looks of jealousy. Tang Zheng, what are you doing in the teacher's office? Wu Zuihong's cold voice rang out, and the crowd's gaze shifted onto Tang Zheng's body. The teachers were quite familiar with this talented youngster, as he was often the topic of their discussion, but since his recent fall, he no longer retained all his previous brilliance. Tang Zheng cast a look at old witch Wu Zuihong's face and did not reply to her. Wu Zuihong, it was I who called student Tang Zheng here. Lu Qingmei abruptly said. Wu Zuihong was the director of the senior years, her authority was high, and she has long since looked down upon the young and beautiful Lu Qingmei, because all her attention was stolen away by Lu Qingmei. What did you call him over for? Did he cause more trouble? Wu Zuihong said without any good feeling. Lu Qingmei did not reply but waved towards Tang Zheng. Sit. Tang Zheng did not acknowledge Wu Zuihong, and directly sat in the seat across from Lu Qingmei. Wu Zuihong, seeing Tang Zheng's disregard for her, was greatly angered. You guys, look at his attitude, and I was even his old teacher, yet he doesn't even greet me. Yeah, does he still think he is first in the city? Too unreasonable, not even the least bit respectful towards his teacher. Someone close by replied. Tang Zheng creased his eyebrow, and just as he was ready to refute, he saw Lu Qingmei stand up, look towards Wu Zuihong and her surroundings before saying, Tang Zheng is now my student. If there are any matters, I will take care of it. I do not need other people's criticism. Wu Zuihong's face turned beet red, and angrily said, Teacher Lu, what is your meaning? I am just speaking the truth and nothing else. Lu Qingmei coldly said. Just speaking the truth? I think you are speaking nonsense. What is the meaning of you protecting a useless person? Do you not know that he is the humiliation of our school? Wu Zuihong roared in flustered exasperation. Humiliation, is it? How come I didn't realize it? The people who are shouting loudly should be the real humiliation. Lu Qingmei refuted with a straight face. What is your meaning? Wu Zuihong said in anger. If you don't understand, then I have no obligation to explain it to you. Wu Zuihong said, birds of a feather flock together. These kind of people staying at our school is simply a waste of resources, just like a certain class, which can only drag the whole school down, giving us a bad name. These words were simply a challenge, and everyone was clear that the certain class Wu Zuihong was speaking about was Hell Class, Class 7. As the teacher of Class 7, Lu Qingmei could not allow others to slander it and angrily said, Teacher Wu, are these words you should be saying as an exemplary teacher? Teacher Lu, are you trying to embarrass her by saying that she is an exemplary teacher? Just where does she have any of the required characteristics? The silent Tang Zheng finally voiced out, shocking everyone, causing all the teachers' eyes to go silly. Lu Qingmei faintly froze. She never expected Tang Zheng to speak out for her, and with words that were so sharp, causing her lips to unconsciously hook up in an indiscernible smile. Wu Zuihong was overflowing with anger and roared, "Tang Zheng, what did you say?" "What did I say? Did you not hear me?" Tang Zheng replied, light as a feather. He had always been devoted to her, but she did not have any characteristics of a model teacher, hence his honest words. "The sky's collapsing, you actually dare say such slanderous words to me, you." Wu Zuihong's face was red, as she has always thought of Tang Zheng as being honest, but today he actually didn't allow her any way of escape. She was both flabbergasted and angered. All the other teachers were looking at her, causing her to be angered to the point of vomiting blood. "The sky's collapsing. Today I want to fiercely teach you a lesson," she said like a vixen pouncing at prey. Tang Zheng slid backward to avoid her blow and coldly said, "As a teacher, you still baselessly attack a student. I want to hit you, you piece of shit who was never raised properly," Wu Zuihong clamorously yelled. Tang Zheng was thoroughly angered. These words had struck his nerve. Knocking her down would be as effortlessly as turning a hand, but there were too many people watching, which may be a subject of gossip and cause his expulsion. Wu Zuihong was a picture of fury, but in her heart she already had a plan. If she were to successfully strike Tang Zheng, then it would be her showing her power, but if Tang Zheng were to strike back, then that would be falling into her plans, and she would label him as a teacher hitting student and have him expelled. Anyways, no matter what Tang Zheng did, Wu Zuihong thought of herself as holding an invincible position. "What are you doing?" Lu Qingmei stood in front of Tang Zheng's body, blocking him from Wu Zuihong, not allowing her an inch. "Scram, I want to discipline this student, and it has nothing to do with you. Tang Zheng is my student, not anyone can discipline him." Lu Qingmei argued strongly with a cold face. "Tang Zheng, don't think of evading." Wu Zuihong sent a slap, but it wasn't aimed at Tang Zheng but Lu Qingmei's face. Wu Zuihong's heart was poisonous and wanted to use this opportunity to fiercely slap Lu Qingmei. Her hands were fast and fierce. The other teacher were completely unable to stop it. Lu Qingmei was also unable to block and also had no way of blocking. Tang Zheng couldn't just stand there and watch as Lu Qingmei was about to be slapped, so he casually picked up a piece of chalk from the table and flicked it out with lightning speed. The sound of the slap caused everyone's teeth to hurt. That slap was simply too fierce, and many of the male teachers couldn't help but flinch internally, wishing that slap landed on their face instead of the fragile Lu Qingmei's face, that was meant to be cherished. Suddenly, everyone was shocked, as if they had just seen demonic magic. Lu Qingmei's face was actually completely fine, while Wu Zuihong's face on the other hand was red on one side. Wu Zuihong actually ended up slapping her own face. Everyone recalled the scene. Just as Wu Zuihong's palm was about to slap onto Lu Qingmei, her palm suddenly turned and harshly slapped upon her own face. Could it be that Wu Zuihong has gone mad? Wu Zuihong stood stupidly looking at her own hand in shock. Her face was burning with pain, causing her to continuously gasp for cold air, as if she had seen a ghost. What just happened? Why did she end up hitting herself? Lu Qingmei was confused, unable to come up with a plausible answer, so she thought that Wu Zuihong must have gone mad, and that it was best to maintain a distance from crazy people. She ungracefully grabbed Tang Zheng's hand and hurriedly retreated, saying, "Tang Zheng, let's go." The two used big steps to leave the office, walking towards the fields, completely disregarding the foolish look drawn on the crowd of teachers. Lu Qingmei's hands were incomparable, soft, sleek, and exquisite, just like a top-grade piece of jade. The beauty of it was enough to move anyone's heart. But Tang Zheng did not have the heart to appreciate this beauty, as a continuous flow of purine energy steadily flowed into his body. "Ha, little brat, you struck jackpot. Your teacher actually has a mysterious body constitution, and she's also a virgin, who has been accumulating purine energy within her body for the past 20 years, making it incomparable concentrated. This is simply top quality, more so than the two girls' purine energy," Tian Chanzi excitedly said. Tang Zheng was also deeply moved. as this wave of purine energy was far superior to Feng Shishir and Yi Dingdong's, as he felt his true qi was both stimulated and increasing simply by absorbing this purine energy. Little brat, you must make this teacher yours, since it can both increase your cultivation and also preserve your life. It's basically killing two birds with one stone, Tian Chanzi said. Tang Zheng took a glance at Lu Qingmei's beautiful countenance that could move any man's heart, his included. Lu Qingmei exhaled a long breath and a wave of sweetness flooded Tang Zheng's nose, moving his heart. Was this the so-called virgin woman's fragrance? It was simply too intoxicating. Lu Qingmei softly patted her chest, which bounced erect, then she coldly said, "She really is an unreasonable madwoman." Suddenly realizing that there was no sound from her side, she flabbergastedly turned to her side only to see Tang Zheng staring at her stupidly. "What are you looking at?" Her face suddenly deepened. "I'm looking at you, teacher." Tang Zheng unconsciously blurted out. Lu Qingmei slightly froze, not expecting Tang Zheng to be so bold and straightforward, and couldn't help but stare at him and say, "Careful that I don't scoop out your eyes." Tang Zheng was greatly embarrassed, realizing that he was being rude. He hurriedly said, "Teacher, that was not what I meant." Seeing him all hurried, Lu Qingmei recognized that he was an adult, since no one else would be so thick-skinned. "Don't tell me you want to keep holding my hand?" she asked teasingly, when she saw that he was still tightly holding her hand. Tang Zheng, unwilling and reluctantly, loosened his hand and said, "Teacher, thank you for what you just did. I am your teacher, so of course I have the duty to protect you. It is just that Teacher Wu was being too unreasonable and actually dared to hit people. She is completely unfit to be a teacher." Tang Zheng angrily said. "You and her have some contradictions, so you should minimize any future contact. After all, you are a student and are therefore in a disadvantage," Lu Qingmei warned. Feelings that were hard to describe started welling up within Tang Zheng's heart. If only all the teachers under heaven were like Lu Qingmei, then there would be no conflicts between students and teachers. With this interruption, I almost forgot about official matters, Lu Qingmei said. Chapter 14, Assassination. Chapter 14, Assassination. Lu Qingmei looked at Tang Zheng and said seriously, "Tang Zheng, I heard that yesterday after school you had a run-in with some other students at the campus entrance. I want to let you know that the high school exam is coming up, and within this period of time you should focus on your studies and push back any conflicts you may have till after graduation. You should use the high school exam as a way of proving yourself to others who look down upon you. Do you understand?" Tang Zheng was momentarily shocked. He was expecting her to criticize him, but little did he expect her to think for him. Underneath her cold exterior, she possessed a fiery heart. "Teacher, rest assured, I will do well on the exam." Lu Qingmei nodded her head in satisfaction. "Even though a lot of unfortunate events have happened, that does not mean you should give up, because only through hard work can there be hope. If those people try to cause trouble for you, just tell me and I will go sort it out. No one is allowed to bully my students." Tang Zheng looked at her cold, firmly set face, and couldn't help but be moved internally, saying, "Teacher, the matters concerning the high school exam, I will most definitely bring honor to our class." Looking at his confident expression and hearing his words that sounded as if they were stating a fact, Lu Qingmei became a bit distracted, and unconsciously blurted out, "I believe you, now return to class. If there is anything you need, just come find me." When Tang Zheng returned to his class, Yi Dingdang gave him a sidelong glance and asked, "Why did the teacher call you out?" "Nothing much." "Hong, it's fine if you don't want to say it." Yi Dingdang rolled her eyes. She had already clearly considered Feng Yang's suggestion and temporarily decided to use Tang Zheng to block those annoying flies, so it was not good for her to mistreat him. Moreover, she also had a bit of interest towards Tang Zheng, as his strength was higher than hers, making her feel incredulous. It must be known that the poor study while the rich train. Martial arts require a huge amount of resources that are not cheap, because many herbs are required in order to refine the body. Also, with Tang Zheng's family situation, how could they support his expenditures? Furthermore, martial arts require a renowned teacher's instructions, otherwise they would be like a headless fly, making it impossible to make a breakthrough. Who could his teacher be? He must have some secrets on him. I will definitely find out what they are, Yi Dingdang said firmly. Tang Zheng on one hand studied while on the other hand absorbed Yi Dingdong's purine energy, causing half a day to quickly fly by. Today was Saturday, so there was only half a day of class, and after school was over, Tang Zheng carried his bag and immediately left to catch a bus. Yi Dingdang looked at him with astonishment. Didn't he always run home? Did the sun come out from the west today? How come he actually took the bus? If something is out of the ordinary, there must be a reason. He must be doing something shady that he can't let anyone else see. Hong, you still want to escape from my eyes? Yi Dingdang stopped a taxi and quickly followed. Tang Zheng transferred to 3 different buses until he finally arrived at the bottom of Changhong Mountain. Looking up at the majestic mountain, he couldn't help but deeply suck in a breath. Today, he was looking for the heaven-fragrant flower, as it was a key component in refining the life-continuing pill, but it could only be found along cliffs, and the most suitable place for it was Changhong Mountain. Tang Zheng did not know for sure if the mountain had the heaven-fragrant flower, so he could only come take a look. If it did not have it, then he could only think of another way. Heaven, please give your blessing, I must find the heaven-fragrant flower, Tang Zheng said in a low voice. Little brat, stop praying. The heaven-fragrant flower was rare even 1,000 years ago, not to mention the present day where the spiritual energy is much thinner. Even I am unwilling to promise that this mountain has the heaven-fragrant flower, Tian Chanzi said. Tang Zheng did not say anything more but started to climb the mountain. Since the front side of Changhong Mountain was considered a tourist location, he saw many tourists on his way up, but his target was the backside of the mountain. The back of the mountain was inaccessible and also had a steep precipice, as if it was chopped by a knife. The cliff reached a height of several thousand meters, and was prohibited from the public as it was too dangerous. Tang Zheng jumped over the fence and entered the back of the mountain. Yi Dingdang also appeared at the fence, seemingly within her own thoughts. Looking at Tang Zheng's disappearing figure, she said, "What is he doing in the back of the mountain? Hong, do not even think about escaping from my sight." She jumped over the fence and chased after him in pursuit. Another person flashed in front of the fence like a ghost, and followed them like a strong gale. Tang Zheng cautiously advanced in the rugged back mountain, off the beaten track, and through densely packed bushes with thistles and thorns. It was said that in the back mountain there were poisonous snakes and wild beasts, causing him to be all the more careful. Not long later, he arrived at the top of the precipice, unable to see the bottom of the cliff that loomed down below. Just by looking down the cliff causes people to feel lightheaded. Little brat, the heaven-fragrant flower only grows in cracks on the cliff. The flower bud is very small and flame red in color, appearing very vibrant, Tian Chanzi introduced. Tang Zheng bent over the cliff, and all he saw was a barren cliffside, with only a few pieces of grass that were blown about in the wind. He did not give up, and continued along the cliffside, searching diligently. Yi Dingdang hid within the forest, looking at Tang Zheng in curiosity. Her heart was curious as to what he would travel so far to look for. Even so, she could not possibly charge up and ask, and could only patiently observe from afar. A sound that ripped through the air rang out from behind, causing Yi Dingdang to be greatly shocked. She turned her body in a flash only to discover a glittering knife was flying towards her head. All the hair rose on her body as she hurriedly shrank down to evade the attack. Suddenly the knife changed trajectory, poo-poo, the knife pricking her shoulder and causing fresh blood to splash out. She pitifully cried out, her legs kicking out as she hurriedly retreated so as to not have her body run through by the knife. At the same time she clearly saw that her attacker was a nondescript, middle-aged man, his face deep and his eyes flashed with a dense killing aura. Who is he? Why is he trying to kill me? Yi Dingdang asked within her thoughts, but the other did not allow her any time to think and attacked again. His body flashed forward like a shadow. One retreated and one advanced. In a flash, both people appeared in the open area of the cliff. Tang Zheng suddenly turned around in shock and discovered the two. At the time, the killer was already closing in on Yi Dingdang and she was pushed up against the edge, without any way of escape. Who are you and why are you trying to kill me? Yi Dingdang asked loudly. You are Yi Dingdang, so you must naturally die. The killer said. Yi Dingdang humphed and coldly said, It's not that easy to kill me. She retaliated, using her bare hands to try to grab the other's wrist. You are just in the 4th grade refining body realm. Do you think you are a 6th grade refining body realm opponent? The killer ridiculed her, his hands flashed and his knife struck out like rain, completely stopping Yi Dingdong's attack. If you kill me, the Yi clan will not let you go. The killer confidently smiled, If you are dead, who will know I did it? Just obediently accept death. I will make it easy on you, although it is a shame that you are so pretty and yet have to die. You're crazy, those from the Yi clan only fight to the death and do not surrender like cowards. Yi Dingdong's words reverberated, and she turned her head to look at Tang Zheng before launching an attack at her attacker. You continue to go down the wrong path, looking for death. The assassin's face turned cold, straightening his knife in a stab. Since the two already had a large disparity in strength and the killer had a long knife, Yi Dingdang was not his opponent, and not long later she was forced into a corner with danger being imminent. Seeing Yi Dingdang retreating in defeat and about to fall off the cliff, Tang Zheng knew that he couldn't possibly stand by and watch because no matter what, they were still classmates. But, the assassin is a 6th grade body refiner, and unless he could accurately hit his pressure point in one shot, then he would be in danger. Tang Zheng did not scream loudly but was like a ghost that drifted behind the assassin, striking out towards his back. Knife strikes coming down like rain, Yi Dingdang was completely enshrouded within the blade lights and could not even gasp for breath. She was already without hope. Could it be that she would really die here today? Suddenly, her eyes brightened at seeing Tang Zheng behind the killer's back. Unconsciously she felt a strand of hope. The assassin suddenly felt a sense of danger within his heart, which was trained through years of fighting. He instinctively turned around and struck out with his knife. Tang Zheng, who was originally about to succeed, did not expect his opponent to be so unnaturally quick and could only leap backwards, failing in his attack. Who are you? The killer quickly turned around and stared dead straight at Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng asked, And just who are you? You're being meddlesome. Are you courting death? The assassin said coldly. His heart was in shock as he originally thought of Tang Zheng as an ordinary person, but after that soundless sneak attack he knew that his opponent was also a martial artist. What really drew the killer's attention was that he did not know Tang Zheng's level, which could only mean that he had a higher level than him. The assassin's heart was overwhelmed with shock. Just what was this man's background to have such a high level of martial arts? He did not know that he had made a misjudgment, as Tang Zheng was a cultivator and not a martial artist, so of course he couldn't see what Tang Zheng's true power was. Yi Dingdong's eyes lit up as she stared intently at Tang Zheng. Her heart said that this bastard could actually be considered as having a kind heart, as he did not watch on without saving her. Tang Zheng, we should join hands to defeat him. Yi Dingdang said in a loud voice, as she believed Tang Zheng was at the prenatal stage, which was more than enough to kill the assassin. Tang Zheng bitterly laughed within his heart. If it was only as easy as you say it is, then I wouldn't have to launch a sneak attack, but of course he did not reveal his thoughts as he coldly said, Okay. One front, one rear, they launched a pincer attack, as swift as thunder. The assassin angrily roared, his knife light flashing. Since he had not clearly felt out Tang Zheng's power, he held on to some fear, unwilling to make any big advances and taking up a defensive position instead. Tang Zheng's heaven-gathering hand covered the sky, blocking out everything, whereas the assassin's defense was watertight. Under the two's attack, the assassin defense unexpectedly did not give in. It must be known that aside from the pressure point technique, Tang Zheng was at a huge disadvantage in cultivation that was like an unbreachable chasm. As the battle reached a climax, the assassin's eyes became exceptionally bright. Suddenly he laughed out loud, Ha, little brat, you actually dared to bluff me. Even though I do not know what technique you are using to hide your martial arts level, I am sure that you are not at a higher level than me. Since you dared to trick me, then prepare to die. The knife struck out, aiming to take Tang Zheng's life. Chapter 15, Descending from the Sky. Chapter 15, Descending from the Sky. The long knife stabbed forth, fast as lightning, both swift and graceful. Tang Zheng did not retreat but instead advanced, using the heaven-gathering hand to protect his life as he blocked the sharp long knife. Stop! Yi Dingdong's voice rang out loudly, her face a deathly white. She was now clear that Tang Zheng was not the assassin's opponent, which means that he is yet to reach the prenatal realm. He clearly knew that he was not the assassin's opponent, yet he still relentlessly struck out, causing a sense of warmth to rise up within Yi Dingdong's heart. Tang Zheng, you hurry and escape. I will hold him off, this matter does not concern you. Her body flew forward as she launched an attack at the assassin's back. Tang Zheng bitterly laughed. At this point, even if he was not the assassin's target, the assassin would not let him go. The two's life were already connected. If they win together, if they lose together. Tang Zheng did not retreat, using the heaven-gathering hand to attack the two advanced once again, one at the front and one at the back. Faced with this attack, the assassin did not show a hint of fear, as he had found a balance between tension and relaxation. Little brat, you must have that girl draw his attention in order for you to accurately hit his pressure point. Tian Chanzi anxiously said. This, Tang Zheng knew in his heart, but he couldn't possibly allow Yi Dingdang to bear the brunt of the attacks, as that was too dangerous. Yi Dingdang would then be defeated in a few moves, and at that time the assassin would not hold back and would kill her. The assassin slowly pushed Yi Dingdang back against the edge of the cliff, so that if she were to take one more step her outcome will be terrible. There's no other choice. Tang Zheng said quietly, charging forward without any thought of his own safety. The assassin was also shocked, as he did not expect Tang Zheng to suddenly attack, but since Yi Dingdang was already pushed up against the edge and he did not want to waste this rare opportunity, his long knife flashed out towards her. Yi Dingdang hurriedly evaded, causing her legs to step on empty air. Falling straight down the cliff, she involuntarily cried out. Tang Zheng's eyes popped as he loudly called out for her to be careful. At that time he arrived at the assassin, who had turned and aimed a counterstrike of his own at Tang Zheng. Pooh! Tang Zheng's shoulder let out of a flow of blood as he was pierced, but he continued to strike out, his fingers lightly brushing past the assassin's body. The knife thrust suddenly stopped. Tang Zheng had struck the assassin's pressure point, causing the assassin's eyes to reveal an incomprehensible look which was quickly filled with overwhelming fear. Tang Zheng dashed past his body, charging at the cliff without the least bit of hesitation. Grab my hand! Yi Dingdang hurriedly threw out her arms, tightly grabbing one of Tang Zheng's hands as his other hand was grabbing a hold of a rock on the cliff. Yi Dingdong's piercing scream came to an end, her nerves still on edge as if she could see her body splattered at the bottom of the cliff. Tang Zheng's hand was like her lifeline that pulled her back from death's embrace. She raised her head and stared stupidly at him, her eyes were a mess. Don't be afraid, I will pull you up. Tang Zheng suddenly used his strength to pull her up. The mountain winds whistled as Yi Dingdang stood on the cliff, her face pale white while her legs were soft. If Tang Zheng had not saved her, she would most definitely have died. Thank you. She stared at him and said from the bottom of her heart. Tang Zheng stared at her and asked, Were you following me? Yi Dingdang unconsciously drooped her head as she weakly denied, Who said I was following you? I just came to look at the scenery. Also, why are you on Changheng Mountain anyways? Tang Zheng coldly laughed, as he was keeping a secret he did not want anyone to know. The act of Yi Dingdang following him brought up a disgusted feeling within him. What does me coming to Changheng Mountain have anything to do with you? Yi Dingdang rolled her eyes, Then my business is not your problem either. Tang Zheng was unwilling to waste words with her and looked at the assassin, saying, You should worry about him. Why would he want to kill you? How would I know? Yi Dingdang said with a belly full of anger, This assassin definitely had a premeditated plan, but just who was it that wanted to have her killed? Who sent you? Yi Dingdang said, walking over, stealing away the assassin's knife, and pointing it at his neck. The assassin did not say anything but looked at Tang Zheng with a complicated gaze, before finally saying, You are obviously not a prenatal martial artist, so how would you know how to use the pressure point technique? You have no right to ask me. Tang Zheng swept his cold eyes over him in reply. Yi Dingdang was also staring wide-eyed at Tang Zheng, with the same question, but since he did not want to answer, then there was nothing she can do about it. Moreover, now was not the time to be thinking about such things. When she saw that Tang Zheng's shoulders were wounded, she hurriedly said, "You're injured?" Tang Zheng glanced at his injuries. Previously he was tense and did not feel the pain, but the pain suddenly flooded his senses, causing him to bite down hard on his teeth. He then glanced at Yi Dingdang and said, "Aren't you hurt too?" "Ah, it hurts like hell." Yi Dingdang also finally felt the pain and loudly cried out with a jump, as if she was a squirrel jumping about, looking extremely comical and ridiculous. Tang Zheng was unable to restrain from laughing, causing Yi Dingdang's charming face to turn scarlet red as she fiercely said, "You're not allowed to laugh." "What does me laughing have anything to do with you?" "Hung, if I said you aren't allowed to laugh, then you aren't allowed to laugh. Stop messing around." Tang Zheng sternly said, "The pressure point technique will only last a total of 5 minutes and then he will immediately regain his mobility." Yi Dingdang was shocked, and immediately put the knife against the assassin's neck. "Don't move, my knife does not have eyes." At this moment, the pressure point technique wore off, and even though the assassin has regained his mobility, he was unable to move around, so he could only fiercely gaze at Yi Dingdang and say, "Do you dare to kill me? I'm willing to bet that you aren't even able to kill a chicken." Yi Dingdang suddenly lost all color in her face. Even though she is a 4th grade refining body martial artist, she really has never killed a chicken before, so there was no need to mention killing people. When the assassin made a move, she unconsciously took a step back. Tang Zheng's heart said shit before he stepped forward, took a hold of the blade, while pressing the blade firmly against the assassin's neck. "She is afraid of killing you, but you should not test if I am," Tang Zheng said with a murderous look. This time he had finally found time to come look for the heaven fragrant flower, but was disturbed by them instead, which delayed his plans to rescue his grandfather, so how could he not be angry? The assassin's gaze fluctuated as he looked at Tang Zheng. This person simply gave him too much shock, preventing him from being able to differentiate truth from false. Moreover, Tang Zheng carried a stricter aura than Yi Dingdang, giving the assassin the feeling that he could not let his guard down. "Hung, you are like a newborn child, unless, do you really dare to kill me?" the assassin said provokingly. "Little brat, he is intentionally dragging this out, searching for a way to escape. You must not let him succeed," Tian Chanzi reminded. "Relax, I understand." Tang Zheng did not say any useless words, but instead moved his hands, drawing another wound upon the assassin's throat that brought with it fresh blood. Yi Dingdang let out a scream, looking at Tang Zheng as if he was an alien. The imposing aura brought by his actions thoroughly frightened her. Tang Zheng really wasn't a bloodthirsty person, but for the past few months there has been a wave of fury that has accumulated within himself. Moreover, he has always had a firm and resolute side of himself, which made him appear to be firm in his actions. The assassin did not dare move. This brat was not like the little girl. The only one who would be hurt from provoking him would be the assassin himself. "Yi Dingdang, hurry and give me your house's phone number," Tang Zheng commanded. He guessed that the Yi clan must not be simple and that this event in itself could bring about an endless calamity, so he would require the Yi clan's help to clean up the mess. Yi Dingdang acted in a daze, immediately calling her family, and during her conversation with her family, the hidden anger could be heard from the other side of the phone. "Someone from my family will be coming soon." Tang Zheng nodded his head. In reality he wanted to just walk away, since time was too precious and he still needed to search for the heaven fragrant flower, but if he were to walk away now, then Yi Dingdang would definitely not be able to handle the assassin. The assassin's gaze was unsteady. He was constantly looking for a way of escape, but seeing Tang Zheng's firm-set eyes, he could only give up. Half an hour later, the roar from a helicopter's engine approaching could be heard, and not long later it was flying overhead. The air disturbed by the propeller caused Tang Zheng to momentarily close his eyes. At this, the assassin's eyes flashed and he immediately took the chance to retreat, leaving the range of the long knife, flying towards the forest like a squirrel. Tang Zheng was shocked. This assassin was simply too slippery, as he loudly shouted, "Stop!" The assassin's speed was faster than his, and in a blink of an eye he was tens of meters away, causing Tang Zheng to be unable to catch up. "Where do you think you are running off to?" Suddenly, a thunderous roar sounded out from the sky, causing Tang Zheng's ears to hurt. He unconsciously lifted up his head and saw that high up in the air, a figure had jumped out from the helicopter that was 10 or so meters off the ground, as if he was walking on plain ground. The sight was like that of a god descending from the sky. The assassin raised his head, only to escape faster, but the other's speed was faster than his, and like lightning he heavily struck the ground, causing the ground to shake and a wave of dust to rise up. The assassin loudly roared, "Scram!" as he struck out with his hand, but the other did not move and stood there like a rock in a relaxed manner, blocking his path of escape. One fist, a simple fist. Fast, too fast, Tang Zheng thought his eyes were seeing things. The fist flew out and the assassin flew into the air, like a kite that was disconnected from the strings, falling heavily onto the ground. The person then appeared in front of where the assassin fell. His 5 fingers reached out and steadily grabbed the assassin's. One hit KO. This person's strength was simply too strong, just like a fierce tiger. No, even stronger than a fierce tiger. Even if Tang Zheng could use the pressure point technique, he was definitely not this man's opponent. Merely at the 9th grade prenatal realm. Tian Chanzi said with disdain. Merely at the 9th grade prenatal realm. Tang Zheng said with difficulty, swallowing his saliva, unable to speak in coherent sentences with Tian Chanzi. Little brat, no need to be this shaken up. If it was previously, he would be unfit to even carry my shoes. Tian Chanzi boastfully said. A real man doesn't boast about his past achievements. Didn't you know that? Right now you are just a thread of consciousness. Tian Chanzi was struck hard, choosing not to answer. The helicopter descended and several black-clothed men hurried exited, surrounding the area, looking to all sides. Dad, you finally came. Yi Dingdang said towards the man who jumped out of the helicopter, jumping into his embrace. This man had thick eyebrows, big eyes, and a tall stature, but was not fiendish-looking, the part of a normal uncle. When he was younger he was most definitely an impressive young man. Ding Dang, you are injured. He looked at his daughter's injured shoulder, his face became increasingly deep. I am fine. Yi Dingdang was already used to the pain and managed to force out a smile. Just what exactly is happening here? This man wanted to kill me. Fortunately your daughter was lucky and was with a classmate. With Tang Zheng's help, we managed to capture him. Yi Dingdang said in a light tone. Tang Zheng? His pupils constricted and he unconsciously flashed a look at Tang Zheng, causing him to unconsciously create a wave of oppressive force. Tang Zheng felt disgust at them within himself as he could glimpse a lot of things from the other's gaze. Since Yi Dingdang was okay, then he decided that there was no point in staying any longer, so he said, Yi Dingdang, I will be leaving first. He then took big steps towards the bottom of the mountain. Stop right there. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded out and his path was immediately blocked. Chapter 16, Are you a peeping Tom? Chapter 16, Are you a peeping Tom? Tang Zheng was blocked by several black-clothes people. Several of them had their hands placed on their waist as they stared at him like he was their prey. What is the meaning of this? Tang Zheng angrily asked as he saw that his opponents carried weapons. Yi Dingdang was shocked and hurriedly explained, Dad, this is my classmate, it was he who saved me. Yi Tianlei walked over, his sharp glare revealed shock. This person seemed like a normal person and did not have any inner energy flowing within him, but his imposing aura was definitely not that of an ordinary human. So, what could his identity be? Could he be related to the assassination attempt? He temporarily restrained his doubts and asked in neither a slow nor fast manner, Classmate Tang Zheng, how are you? I am Yi Dingdang's father, Yi Tianlei. Hello. Tang Zheng nodded his head in greeting, forcefully suppressing his anger. If there is nothing else, then I will be leaving. You saved Dingdang and was injured in the process. How could I possibly let you walk off like that? Wouldn't that be rude of me? If you are willing to come with me to get your injuries treated, it would not be too late to leave then. Yi Tianlei unquestionably said, still doubtful of Tang Zheng, so he was unwilling to let him leave so easily. Yi Dingdang looked at Tang Zheng's injuries that would be costly to treat while also thinking of his family's situation and the fact that he received the injuries due to her, so how could she let him pay? She also voiced out, that's right, Tang Zheng, you should go home with me to get your injuries treated. Tang Zheng wanted very much to just walk away from everything, but his wounds could not be considered heavy nor could they be considered light. If he were to leave it be, then it would draw his grandfather's worry, so he was forced to accept the invitation. The helicopter lifted up, whistling as it went. Tang Zheng's mood went through a series of ups and downs. The Yi clan's manpower and firepower was large, more so than he originally thought, since if race cars were rare, then having a helicopter was even rarer for a wealthy family. The helicopter stopped in front of a villa and a crowd of people rushed out to bring them in. At the forefront was a graceful and beautiful woman, whose eyebrows and looks were similar to that of Yi Dingdang, causing Tang Zheng to guess that it was Yi Dingdang's mother. Dingdang, are you alright? You scared me to death. The woman said, surprised beyond belief as she hugged Yi Dingdang. Feng Xinyang, I am alright. Yi Dingdang said with an embarrassed look as she glanced at Tang Zheng, I am an adult now, don't let others treat me as a joke. Joke, whoever dares treat you as a joke I will break off their legs. Feng Xinyang coldly said as she swept her eyes over her. Tang Zheng's heart froze for a moment, like mother like daughter, this whole family was violent, it was no wonder that Yi Dingdang also had a violent personality. Also, it was weird for Yi Dingdang to address her by her name. Aya, daughter, you are injured. Doctor, hurry, hurry. Suddenly, Feng Xinyang saw Yi Dingdang's shoulder wounds and hurriedly called out. Several white-clothed men hurriedly ran over. Hurry and bring her to the infirmary and check out her wounds. Mother Fengxi said with alarm. I am fine, the blood flow has been stopped. What do you mean it's fine? You have bled so much, do you think women are really animals who are afraid of bleeding? Which bastard dares to hurt my, Feng Xinyang's, daughter? Are they tired of living? Her voice turned ashen as she made a ruckus. Yi Dingdang rolled her eyes at this, and was then hurried towards the infirmary. Suddenly, she stopped her steps and waved towards Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng, you come with me to get your wounds checked out. The two walked towards the infirmary, while Yi Tianlei and Feng Xinyang looked at their distant silhouettes with doubt. Feng Xinyang's face did not bear any goodwill as she frowned and asked, Tianlei, what is going on? Yi Tianlei deeply said, I still do not understand the specifics, but the assassin has already been apprehended and I will later personally interrogate him. Who is that Tang Zheng person? Feng Xinyang asked. Dingdong's classmate, but there's something doubtful about him. Feng Xinyang rolled her eyes and said, you are suspicious of everybody, I think the little fellow looks alright. Could it be that he is one of Dingdong's suitors? Dingdang is a lot like me, possessing a natural beauty that entrances countless men. Yi Tianlei felt a cold sweat and said, you are already this old and yet you still shamelessly show off your beauty. Feng Xinyang looked on with large eyes, saying, are you saying I'm old? You are so heartless, back in the day there were many people chasing me but I chose you, yet you still abandoned me. I want to get my daughter to act as judge. Woo woo woo, she sobbed intensely. If Tang Zheng were to see this, then he would definitely be shocked, this sudden change in character was simply too great. The others present were already used to it and acted as if they never saw it and that nothing was happening. Yi Tianlei knew his wife's temperament and hurriedly said comfortingly, alright, that wasn't what I meant, let's first go interrogate the assassin. Feng Xinyang's weeping abruptly stopped and she glared at the assassin. With that simple glare the assassin felt as if he was completely seen through and a wave of coldness spread out from within his heart. A mere sixth-grade body refiner actually dared to try to assassinate my Dingdang, you truly don't know how the word death is written. Feng Xinyang grabbed the assassin by the collar and ran towards the villa. The assassin within her hands was simply like a small shrimp, rolled up, and shivering in fear. Tang Zheng and Yi Dingdang both received shoulder wounds that wasn't as serious to treat, but Tang Zheng's shirt was dyed red with blood and there was no way to remove it, so he could only go bare-chested. Yi Dingdang, seeing Tang Zheng's bare upper body, could not help but feel her face flush with a hint of red. She quietly cursed at herself, saying, "What is there to blush about?" But his bronze-colored chest, evenly distributed muscle, and six-pack made him seem like a model from the TV. "If there is nothing else, I will be leaving first," Tang Zheng coldly said. "You're just leaving like that? Aren't you afraid that someone might mistake you for an exhibitionist?" Yi Dingdang said teasingly. It was only March and the weather was still a bit cold. A man walking around bare-chested will most definitely be treated as someone not good. "Return my shirt," Tang Zheng said, a bit unsettled. "There's so much blood, how can you possibly wear it? If the police saw it, they would treat you as a murder suspect." "That is my business." Tang Zheng only wanted to hurriedly leave, and Yi Dingdang's questioning only served to make him feel more annoyed. "Wait a bit, I will call someone over to wash it." Tang Zheng could only helplessly wait. Seeing him not saying a single word, Yi Dingdang came closer as she was truly curious about him. It must be known that her life was pretty comfortable. Aside from training, she was not interested in school, nor was she interested in girly things. Other things were usually also unable to draw her attention, but this time Tang Zheng has caught her attention, so how would she let him escape so easily? "Hey, just what is your martial arts level?" Yi Dingdang asked in curiosity. Tang Zheng showed her the whites of his eyes and said, "Don't be rude and ask other people those questions. Don't be so stingy, what's there to be embarrassed about?" Yi Dingdang said with a pout, rolling her eyes, "I know, you aren't willing to tell me your martial arts level because it's too low." Tang Zheng's face turned red as his real reason was deduced. Yi Dingdang's eyes suddenly brightened as she happily clapped her hands, saying, So I was right. Your martial arts level isn't high, so you deliberately acted all mysterious, hung." Yi Dingdang had always felt bothered about losing to Tang Zheng, this nameless, and seemingly without inner energy character, as she always believed herself to be exceptional, making it hard for her swallow her defeat. "Even if my martial arts level were lower, you are still not my opponent." Tang Zheng fired back, and Yi Dingdang was immediately dumbstruck as if someone was grabbing her neck. She then fiercely stared at him, unable to refute as the facts are incontestable. "You are clearly not a prenatal martial artist, so how can you use the pressure point technique?" "Who said that the pressure point technique could only be trained in by prenatal martial artists? Isn't it?" "No," Tang Zheng said, silently adding within his heart, "Actually, cultivators could train in it too." Yi Dingdang sat down on her butt, panting with rage, and said, "Liar. My dad said only prenatal martial artists could train in it." "Then your dad is wrong," Tang Zheng lightly said. "You dare say that my dad is wrong?" Yi Dingdang said with a glare. "People make mistakes." Yi Dingdang coldly glared and changed the topic, asking, "Who taught you martial arts?" "Not telling you." "Don't be so stingy." "Then what were you doing at Changhong Mountain?" "Not telling you." Yi Dingdang was about to go mad. "Can you only say that phrase?" Tang Zheng was too lazy to care about her, and asked, "Are my clothes ready yet?" "Not yet," Yi Dingdang said angrily. "Young miss, the clothes are ready," a servant said at this time, walking into the room with the clothes. Yi Dingdang fiercely glared at this person who doesn't have eyes, coming just at the right time. Tang Zheng smiled, pleased with himself, and proceeded to take the clothes and said, "Please step out, I want to change clothes now." "Change clothes then, I saw it all anyways." "You really saw it all?" "I saw it all." Tang Zheng shook his head and said, "Are you a peeping Tom? It seems I need to spread this piece of news." "Who said I am a peeping Tom?" Yi Dingdang was thoroughly angered, and she felt as if she were about to vomit blood. "I want to change clothes, but you want to watch. Doesn't this make you a peeping Tom?" "Fine, I won't look then." "So ugly, what is there to see?" Yi Dingdang charged out of the room with a belly full of anger. Tang Zheng lightly smiled, unimpressed. You want to quarrel with me while angering you till you have a vomit? Blood is letting you off easy. Truth be told, he was not used to changing in front of strangers, especially women, so he speedily changed clothes, then walked out. He was currently wearing a Peng Cheng International School's uniform, which, unlike the loose-fitting uniforms from public schools, it was tailored to his body, showing off his body, making him appear to be somewhat handsome. Yi Dingdong's eyes flashed, her heart saying how come she never realized that he was actually a bit handsome. If there is nothing else, I will be leaving. My parents want to meet you. Tang Zheng wrinkled his eyebrows, hesitating before agreeing, since this was the Yi clan's residence and if he was to leave without even greeting his host, then that would be rude. Since he was a child, Tang Dahai has ingrained in him basic ways of acting and manners, thus greatly impacting him as a person. Yi Dingdang brought Tang Zheng to the living room, which was ginormous and a dazzling sight to behold, just like a palace. Yi Tianlei and Feng Xinyang were sitting in the host spot, but upon seeing Tang Zheng enter, Yi Tianlei remained calm while Feng Xinyang energetically came forward and grabbed Tang Zheng's hand. Chapter 17, Baseless Father. Chapter 17, Baseless Father. Tang Zheng was shocked. Her hands were soft, and even though they weren't as exquisite as Yi Dingdong's, they still possessed their own grace. He was surprised by Feng Xinyang's boldness but heard her say, "Little handsome man, thank you for saving our family's Dingdang. Hurry and sit, eat some dessert and drink something." She then pushed him onto the sofa, then gave Yi Tianlei a glance, slightly shaking her head to say that she did not find any leads. They have already interrogated the assassin but still have not uncovered the mastermind, as the assassin has kept a tight lip, not revealing anything. The husband and wife were extremely worried at heart, as they only have Yi Dingdang, this one daughter, and if she was to meet an unexpected accident then it would be a devastating blow, hence why they must find out the mastermind of the assassination attempt. Tang Zheng's appearance was sudden and abrupt, causing the two to not help but be suspicious, especially when they discovered after their investigation that his life had undergone a drastic change. He who was originally not supposed to be a martial artist, was actually without a doubt, a martial artist. He also knew how to use the pressure point technique, and more shocking was that the husband and wife were unable to see through his martial arts level. It must be known that a martial artist of a higher level could see the strength of a martial artist with a lower level. This was an undisputed fact. However, here was Tang Zheng, who didn't apply to this rule, causing others to be shocked. What they did not know was that martial artists and cultivators had two completely different body types, so of course they wouldn't be able to see through him. Especially Feng Xinyang, who had just grabbed Tang Zheng's hand and secretly revolved her inner energy to investigate his level, but instead ended up being like a clay ox in the sea, unable to get even the tiniest bit of reaction. Anyway, this was the first time the couple has met with this kind of situation. Since Tang Zheng was also involved in the assassination attempt, they could only be more cautious, as things would become exceedingly troublesome if he turned out to be the enemy. Feng Xinyang took care of him with great enthusiasm, making him unable to resist as she called him little handsome man, which caused his face to be flushed red. Yi Dingdang flipped her mom a white eye, but could do nothing about it as this was her mother's personality. Feng Xinyang meticulously asked about his health and his life as if she was interrogating a future son-in-law. Her eyes were passionate, causing Tang Zheng to feel almost unbearable, as if he were sitting on pins and needles. He wished for nothing more than to hurry up and leave this place. Rich people were truly very troublesome. Little handsome brother, I heard the process in which you saved our family's Dingdang. It was truly dangerous, but you are also very strong. Feng Xinyang said, patting her erect chest. Her heart still had a lingering fear. I heard you also know how to use the pressure point technique, so you must have a famous teacher. We hope to be able to personally thank your teacher, because without this teacher there wouldn't be such a talented disciple like you, and our family's Dingdang would have been in great danger. Mr. and Mrs. Yi, my master travels at his leisure, traveling wherever he wants, and even I do not know where he currently is. Tang Zheng could not help but fabricate a master, otherwise he would not be able to trick the couple, causing them to be suspicious. AI, that is a real shame. It seems like he is a man above the mortal world, T/N unbothered by worldly issues. How should we address him then? Tang Zheng shook his head. He did not tell me. Which sect or branch? He didn't say, only that he and I are connected by fate, and so he passed on to me some martial arts. I will be bold and ask this, what is your martial arts level? I can't see through you. Several people stared at Tang Zheng, very curious about his martial arts level. Tang Zheng was hesitant, since if he did not tell them his cultivation level, it will most definitely draw their interest and suspicions. Since his time was precious and he did not have a lot of it to waste with them, added to the fact that he wanted to completely dispel their doubts and suspicions, he honestly said, I am at the first grade refining body. What, first grade refining body? The three simultaneously stood up and looked at him like he was an alien. First grade refining body, stopping a sixth grade refining body, moreover being able to use the prenatal stage pressure point technique? Is this a dream? This simply defies logic. Tang Zheng, you were actually at the first grade refining body, yet you still pretended to be strong. You are simply bullying me. Yi Dingdang said angrily, jumping straight up. The first grade refining body was the entrance to the martial arts world, and to be defeated by a newbie was simply too unbearable. Yi Tianlei and Feng Xinyan looked at each other, their hearts were as shocked as Yi Dingdang, as they also considered the unheard of news of a first grade refining body being able to train in the pressure point technique unbelievable. Moreover, he was able to hide his martial arts level. This was a testament to his master's strength. If this kind of man wanted to kill Yi Dingdang, then they would have no way of defending her, and there was also no need to send Tang Zheng. Thus, Tang Zheng was innocent. The two felt a bit guilty, and Yi Tianlei said with a straight face while cupping his hands, Tang Zheng, I misjudged you, I apologize. Yi Dingdang stared wide-eyed and foolishly at her father. What was wrong with her father? He was doing way too much, even going as far as to apologize? It must be known that Yi Tianlei had an indomitable nature, and getting him to apologize was as hard as ascending the sky. She was not clear about her parents' intentions, that even though Tang Zheng's level was not high, it was incomparable to having a great master, and it was this master that the Yi clan would not dare offend. Tang Zheng became more at ease, understanding the concept of forgiveness, clasped his hand and said, It's all right. Feng Xinyan smilingly said, This time it was all thanks to little handsome brother's help. If there is anything you need, we will do all we can to help. Yi Dingdang looked at him in curiosity. His family was in poverty. Just based on a word from her parents, Tang Zheng's family would be able to ascend to the sky and live a life of wealth. No need. Tang Zheng refused in a breath, not at all moved. A nobleman loves wealth but has their morals. He was poor, but he would not be poor for life. Depending on others' alms will not bring him the comfort that making his own money would. Moreover, he did not save Yi Dingdang with hope for repayment. Additionally, he had a more important priority, and that was to save his grandfather, which the Yi clan could not help with. Yi Tianlei and Feng Xinyan were having a hard time containing their astonishment, seeing this unmoving and firm will within the teenager. As a martial artist, one must have a firm heart, so his future potential may not be bad. Since that is the case, then we won't force this issue, and seeing how you are anxious to get home, we will send a car to take you home. Thank you. Yi Dingdang disappointedly looked at his back, pouted, and said, Hong, why is he acting so noble and virtuous, such a rare chance, and he passed it up. He must be silly. My Dingdang, you are the silly one. Feng Xinyan walked over, patted her head, this handsome little brother is not simple. I see that you and him have your conflicts, but remember to rein in that big sister attitude of yours and get along well with him. Just where is he handsome? From what I can see, he is ugly to death. Yi Dingdang said, unwilling to give up. Really? I think he is pretty handsome. Dingdang, is he pursuing you? How could that be? In our school there are plenty of people like him, and the people who are better than him can fill the seas. Even if he was chasing me, I would not put him in my eyes. Yi Dingdang said, flustered, acting just as if someone touched her sore nerve. Feng Xinyan teasingly winked her eye and said, Oh, really? Then why did someone follow him to Changhong Mountain? Feng Xinyan, I don't know what you are talking about. Yi Dingdang said, stamping her feet, her face drooped down as she raced towards her room. Feng Xinyang smiled and looked at Yi Tianlei, then said, Tianlei, do you think that this girl could have liked that little brat? I have never seen her act this interested in another person. Impossible, Ding Dong's heart is higher than the sky. She wouldn't like just any man. Feng Xinyang rolled her eyes and profoundly said, he is not your ordinary man. Hee, this little girl is very much like me when I was younger, daring to love and daring to hate. She was much more obedient than you when you were younger. What, are you saying that I was wild when I was younger? Feng Xinyang angrily glared with wide eyes, ready to go berserk. Yi Tianlei knew that he had said the wrong words, and smiled before he hurriedly changed the topic. Ding Dang is in a lot of danger and I have no time to take care of her, so you have to take this responsibility. Feng Xinyang nodded her head, that is correct, if it wasn't me, her mom, who protects her, then would I even have to depend on you? Hong, if anyone wants to kill my daughter they have to first get through me. By the time Tang Zheng arrived home the sky was already dark, and he gained nothing today, but he was not discouraged even though he only had half a day every week to search for the heaven-fragrant flower. Time was too tight. There are still 20 days and I must break through during this time. Moreover, I need to find the heaven-fragrant flower. Tang Zheng clenched his teeth and silently vowed. Little brat, it's not that I am discouraging you, but today when I investigated Changhong Mountain's situation, the spiritual energy was really sparse and may not have the heaven-fragrant flower. Tian Chanzi said. We didn't even finish searching the whole cliff. Whether you searched the whole mountain makes no difference. The heaven-fragrant flower only thrived in an area rich in spiritual energy, and Changhong Mountain does not possess this condition. No, I must search once again. This time we only searched the top of the cliff and could only see for several tens of meters. I must go to the depths to take a look. Little brat, are you seeking death? Based on your current cultivation level, if you aren't the least bit careful, falling down the cliff would result in your body smashing to death. If I can't save my grandfather, then what use is there living by myself? Tang Zheng said stubbornly. He must save his grandfather. Tian Chanzi was speechless. Then you must prepare some rope. Next week we will go again. Dong dong. A knocking sound rose from the door. Who is it? Tang Dahai doubtfully opened the door, as the two had no relatives and no one ever visited. The sound of the door creaking open rang out and Tang Dahai was shocked to the point of losing all color in his face. He unconsciously took a step back and exclaimed, Why is it you guys? Are you guys here for me again? Didn't you already vent your anger out on me? Please don't hurt my grandson. Tang Zheng, hearing these words, felt anger burst up. Which person who doesn't open their eyes is it now? Was it the people who came and smashed apart the house? He couldn't contain his fury and charged straight out, colliding directly into several familiar faces, Lin Hu, Dong Zi, and several other strange faces. Little Zhang, hurry and run, I will stall them. Tang Dahai shouted out with fear, not knowing where he found the energy. He suddenly exploded forth, extending both his arms to block the people. Lin Hu and the others looked at each other, not knowing which act was being played. Old Gramps, we are here to find your grandson. Lin Hu said politely. I know, if there is anything just direct it at me. You can hit me or curse at me, but please do not hurt my grandson. Tang Dahai implored with a begging tone. Tang Zheng's heart hurt, and he leapt forward to protect his grandfather, causing his grandfather to become anxious and continuously tug at him, telling him to quickly run. Old Gramps, we are not bad people. Lin Hu awkwardly said, not knowing whether to cry or laugh. Suddenly Tang Zheng said, I called them here. Chapter 18, Being a Good Person. Chapter 18, Being a Good Person. Tang Zheng nodded after listening a bit, then turned his body towards Tang Dahai and said, Grandfather, don't worry, they aren't here to cause trouble and won't do anything to me. Tang Dahai did not believe him, pointed at a few people within the crowd and said, Little Zhang, don't lie to me, how could what you say be true? Last time the people who destroyed our house was them. Hurry and run before it's too late. They are the culprits. Tang Zheng's eyes turned cold and fell upon a few of the crestfallen people within the crowd. Get out here! Lin Hu angrily roared, and several people who looked as if they might as well be dead obediently stepped out, afraid to even take a breath. Little brother, I have brought the culprits to you. Last time it was these few bastards that did the deed. They are not my men but are just some scattered gangsters who actually dared to mess around in my brother's territory. They simply ate the guts of a leopard. A few of them shivered in fear, hurriedly pleaded, Brother Hu, we won't dare again, please let us go. Han, it isn't me who decides whether to keep or let you go, it is this little brother and his grandfather's word that counts. Lin Hu said, clearly giving Tang Zheng face. The few people looked towards Tang Zheng timidly, not knowing what was so great about this little kid who was younger than them that actually forced Brother Hu to muster such a large force. Asterisk 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 asterisk, now that you are looking at the victim you still aren't apologizing? Dong Zi kicked one of the culprits that stood closest to him, angrily cursing. Several people hurriedly bowed in apology, saying, Two sirs, please be magnanimous and let us go, we won't dare again. Tang Dahai foolishly stared, not knowing what to do, as he had originally thought another disaster has come, but he never would have expected that it would end up like this. This was always related to Tang Zheng, and he could only look at Tang Zheng, faintly discovering that there was something different about him. Is this how you guys beg for an apology? Tang Zheng forcefully restrained his fury and coldly said. Lin Hu tacitly understood and loudly yelled kneel, and Dong Zi along with several other men quickly kicked them to the ground, cursing, asterisk asterisk asterisk, don't you know that to beg you have to get on your knees to show your sincerity? Several people kneeled on the ground, trembling non-stop, while continuously pounding their head upon the ground. Sorry, we know we are wrong. We had eyes but could not recognize Mount Tai, please let us go like the farts we are. Tang Zheng coldly hung and looked towards Tang Dahai, saying, Grandfather, how should we punish them? Tang Dahai was at a loss of what to do. In his whole life he has always followed the rules, going with the flow of things, never bullying others, and when bullied he could only suffer in humiliation, and try to keep the peace. Now he was seeing a group of people kneeling in front of him, begging to be spared. He felt as if he was in a dream, his lips moved, but he did not know what he should say. Tang Zheng, seeing him like this, felt his heart ache and felt more anger towards the culprit and said, If my grandfather does not forgive you guys, then you guys can beg forever and not even think about getting up. The people hearing this became even more frightened, crying to be spared as if they were screaming for their fathers and mothers, speaking good words about Tang Zheng's grandfather non-stop. Hung, if you knew of what would happen today, then would you guys have acted the way you have? Tang Zheng said without pity. He believed in righteous anger but not unreasonable fury. If you do something bad first, then don't blame me for giving back 15. Tang Dahai looked at the few people, then looked at his grandson and let out a sigh, saying, Little Zhen, it's alright, just let them go. They themselves are young and are also poor children. Thank you, old Gramps, thank you, old Gramps. The few people were brought to tears by the amnesty. Okay, then we will go with my grandfather's intentions. Grandfather, you should first go inside and rest, I will go inside in a bit. Tang Zheng led his grandfather in and stepped out, closing the door and said, Brother Hu, thank you. Little brother, saying thanks is too much, your problem is my problem, but isn't it too easy on them just letting these lackeys off like that? Tang Zheng's eyes flashed a hint of fierceness and thought back to the day when his house was ransacked, and at his grandfather's hurt look, his heart felt like a knife was cut into it, and he said, I also think so. Lin Hu's eyes brightened and he laughed, heroes usually agree, so how do you plan on punishing them, little brother? Tang Zheng swept his eyes over the few people and said, Whichever hand touched my grandfather, I will break that hand. I want to carve this memory into their brains. Lin Hu looked at his followers and gave them a signal, saying, Do it, make sure to be careful not to disturb the old Gramps' rest. Several followers immediately covered their mouth and face, pa-pa-pa, several sounds of stifled sticks beating onto meat, and several arms were hanging to their side, broken, several people struggled and faint sounds of the struggle were heard, but there was nothing they could do. Lin Hu splayed out his hands and hinted for them to be dragged away. He looked at Tang Zheng smilingly and passed over a cigarette, want a drag? No. Lin Hu lit his cigarette, sucking in a cloud and breathing out a fog, saying, "They acted in the front but were actually recruited. The real mastermind was this silk pants boy." "Oh, what's his name?" "Xiao Fei. Xiao Shi Conglomerate's young master." Xiao Shi Conglomerate does business. Their headquarters are located in the south and that is not within my territory. Tang Zheng's gaze grew colder and he gnashed his teeth. "So it was Xiao Fei. You know him?" "He was originally my classmate." Lin Hu suddenly realized and said, "So it seems like you two have a conflict, but this is going too far. To even bring in family, doesn't he understand this simple logic?" Tang Zheng did not reply. He felt more furious towards Xiao Fei, since if he did not frame him for stealing the money then he wouldn't have been kicked out of class 1. Also, the classroom's missing fees were also strange. Just who would steal it anyways? It was like Xiao Fei had said, everyone in the class were not lacking, and the several $100 itself was not worth it, which brought up a thought-provoking question of whether someone was framing him. It must be Xiao Fei who did it. Tang Zheng concluded within his mind after the events of today, "I originally hated him, as he definitely was trouble, but before today it was not the first time, so why is he still trying to exterminate me? He is too cruel." Another point that caused him to be furious was the fact that Xiao Fei made a move on his grandfather. His grandfather was the most important person in his life and was also his reverse scale. If someone dared make a move on his grandfather then Tang Zheng would risk his life and fight. Seeing the anger flashing in his eyes, Lin Hu's heart was moved and asked, "Do you need my help?" "Not currently, but thanks for this time, Brother Hu. If I did anything wrong before, please forgive me, Brother Hu," Tang Zheng said. Lin Hu let out a loud laugh, put his arms around Tang Zheng's shoulder and said, "We two are brothers, saying such words is too much. What is your problem is my problem. Not even Great Daddy Emperor can make a move on you." Tang Zheng smiled, his heart accepting the benevolence, but in the end he was not like these gangsters and would not form any deep connections with them. So, after the two delivered genial words, Lin Hu took his men and left. Tang Zheng entered the house and discovered his grandfather was sitting on the chair, looking at him. "Grandfather, you should hurry up and rest. Come here, I want to talk to you," Tang Dahai said with incomparable solemnity. Tang Zheng was momentarily stunned and calmly sat down looking towards his grandfather's face, full of wrinkles. He was only 60 years old but looked like he was 70 or 80, his movements were slow and cumbersome, a testament to his grandfather's rapidly aging body. He thought that if his grandfather didn't have him as a burden then he wouldn't have aged so quickly. "Little Zheng, you have grown up," Tang Dahai said meaningfully. Tang Zheng smiled, "No matter how old I grow I will still be grandfather's grandson." Tang Dahai's look became complicated as he said, "You are big now and your wings are ready. I can no longer control you." Tang Zheng's heart thudded, his grandfather's tone was slightly strange. "Grandfather, what happened? Do you still feel anger? Do you want me to drag them back for you to vent?" "Stop!" Tang Dahai angrily roared. Tang Zheng has never seen his grandfather angry and was scared into a jump. "Grandfather, what happened? Please don't scare me." "Hong, what happened to me? I wanted to ask you that very question. Why are you messing around with those kind of people?" Tang Dahai's strict face wore a heart-aching expression, as if he was disappointed in someone. "I am not part of their group." "Then why would they send those guys here?" You have no words to speak? Little Zhang, you know who those people are? They are gangsters. Those people are not educated and are bad. How could you be grouped with them? You are a student and need to focus all your energy on your studies. Did you forget all that I have taught you?" "I did not forget." "I think you have forgotten, otherwise why would you do something like this? These few days you have changed, so much that even I do not recognize you." Tang Dahai said with great pain, "Grandfather, in this life does not have much hope, just that you are safe and sound, and I don't even ask that you become some great amazing man. I just wish for you to have a job, marry a woman, and have some kids, and not be like me who knows nothing and can only pick up garbage for a living." "Do you know?" Tang Dahai said, as his tears down his old face. Get up, a man has gold under his knees. Tang Dahai lifted him up, his words meaningful. I know that since you were a child you have known bitterness, not having a father or mother, but you are also a strong and intelligent child. I just want you to remember this point. Grandfather wishes for you to be a good person. Tang Zheng heavily nodded his head. Grandfather, I did not forget your teachings. I will definitely be a good person. Softly wiping away the tears on his face, Tang Dahai said, Don't cry, men must not easily reveal their tears. Grandfather believes in you and will let this matter rest. It does not matter who is right or wrong, you cannot pursue this matter. Instead, you should be focused on studying, do you understand? The high school exam is coming up and grandfather is hoping you will get into a good university. Tang Zheng hesitated. The mastermind was revealed, but if he did not do anything about it, then Xiao Fei would get away without any punishment. He felt great unwillingness, but looking at his grandfather's hope-filled eyes, he was unwilling to let him worry, and he finally nodded his head. Grandfather, I promise you I will not pursue this matter and study hard. He quietly vowed, Xiao Fei, this time I am letting you go because of my grandfather, but if you continue to follow the wrong path, then don't blame me for being impolite. Tang Dahai patted Tang Zheng's head and revealed a smile. You are my good grandson. Okay, hurry and go rest, tomorrow you still have to go to class. Tang Zheng returned to his room, sat down cross-legged, and restrained his thoughts when Tian Chanzi snorted out, saying, Your grandfather is just soft-hearted. Shut up. Tang Zheng coldly said, closing his eyes, and started training, revolving the ancient clear heaven scroll. Chapter 19, Jealous of a Love Rival. Chapter 19, Jealous of a Love Rival. As Tang Zheng arrived at the school's entrance, a car stopped by his side. The windows rolled down to reveal Feng Xinyang's passionate face as she said, Little handsome brother, what a coincidence for us to meet again. Yi Dingdang stepped out of the car and angrily said, Feng Xinyang, hurry up and leave. I'm going to class now. Feng Xinyang gently said, What are you so panicked about? It's still early and I haven't finished speaking to this little handsome brother. Tang Zheng had already experienced Feng Xinyang's boldness and politely nodded his head, before saying with a smile, Auntie, how are you? Aya, you make me sound old calling me auntie, am I really that old? Feng Xinyang said with a hint of anger as she lifted herself up poisefully. Tang Zheng was shocked. Indeed, she wasn't old and had taken good care of her appearance, looking to be around 30 years old. She was both charming and sexy. Tang Zheng, let's go. Yi Dingdang grabbed Tang Zheng's hand and took large strides into the school. Feng Xinyang shook her head and said, Girls really do change when they are of age. She even complained about this mother of hers. Aya, this is not good, kids are calling me auntie now. Am I really that old? I must go back and take better care of myself, otherwise I really will become an old lady. As Yi Dingdang was holding Tang Zheng's hand, a wave of purine energy continuously flowed into his meridians. This is angering me to death, that Feng Xinyang is going more and more overboard. Yi Dingdang was annoyed to the extreme. Tang Zheng smiled and said, How come you don't call her mother, but instead address her by her name? It was she who requested this of me, saying that by calling her mother I make her sound old. Just what part of her is she like a mother anyways? Actually, I think she isn't that bad. Tang Zheng never had the joy of having a mother's love and thought that Feng Xinyang's energetic personality made others feel at ease. Which was a really good feeling to have. Hung, good my ass. Yi Dingdang said, showing the whites of her eyes. The two holding hands caused a spectacle as everyone had previously thought of Yi Dingdang as a stranger who was unapproachable. Never would they have thought to see her come into contact with anyone, but here she is with Tang Zheng, holding his hand in broad daylight while striding through the courtyard. This was sure to be explosive news. Kakaka. Some people secretly recorded this scene with pictures taken from their cell phones. Everybody speculated that the news on the forum a few days ago was true, and that Yi Dingdang really did fall in love with Tang Zheng. Oh God, just what is so good about him? It's not like he was the genius he was before. Right now he is just trash. Could it be that one of the school's campus belle actually has a unique preference for people who aren't good at school? Yi Dingdang was preoccupied with hurriedly getting away from Feng Xingyang's clamor and didn't notice the sensation that she was causing. Tang Zheng, on the other hand, was happy with holding her hands, as he was able to absorb her pure yin energy. Moreover, her hand was both smooth and soft, and truly quite comfortable to touch. Tang Zheng? Someone suddenly called out from behind. The two stopped their steps and looked back to see Fang Shishir standing there. She had a complicated expression on her face as her gaze fell upon the two tightly clasped hands. Yi Dingdang was momentarily shocked. She and Fang Shishir were considered the two campus belle, and even though she didn't really pay any heed to her reputation, as a girl she still had some vanity. She had long ago investigated Fang Shishir, but had discovered that they were completely different people and would therefore not cross paths in their entire lives. At this time, since Fang Shishir was so close, Yi Dingdang could not help but appreciate her beauty, as she possessed a soft kind of beauty that contained a lady's aura. You guys, Fang Shishir had also seen the forum post and didn't really believe in the gossip surrounding Tang Zheng and Yi Dingdang. For Tang Zheng has been burying himself in his studies for the past 2 years and had never brought up the topic of love. However, seeing as how the two are holding hands, Fang Shishir couldn't deny it and came to believe that they were really together. She suddenly felt a faint feeling of grievance and forlorn within her heart, as if she has just lost something extremely precious to her. Tang Zheng felt his own heart beat loudly as he hurriedly loosened his hand. Yi Dingdang glared at him while her heart said that she was too careless for holding his hand this long. While not realizing it, but seeing the panic within his eyes, she could not help but feel a wave of stuffiness inside. As a girl, she did not say anything, but he dares act as if he was taken advantage of. Could it be? Her eyes shifted and she looked from Tang Zheng to Fang Shishir. Her heart moved. Could these two have something going on between them? She felt as if she had discovered a new world, and felt a bit of incredulous while at the same time feeling a bit of interest. Just what is so good about him that Fang Shishir would see something within him? Tang Zheng, I saw the forum message already. Fang Shishir said, clearly wanting to say something else but stopping herself instead. Tang Zheng felt his heart tighten as he hurriedly explained, don't believe in it, that was a story someone fabricated. But you guys? It was a misunderstanding, it was all a misunderstanding. Yi Dingdang felt annoyance upon hearing these words, and how he hurriedly emphasized their relationship as if she was something bad. This caused her to glare at him with her large almond-shaped eyes, saying, Tang Zheng, what did you say was a misunderstanding? It was originally a misunderstanding. Tang Zheng said, speaking truthfully. Yi Dingdang felt anger bubbling inside her, as girls were prone to comparing themselves to others, especially between pretty girls. Seeing how Tang Zheng cared so much for Fang Shishir while treating her poorly, she couldn't help but want to strike at him. She then mischievously thought that she hasn't yet paid him back for lying about being a martial artist at the prenatal stage. She thought that this would be a perfect time to mess up something he cares about. Tang Zheng, you heartless man, you even held my hand and honestly said you would take care of me for life and treat me well. Now you suddenly change your mind, clearly forgetting everything when you saw Fang Shishir. You're too shameless. Yi Dingdang said with her beautiful face tearing up, her intentions clear, causing even Tang Zheng to doubt if he actually said such words. But he clearly knew that this was all fake and that she was putting on a show. You liar. Fine, you don't want to admit it, then just who was holding my hand? Yi Dingdong's eyes flashed with an undetectable cunning as she pitifully said. It was you holding my hand, okay? Tang Zheng was speechless. How could there be someone so thick-faced? I am a girl, so why would I take the initiative and hold your hand? You were clearly the one who was holding my hand. Tang Zheng was clueless as what to say. How can girls be so annoyingly troublesome, to make black into white and white into black? Fang Shishir's face was red down to her neck. Yi Dingdong's words could not be any clearer. Even so, she did not believe Tang Zheng to be so fickle. However, she could not deny the truth placed in front of her. Her brain was in a mess and had turned into mush, causing her to feel like a third party, which she hated. She felt 100 different feelings well up within her heart, so she looked at Tang Zheng and said, "I will leave first." Then ran away as if she were flying. Yi Dingdang had a satisfactory smile as if she had won a victorious battle. Tang Zheng felt great anger as this was all caused by her, so he fiercely glared at her and said, "Just what are you trying to do?" Yi Dingdang looked upwards and said, "Nothing." "Then why did you say those words back then? How come it seems like you care for her, as if you like her?" It's none of your business," Tang Zheng replied while feeling a bit empty inside. Did he really like her? She was pretty, warm, kind-hearted, and moreover she believed in him unconditionally. Who would not be moved by this kind of girl? Tang Zheng himself was also a young and vigorous youth, and had long since looked expectantly towards matters of the heart before. However, he did his best to restrain himself as he wholeheartedly immersed himself in his studies, but today he has gone through a heaven-defying change and the confused thoughts within his heart have started to surface. Yes, he did indeed have good feelings towards her, he always had, but the two did not interact in an intimate level. Moreover, they were as different as the heaven and the earth, so he could only bury his feelings deep within his heart. "Hung, I can see the truth, you really do like her. So you like those type of girls, but I will not let you succeed. Who told you to pretend to be an expert and trick me?" Yi Dingdang said while swaggering away. Tang Zheng stared dumbstruck. This girl was simply too unreasonable. All this was started because she provoked him. He really could not understand a girl's logic, and as a guy he was left completely clueless. The two sat down next to each other, both not acknowledging the other. Tang Zheng sat silently to the side, absorbing the pure yin energy while also cultivating. "Boss, you are too stubborn," Feng Yong said excitedly as he rushed forward. "Was it all true, was it? What's true or false?" Tang Zheng said, unable to grasp a hold of the situation. "Is what the forum says true? What nonsense is being talked about on the forums again?" Feng Yong hurriedly took out his phone and said, "Boss, look at the picture and caption, this time you really are famous. Your popularity count is sky high. You're the first to reach such an insane number since the forum was made. It's no wonder you are my boss." Tang Zheng stared dumbstruck. The forum's picture and caption were taken just then, but the truth was already completely distorted. It said that the two campus belle were jealous over Tang Zheng, silently fighting over him in broad daylight, almost to the point of getting into an actual fight. This was attached with the image of Yi Dingdang holding hands with Tang Zheng. On the forum, one after another ran out of words to use. This was just too king unreasonable. For one campus belle to like him was crazy enough, but for both of them to like him and also to start a silent war in broad daylight to rival for one's affection was simply not letting other people live. Tang Zheng looked on with cold sweat pouring down. These people have insane imagination skills. If they don't become a paparazzi and write juicy gossip, it would be such a waste. Yi Dingdang grabbed the phone away and swept through the contents with her eyes. Her face paled white as she roared in a loud voice, "What rival for one's affection, and starting a silent battle in broad daylight, what nonsense! This is all because of you," Tang Zheng said without any good feelings. If she wasn't intentionally finding problems, then how would this matter have blown up? "You still dare blame me? This is all my fault?" Yi Dingdang fiercely glared at him. "If you didn't make a scene, would this have happened?" It was indeed so, but Yi Dingdang would never admit it. Staring straight at the phone, the more she looked, the angrier she got, until even her shoulders started to shake. Suddenly, she lashed out with her hands, slamming the phone into the wall with a paw sound, shattering it into pieces. "Ah, my phone!" Feng Yong cried out with sorrow. He was simply unlucky, suffering damage even as a bystander. He only saw Yi Dingdong's fierce look and could only swallow the anger within his heart. "Fatty phone, I will buy you another phone," Yi Dingdang said, feeling embarrassed. Feng Yong smiled with embarrassment. "It's just a phone, it's not worth much money. As long as you make up with the boss, the phone would have died a worthy death." Chapter 20, Framed. Chapter 20, Framed. Xiao Fei wanted nothing more than to throw away his phone. The forum post and the picture caused a fire to burn within his stomach. He looked unhappily at Feng Shishir's back, gnashed his teeth, and silently said, "You constantly refuse my advances, saying you don't want to think about matters concerning the heart and that you want to put all your energy into your studies. All of what you said was lies and you actually like that poor bastard, Tang Zheng. Where is the reason in that? Just what is so good about him? He is both poor and last place within the school, he is completely useless. So based on what reason do you like him?" Xiao Fei's anger burned even more as he thought of another that even that added oil to the fire. The men he sent out to destroy Tang Zheng's house sent back a message saying that they were beaten up. Moreover, it was by Lin Hu from the North Territory. According to them, Tang Zheng and Lin Hu's relationship was not a shallow one. Xiao Fei thought this was a joke. How could Tang Zheng and Lin Hu have a deep relationship with each other? Did they think that they were trying to trick a 3-year-old child? Xiao Fei did not believe them at all. Instead, he was thinking that they exaggerated the situation in order to get more money from him, but he will not fall for their trap. Since using an underhanded method didn't work, then I will try acting in broad daylight and will have the police apprehend you instead. Let's just see what you can do. Xiao Fei's thoughts moved as he had an idea. Gao Daji stared fiercely at the whispering Tang Zheng and Yi Dingdang, with eyes almost falling out while he was practically gnashing his teeth to pieces. Since he suffered a defeat at Tang Zheng's hand, he has always bore resentment in his heart, waiting for a chance at revenge. Then suddenly, Tang Zheng learned how to fight. This made him clueless as what to do since this went way beyond his expectations. The phone rang and Gao Daji picked it up, speaking a few words before hurriedly walking out to meet up with Xiao Fei in the hallway. They spoke secretly and slowly, their faces revealed a sinister smile. Feng Shishir stared blankly at the blackboard, not listening at all. Her heart was distracted. She has never faced such a situation before and didn't know how to react. What is wrong with me? She scratched her head in distress while her brain kept flashing back to the event that occurred in the morning along with that deep feeling of forlorn and grieving. Could it be that I have fallen for him? That is impossible. I have set my mind to become a learned person and my goal is Yanjing University. Then, how was that feeling so strong, as if I had lost the most important thing to me? Hong, Yi Dingdang, you are truly evil, to dare to disturb my heart. Take a deep breath. Focus on the class and study well. A day passed quickly and Tang Zheng and Yi Dingdang were inseparable and even at lunch together, causing others to come up with different opinions and comments, but Yi Dingdang continued to do her own thing. While at first she was angry, she slowly became accustomed to it. In reality, she didn't have any true friends in school, and since Tang Zheng was also a martial artist, it gave her a sense of closeness. Moreover, she also wanted to pry into his secrets. So why wouldn't she grab onto any opportunities to interact with him? After school was out, Tang Zheng easily went over the study contents for Feng Yong, since he has already promised to help supplement his studies. Even though he was busy this week and had no time, he still managed to put together some study information for Feng Yong to review. Tang Zheng carried his backpack and started running. Not long later he turned his head back to make sure Yi Dingdang was not following him before he finally relaxed. This girl was simply weird, he must be careful around her. As he ran he could clearly feel the true chi revolving quicker within himself, offsetting the tired feeling he has, making him instead feel as light as a bird. Someone save me! A sound rang out, disturbing his thoughts. He halted his steps and looked in all directions to try to find where the sound came from. In the end he found it to originate from a small alleyway, but he was not going to rush in carelessly. As of today he possesses martial art skills and could become a righteous hero who swoops in to prevent injustice. Moreover, his grandfather always told him to be a good person, which means he can't just sit idly by and watch evil things happen. Hi hey, little girl, you look very pretty. Why don't you play with us brothers for a bit? I guarantee that you will so good that you will think that you are in heaven. That's right, us brothers have good skills. The three were happily giggling as they surrounded a beautiful girl who was forced against the corner, crying nonstop for help and for them not to come any closer. Sadly, this was all in vain as they continued to take steps closer. One of them hugged her while tracing her hands with his fingers. "Stop!" Tang Zheng shouted loudly, "Doing this in broad daylight, is there no law? F***ck, where did this stinky brat come from? Don't you want to live anymore?" One said as they all jumped forward to attack. Tang Zheng didn't block or run but grabbed the other's fist instead, using his momentum to cause him to cry out for his mommy and daddy. His bones were snapped into pieces, causing the other two who saw what happened to be scared into a retreat. "Scram!" Tang Zheng shouted and the three gangsters ran away. Tang Zheng smiled with satisfaction. The feeling of having power was just too awesome. For it gave him the power to help those in need, fighting injustice. "Miss, are you all right?" "Thank you," the pretty girl said while grabbing his hand, shedding tears of gratitude. Her shirt was already torn open, revealing a pink bra, brightly attracting others' gaze. Suddenly, the girl hugged Tang Zheng, causing Tang Zheng to turn stiff as he was embarrassed, wanting to tell her, "Miss, don't be like that," but instead he heard her cry out loudly, "Rape, there is a pervert." The girl shouted loudly on one hand while the other tore at her shirt. In a moment her upper body was bare except for her bra. Tang Zheng's brain froze, shouting to himself that this is bad. "Little brat, you fell for a trap." Tian Chanzi sighed. Tang Zheng also knew that he fell for a trap and the only thought in his mind was to escape, but the girl was holding onto him like a dead fish, not letting go. "Don't move!" Several police appeared, their guns aimed at Tang Zheng, causing him to have nowhere to go even if he wanted to run, as he was not faster than bullets. "Police, hurry and arrest him, he wanted to rape me, whoa," the young girl pitifully cried out. "Hung, you're a student yet you want to rape a girl in broad daylight. You sure are driven mad by sexual desires." The police angrily howled while two other police grabbed onto Tang Zheng's shoulder. "Let me go, this is all a misunderstanding," Tang Zheng shouted. "Misunderstanding? We clearly saw it, so how could it be a misunderstanding? Little brat, prepare to go to jail," the police coldly said. Tang Zheng's heart turned cold. This was all a plot specifically set for him. This was simply too much. He stared fiercely at the girl and said, "Why do you want to harm me?" "Why?" "Police, he was too fierce, please arrest him." The girl's eyes turned frantic as she hurried to avoid Tang Zheng's gaze. "Little miss, don't worry, we're the police and he will not be able to harm you," a police said while kicking the back of Tang Zheng's knees, but discovered instead that he did not move at all, causing him to be shocked while he angrily said, "You're not allowed to move, otherwise I'll have you know that our bullets don't have eyes." The gun was point right at his temple, causing him to not dare to move. "No, I must run away. This is all a setup. If I am taken to the police station then it will really be over." Tang Zheng panicked internally as his emotions were in a mess. Even if he wanted to run, the police wouldn't let him, as they straightforwardly put him in handcuffs. One on his left and one on his right, binding him. "Follow us to the police station, little miss, you can come with us to help with the investigation." The pretty girl quickly nodded her head and put on her clothes while the police pushed Tang Zheng into the police and drove towards the police station in a hurry. Not far away, Xiaofei and Gao Daji looked on without blinking, then turned to give each other a high five, with big smiles on their face. This time he is doomed and will most definitely be expelled from school." Xiaofei's ashen face said, "Simply having him expelled is not enough, I must not give him any chances to make a change in his life. Hong, I want to have him sentenced to prison. He is now 18 and therefore is responsible for his own actions." "Yes, Xiaofei, you sure are treacherous. To be able to actually think of this plan, too cruel," Gao Daji said in approval. Xiaofei coldly smiled in satisfaction. "This is the result for offending me. I want to see just what he can do now." "Of course. Now he can't bother you ding dang anymore, moreover Feng Sure can't escape from your grasp now." Xiaofei's eyes flashed, saying within his heart, "Feng Sure, you used studying to reject me but you still like this poor bastard. I want you to watch as I destroy him, also since you're not a chaste woman anymore I don't need to slowly pursue you. Now, I must have you at the fastest possible speed. TL, well, apparently for Xiao Fei, being in a relationship with another person makes one's not chaste. The news of Tang Zheng being arrested was quickly spread around the forum and it was said that some people saw the scene after school was out and took pictures. Pictures of Tang Zheng handcuffed by 2 police at his side, entering the police car followed by a scared pretty girl were quickly uploaded. This led people to have enough information to let their imaginations run rampant. Another person revealed information saying that Tang Zheng was the prime suspect of a rape, which immediately blew up on the forum. Rape. This was a word that caused high schoolers to be frantic, and in an instant a large group of people who were unsatisfied with Tang Zheng being with the 2 beauties, Yi Dingdang and Fang Shishir, felt joy at his misery, sending their curses towards Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng's popularity rate once again skyrocketed to an unreachable height. The news was like a snowball that passed through the whole school, and whether one was a teacher or student they all knew that this former genius, now at the bottom of the class, has been arrested as a rape suspect. Tang Dahai had already finished making dinner, waiting left and right. The dinner already became cold but his grandson was not yet home. He stood at the door looking outwards and mumbled to himself, "Little Zhang should be home by now, but how come he isn't back yet? Could it be that there is something at school delaying him?" He waited a bit longer till the sky was black, the food was now completely cold and worry crept into his heart. He felt for his phone and called his grandson's phone number. "Hello, little Jean, where are you? Who are you?" The phone was answered by a stranger. Tang Dahai felt his heart beat loudly, a premonition arose within him, "I am his grandfather." "Where is little Jean?" "Tang Zheng has been apprehended as a prime rape suspect." "Are you his relative? Hurry and come to the police station." "Hong, just who are you and how did you raise such an animal?" "Rape." Tang Dahai felt as if thunder struck his body. He swayed a bit before he grabbed the door for support, nearly falling to the ground, his face a pale white. Trembling, he slowly got up. "E/N, man makes you just despise Xiao Fei, doesn't it? I honestly hate that girl more than Xiao Fei since she actually went through with it, to someone who would try to save a young girl in trouble." Chapter 21, Holy Shit. Chapter 21, Holy Shit. Tang Dahai hurried as fast as possible and arrived in front of the police station only to be harshly cursed at by the police, saying how did he raise his grandson for him to end up being a rapist. Tang Dahai loudly called out the injustice, saying that it was impossible and that he wanted to see Tang Zheng but he was refused. They said that Tang Zheng was undergoing an interrogation and that all other people were unable to see him and had to wait. Afterwards, the old man sat panicked alone in the lounge, not knowing how this calamity had happened. He knew that Tang Zheng was most definitely not a rapist. Being both angry and anxious, his whole body was trembling non-stop. When suddenly, his eyes turned white and he fainted. A bright stinging light flashed on Tang Zheng's eyes, causing him to squint in order to see the police officer behind the blinding light. Lu Gang pounded the table fiercely saying, "Tell the truth, how many times have you done this? Is it because you did this before that you are doing it again? Do not think about hiding anything from us police will investigate everything, so don't think about trying to get lucky. Hong, you students right now have all become like this, and troublemakers like you should be cleared out. We have already notified your school and your teacher will be coming shortly." "What? Why do you need to notify the school?" The always silent Tang Zheng finally erupted. If the school was notified then his grandfather would also be notified, and he could not help but be unsettled as he does not know how his grandfather would react. "Hong, you doing something like this and you're still afraid of others knowing? You should have considered the results before doing it in the first place," Lu Gang said with a look of despise. Tang Zheng knew that he was caught up in a big setup. That girl and the police already have everything planned out, otherwise how would there be something so coincidental? He tried to explain at first that he was not a rapist and that he was just trying to help someone in need. However, the police did not listen to him. Moreover, the girl kept saying that he was the one, causing all his words to be useless. At this point, even jumping into the Yellow River will clear him of his sins. Shameless, you guys are too shameless. Tang Zheng said and gnashed his teeth. Ha, shameless? Little brat, you do something wrong and dare to say others are shameless. You are too amusing. I have seen countless stubborn people like you, but no matter how hard your bones are or how stiff your mouth is, I will get you to admit your crimes. Lu Gang's face turned fierce to the extreme as he pounded the table, standing up. He coldly walked to stand in front of Tang Zheng and looking down upon him, saying, "Little brat, I will let you know the strength of the police," he said while holding onto a thick book on Tang Zheng's chest. You want to extort a confession under force? Tang Zheng's face changed abruptly, never expecting the police to be so shameless. You can say that, but I promise in a moment you will tell me everything like beans spilling out of a bamboo tube. The police officer punched the book. The force of it passed through the book and smashed against Tang Zheng's chest, causing him to only feel a wave of suffocating force, causing him to cough non-stop. Little brat, retaliate. You are already framed. If you don't retaliate, then you will be messed with to death, Tian Chanzi advised. Tang Zheng gnashed his teeth. No, if I were to retaliate, it would only make things worse by giving them an excuse. Peng Peng Peng. Tang Zheng suffered fist after fist. His chest ached and he coughed as he gasped for breath, his face red. Suddenly, true qi came out of his 8 meridians and converged at his chest, causing the pain and ache to disappear, his face returning to its normal color. Lu Gang looked at him weirdly. This brat could take a beating. If it were others, they would have long been unable to handle it. He must be pretty strong in order to be able to last this long. Little brat, this is just the appetizer, the real meal is coming afterwards, Lu Gang coldly said. The things you do to me today, I will repay you several-fold in the future, Tang Zheng said without fear while he gave him a death glare. F***ck, you still dare to threaten your daddy, not crying without seeing the coffin first, Lu Gang said angrily, furiously hitting him, the muffled sound ringing unending. Little brat, I will teach you a way. Move your true qi to your chest and taking a few of his hits won't hurt you, Tang Chanzi looked on and decisively said, giving him a pointer. Why didn't you tell me about this earlier then? Tang Zheng said angrily before hurriedly revolving his true qi. The true qi in his chest completely stopping all the force before it entered his body, not letting him feel even the least bit hurt. His face returned to normal and he mockingly looked at the police officer who was raining fists down on Tang Zheng. Lu Gang secretly cried out, evils, he really has met the devil. Is this brat's bones made of steel? How can he take such a beating? F***ck, I won't hit you anymore, this daddy's fist hurts, Lu Gang angrily said in defeat, fiercely throwing away the book, completely losing all reason. This is completely missing the point and won't work on you, this daddy still has other methods. He smashed his fist against Tang Zheng's head, not caring about leaving marks of physical abuse, and just wanted to hurt Tang Zheng so badly that he would beg on his knees to be spared. Tang Zheng's eyes flashed with a stern look as he avoided, and angrily said, if you make another move, then I will not be so kind. Hung, do you have the abilities to not be kind? Both your hands are already cuffed, so how are you able to retaliate? Lu Gang said with contempt. Little brat, at the end of one's patience you must find more patience. If you are this cowardly and weak, then you are not a true man. A cultivator being bullied by a normal human, even I feel ashamed for you, Tian Chanzi incited. Lu Gang's fist came barraging in. Tang Zheng's hands were unable to budge, but his 2 legs were free and like lightning one of his legs kicked out, hitting the police officer's crotch. A sound of a dying pig rang out and Lu Gang covered his pants, falling towards the ground with veins bulging on his forehead while his face was distorted in pain. You dare hit a police officer? Are you even fit to be a police officer, you scum? Jia TL, creaking noise. The interrogation room opened and several people came charging in, and a cold voice angrily said, if you guys dare hurt my student, you guys will regret it. Suddenly, the rush came to an abrupt stop. The people stared foolishly at Lu Gang crying pitifully on the ground, then at Tang Zheng sitting on the chair. This what is going on? The people who entered were also confused. They knew what the methods used to interrogate Tang Zheng were, and so they did everything in their power and used every method to block. Little did they expect, however, that Lu Qingmei to be like Buddha himself and made them all powerless before her. Before they were even able to give her a whole warning, they all came crashing into the room. The police chief Deng Maokai had already made the decision that if the worst came to worst they would simply blacklist Lu Gang, but the scene in front of them caused them to be taken aback. Just what exactly was happening? Tang Zheng looked curiously at them, his gaze falling upon Lu Qingmei's body. Why was she here? Tang Zheng, are you alright? Are you injured? Lu Qingmei hurriedly walked over, patting his body and checking, showing great concern and worry. Teach Lu, why are you here? You are my student, how can I not come? Lu Qingmei icily said, giving him a look. Deng Maokai stood on the side and swallowed his saliva. This pretty lady was simply beauty to the extreme. Her scowl and smile each carried their own unique charm, but he was only observing from afar. Even though he did not clearly understand her identity, the other person who came with her made him not dare to have the slightest intentions. On Lu Qingmei's side stood a man in a suit who looked to be around 30 years of age. Song Donghua, Changheng City Chief's secretary, who carried with him the will of the mayor. His intervention caused Deng Maocai's heart to tremble. He originally thought that this would be an easy case to handle since he was already familiar with doing stuff like this. Never did he expect that he had kicked a steel plate. Nowadays he has been clinging to his dark ways, so now he could only clench his teeth in determination, and he definitely must not admit that this was a trap. Otherwise, he would be forced to bear all the responsibility. Station chief, this little brat hit a police officer, Lu Gang said while pointing at Tang Zheng, and crawled up with great difficulty. Everyone's eyes focused on Tang Zheng's body. Lu Qingmei's cold eyes swept and said, liar, his hands are restrained, how could he hit you? He didn't use his hands, but his feet, Lu Gang said, sucking in a cold breath. Everyone looked at Tang Zheng's feet. Lu Qingmei thought before saying, do you have evidence? Lu Gang was dumbstruck and unable to reply. Tang Zheng, did he do anything to you? Lu Qingmei asked. He hit me in my chest. Liar, I did not. Lu Gang immediately denied, and a secret smile arose. You said I hit you, but do you have any proof? Tang Zheng, don't be afraid, I am here, they will not be able to hurt you. I will definitely make them face the consequences. Song Donghua nodded his head and said, student, if they did anything wrong just tell me, and we will definitely uphold justice. Deng Maokai suddenly froze. He suspiciously looked at Lu Gang, as if to ask if Tang Zheng's body had any injuries. Lu Gang tacitly understood and shook his head, meaning that there were definitely no injuries and so there would definitely not be any proof, which eased Deng Maocai's heart. Tang Zheng looked at Song Donghua, not knowing who he is, but believing in Lu Qingmei, said, I have evidence. What a joke, how could you possibly have evidence? Lu Gang obviously did not believe him, since he has used this method countless times and it has never left a mark before. So how could Tang Zheng have any evidence? You mean you actually hurt him and purposefully did not leave any evidence? Lu Qingmei caught on to Lu Gang's slip of the tone and inquired. Lu Gang was shaken up and he hurriedly denied, no, I never hurt him. If he says that I hurt him, then he must take out the evidence. Otherwise I will sue him for slander against a police officer. Tang Zheng, don't be afraid and hurry up and take out the evidence. He hit my chest several times and it really hurts, so I must be injured. Can you undo my shirt and check? Tang Zheng said with confidence. Deng Maokai suspiciously looked at Tang Zheng, as he knew Lu Gang and he was already familiar with how these methods work, so how could there be any evidence? Yet, Tang Zheng keeps insisting, could there have been a change? Since Tang Zheng's arms were restrained and he could not move, Lu Qingmei undid his shirt for him, revealing his smooth chest, drawing everyone's attention. At this time, several cries of alarm rang out. Lu Gang fell onto his ass, holy shit. Chapter 22, What is his background? Chapter 22, What is his background? Tang Zheng's chest was full of bruises, an obvious indication of being hit. The evidence was solid and indisputable. This led Lu Gang to be unable to refute even if he wanted to. Lu Qingmei glared angrily and said, "You guys are too fierce, he is just a child and yet you dare to use such a cruel hand." "Impossible, I clearly used a book as a cushion to hit him. How could he have any injuries?" Lu Gang felt his soul escape as he mumbled, completely unable to accept this outcome. "You are finally willing to admit it, using a book as a cushion to hit him. Is this how you police officers operate?" Lu Qingmei angrily asked. Lu Gang opened his mouth but no words came out. As he turned his head toward Deng Maokai, whose face was ashen, hating him to death. Unable to achieve anything good but good at spoiling things. Song Donghwa's face also looked ugly and he said forcefully but without any anger, "Troublemaker, this matter must be thoroughly investigated and anyone found of wrongdoing will not be let go." Deng Maokai was scared witless as he hurriedly said, "That's right, Secretary Song's words are correct. Lu Gang, this troublemaker, must be thoroughly investigated. Men, take him in." Deng Maokai was deeply afraid that Lu Gang might reveal him, so he hurriedly had his men remove him. "Wait," Tang Zheng said. The injuries on his chest were not caused by the first strike, but by himself as he used his true qi to cause the bruises. This was turning a defeat into a victory, not letting Lu Gang have any strategies to use. However, letting Lu Gang go like this was letting him off too easy. Since Tang Zheng was still not rid of the suspicion, he said, "When he hit me just now he made it clear that there was someone purposefully setting out a trap to harm me, but he did not reveal who the true mastermind is. Also, that girl is also one of them, so she must know who the mastermind is." Lu Qingmei agreed and said, "That's correct, this matter cannot be let off just like that. We must definitely not let the mastermind get away scot-free." Song Donghwa's two thick eyebrows were already locked together. His eyes stared without kindness at Lu Gang as he asked, "Who was behind this?" Lu Gang lost all confidence and did not know how to reply. He hurriedly looked to Deng Maokai for help since he had acted on Deng Maocai's orders. Deng Maocai's heart clenched as he saw Lu Gang look over, his mouth dry as he hurriedly berated him. "Lu Gang, this is an extremely serious matter. If you were to say slanderous words, be careful that your punishment may be increased." Lu Gang shivered as he drooped his head in fear while Song Donghwa profoundly looked at Deng Maokai, whose words were heavy with threat that even a fool would spot it. "Station Chief Deng, just what is happening? If you dare to deceive me, then you what the results shall be," Song Donghwa deeply said. Deng Maokai clenched his teeth, afraid to loosen his mouth, and said, "Secretary Song, of course I know the importance of this matter. Hence I will personally interrogate Lu Gang to make the truth come to light." Tang Zheng also looked profoundly at Deng Maokai, feeling that he must be related to this matter. However, Tang Zheng does not have any evidence, and since he also does not know this man, there must be another person behind him. He decided to strike while the iron is hot, not giving them any chance to fumble their way through. "Then I will just wait here for the truth to be revealed. If you don't find out who the real culprit is, then I will not leave." Lu Qingmei gave him a praising glance and agreed, "Yes, we will wait here." Song Donghua fiercely gazed at Deng Maokai and said, "Did you hear them? Then why aren't you interrogating this troublemaker? Hurry up and give us the results, and furthermore immediately release Tang Zheng's hands." Deng Maokai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and personally unlocked Tang Zheng's handcuffs, all the while saying non-stop about how he did not choose his men well and apologized for the animal called Lu Gang for causing the student to suffer. Tang Zheng coldly stared at his act. Deng Maocai's acting skills were superb and without fault. Him not going into the acting business was truly a shame. Deng Maokai, upon seeing the cold and detached look in Tang Zheng's eyes, couldn't help but feel his heart tremble as he hastily turned his to avoid Tang Zheng's eyes. He then hurriedly lifted up Lu Gang and made as if to leave. "Stop right there. If you want to interrogate, then interrogate in front of everyone. I do not trust you," Lu Qingmei said without the least bit of politeness. Deng Maokai awkwardly stood there looking towards Song Donghua, who coldly said, "Did you not hear? Interrogate here in front of everyone so we can know clearly what is going on." Deng Maocai's heart was filled with bitterness as he hastily gave Lu Gang a glance, reminding him to not give him up, causing Lu Gang to fall further into panic. Lu Gang was very clear that Deng Maocai was his only hope for survival, and if he were to give him up then the two would both be doomed. There would be no one left to save them, hence he clenched down on his teeth and said, "I am the only one involved. There is no mastermind behind me." Deng Maocai relaxed a bit as Lu Gang did not turn out to be that stupid. "Liar, I have no qualms with you, so why would you want to frame me?" Tang Zheng refuted, "This person clearly does not know to shed tears until he sees the coffin. I just don't like you." "What of it?" Lu Gang said with his lips unwilling to reveal the truth as his eyes gradually became firm. Tang Zheng coldly hung, the other's justification was weak but firm, making it hard to pry out the truth from his mouth. Even if he were to interrogate the girl, it would not be any easier to obtain the information. Tang Zheng was filled with an unwillingness, as if the matter wasn't investigated till the truth came to light he wouldn't be able to rest at ease with the threat looming behind him. "Lu Gang, you truly disappoint me. As a police officer you knowingly committed a crime, just wait for the law to punish you severely. Men, come and take him away." Deng Maocai said, intentionally pretending to be furious, making others unable to find fault within his words. "Tang Zheng, let's go, I see that everyone here is upset." Lu Qingmei said unhappily, and several people walked out of the interrogation room. Deng Maocai stood carefully to the side, eager for these people to leave as this whole situation was a mess and he needed to think of a way to deal with the aftermath. Several people walked to the lounge and heard a clamor of noise. "Someone fainted, hurry and call the ambulance. Hurry, hurry, someone lift him up." Several police officers hurriedly lifted him up and walked outside. Tang Zheng took a look and his face abruptly changed, and like madman he charged forth loudly screaming, "Grandfather, grandfather, are you all right?" Tang Dahai's eyes were firmly shut and several people were lifting him up. He had already fainted in the lounge for quite a while but was just now discovered, so he was completely unable to hear or respond. Seeing his grandfather not reacting, Tang Zheng was panicked. These despicable police officers actually called his grandfather over to the police station. His grandfather most likely fainted because of him, and even though he has not followed the matter to the end, saving his life was more important. He grabbed a hold of grandfather and flew out with big steps, calling loudly, "Step aside, hurry and step aside." Lu Qingmei, seeing the situation, was shocked, but immediately understood and hurriedly said, "Tang Zheng, hurry and come to my car, I will take you to the hospital." She hurriedly opened her car door to allow the grandfather and grandson duo to enter and then turned to Song Donghua saying, "Secretary Song, I will leave first." Then with lightning speed she started the car and headed towards the hospital. Deng Maocai's face turned pale white. If that old man really did meet with an unfortunate accident, then his days really would have nothing good. Song Donghua disgustingly looked at him and coldly said, "You should conduct yourself well." After the voice finished and just as he was about to leave, a luxurious car flew over and stopped at the door, and a little fatty hurriedly ran out screaming loudly, "Where did you lock up my boss Tang Zheng? Hurry and release him." Deng Maocai and Song Donghua looked at each other. Just who was this person? Deng Maocai wiped his cold sweat. Wasn't Tang Zheng just a poor student? How come there were so many people looking for him? He still has not received his answer when another two luxurious cars shockingly arrived and two pretty figures stepped out, charging forward energetically asking, "Who took in Tang Zheng?" Song Donghua's eyes constricted, overwhelmed with shock by the newcomers as he recognized them, and hurriedly asked, "Madam Yi, why are you here?" Feng Xinyang looked at him weirdly, "You recognize me? I met you at a banquet once before." Song Donghua said, extremely deferential. Meanwhile Deng Maocai was inwardly speechless. Just which divine figure was this to make Secretary Song act with such reverie? Feng Xinyang, saving a person is more important, you can reminisce later. Yi Dingdang urgently said. When she heard news of Tang Zheng's arrest, she had immediately charged over. Even though she did not know Tang Zheng for a long time, she did not think that he was the type to rape others. Moreover, he had even saved her life before, and this could be considered as repaying the good deed. Right, saving a life comes first. Feng Xinyang said, walking towards the police station. Madam Yi, Tang Zheng has already been released and is currently on the way to the hospital. Song Donghua hurriedly said. On the way to the hospital, could he be injured? These police officers actually injured him? Feng Xinyang said, incomparably flabbergasted. It's a long story, let's first go to the hospital. Song Donghua thought that this matter was becoming more and more complicated. He originally believed that Tang Zheng was a normal student and couldn't have thought that he could move the Yi clan's people. He could not help but have a new view of Tang Zheng. At this time, Yi Dingdang finally noticed Fatty Fengyang and asked, "What are you doing here?" "Of course I'm here to rescue my boss." Fengyang said, "Let's not speak anymore and hurry to the hospital. This matter is too complicated and is causing me to be confused." The few luxurious cars charged towards the hospital like lightning, leaving only Deng Maokai standing alone and frightened. A while later he moved as if in a daze, fishing out his phone before dialing a phone number. "Young Master Chiao, things aren't well. This time your plan has failed." "How did it fail?" Xiao Fei was shocked and howled. "This Tang Zheng is not normal, and there has been people who have stepped forward for him. How could that be? He is just a destitute bastard. Where would he find someone to step out for him?" Xiao Fei said in disbelief. "Young Master Chiao, could there be a problem with your information? How come there are more than just one person stepping out for him? He has already left the station and I can barely protect myself." Xiao Fei turned silent. This unforeseen circumstance was completely out of his expectations. He originally wanted to use this chance to completely destroy Tang Zheng. Not only destroying his reputation but also to make him go to jail. However, he actually escaped, causing things to not add up. "Young Master Chiao, this time my career is at stake. What about the money we discussed? You didn't even properly take care of the matter and yet you want money, hung." Xiao Fei angrily hung up the phone. F***ck, a silk pants boy actually dares play with this daddy. This daddy's career is at stake yet you don't give me money. Just you wait and see what this daddy will do. Deng Maotsai's face was ashen as he listened to the doo-doo of the disconnected phone, his blood boiling in anger. Chapter 23, Demonic Energy. Chapter 23, Demonic Energy. In the hospital, Tang Dahai was already within the emergency room. Meanwhile, Tang Zheng and Lu Qingmei sat outside in the corridor extremely anxious and expectant. Tang Zheng buried his head into his knees. If it wasn't for him, his grandfather wouldn't have ended up like this. This thought caused him to fall into a deep sea of self-blame. Lu Qingmei advised, "Tang Zheng, don't worry, heaven will help those who are worthy. Your grandfather will be fine." Tang Zheng did not reply but silently prayed instead. Suddenly, footsteps hurriedly approached. Yi Dingdang and several people came forward and asked him, "Tang Zheng, is your grandfather all right?" Tang Zheng lifted his head and looked at them, saying, "He is still in the emergency room." "How come you guys are here?" "We just went to the police station and heard that you went to the hospital, so we hurried over." "Thank you everyone." "Boss, don't say thanks, this is what we should be doing," Feng Yang said. Feng Xinyang nodded her head and said, "You saved our family's dingdang, so this is what we should be doing too." The other people looked at Tang Zheng and Yi Dingdang in astonishment, not knowing that something like this had actually happened between them. Yi Dingdang saw the anxious and worried Tang Zheng that was completely different from the normally self-confident Tang Zheng. This made her feel a sensation akin to heartache within herself. She wanted to say a few words of comfort but discovered that any words that she could say would sound feeble and weak. Right at this moment, the emergency room door was pushed open and Tang Dahai was pushed out. Tang Zheng hurried over and asked, "Doctor, is my grandfather all right?" "His life is temporarily preserved," the doctor's voice said, "but then his situation is not optimistic. His heart had originally suffered from some injury and after this stimulation his injury became worse." He must stay in the hospital for treatment. As for his condition after the treatment, we are unable to give you a guarantee. Tang Zheng felt his heartbeat, and a pain arose within his heart. Little brat, his life force has been cut short and he only has half a month to live. Tian Chanzi suddenly said. What, half a month? Tang Zheng was terrified and shocked. His grandfather originally had 20 days to live, but now it was cut short a few days. This left Tang Zheng with even less time. He still had to find the heaven-fragrant flower and moreover he needed to reach the third grade of refining qi. This was simply an impossible task that stretched to the heavens. I can't give up. I will definitely let grandfather live on. Little brat, sometimes people can't help but be faced with a cruel and bitter reality. You don't need to force yourself. Tian Chanzi advised. Shut up. Tang Zheng involuntarily roared out, scaring the others into a jump and to look at him in fright. Tang Zheng, boss, what happened? Everyone asked. Nothing. Tang Zheng said, changing the topic while he agreed to have his grandfather stay in the hospital. He then proceeded to handle the procedures for staying in the hospital. On his body, he only had several tens of dollars, but the surgery fee was paid for by Lu Qingmei. Tang Zheng, I will pay for the freeze to stay in the hospital. When you have the money you can repay me then. Lu Qingmei saw that he was poverty-stricken and hurriedly said. Money is not a problem, you do not have to worry about it. The important thing is to treat the old gramps. Feng Xinyang said. Feng Yong hurriedly nodded and patted his chest saying, Boss, your grandfather is my grandfather. However much money you need I will ask my dad to give. Tang Zheng looked at several people and shook his head, saying for matters concerning the money I will think of a way. Thank you guys for your kind thoughts. He knew that within his house there was only $20,000, and it was gathered by their frugal living for the past few years. Sadly, living in a hospital was a bottomless pit. He had no idea how long the $20,000 would last, but he was unwilling to accept other people's money. He believed that he could find a way to get past this difficult time. Seeing that he was set on his decision, no one pressured him. Immediately after, Tang Zheng settled the procedures necessary to stay in the hospital. After Tang Dahai's anesthetic wore off and he woke up, unconsciously yelling, Little Zhang is not a criminal, Little Zhang is wrongly accused. Grandfather, I am fine. Tang Zheng tightly grasped his grandfather's hand and Tang Dahai opened his eyes, surprised. Little Zhang, I am not dreaming, am I? The police said you were a criminal and that they had apprehended you. Grandfather, this was all a misunderstanding. It is all fine now. Tang Zheng explained. Tang Dahai let out a relaxed breath and said in rejoice, I said that my grandson was not a criminal and I most definitely would not get it wrong. It is good that you are all right, everything is okay then. Why am I in the hospital? Grandfather, you just fainted. I am fine, let's hurry up and go home, this hospital is not cheap. Tang Dahai tried to struggle up but was instead stopped by Tang Zheng. Grandfather, your body is not completely healed yet. The doctors suggest you stay a few days for further observation. My body is fine, why should I stay in the hospital, it's a waste of money. Tang Dahai splayed his hands and said with a heartache. Old Gramps, just listen to the doctor. Feng Xinyang advised. It was then that Tang Dahai became aware that there were other people in the room, and he turned to look at all the strangers. Tang Zheng introduced them saying, Grandfather, this is my teacher and my classmates. I apologize for troubling you all, Tang Dahai said with embarrassment. Old Gramps, just take care of your body and don't worry about anything else. Let Tang Zheng study in ease, okay? Lu Qingmei amiably advised. Tang Dahai hesitated a bit and looked at the crowd saying, I really am fine, this is just an old problem, it's nothing. Grandfather, this time just listen to me, there is no room for negotiation. Tang Zheng said firmly. Tang Dahai looked at his grandson with fixed eyes and sighed. He had no choice but to cooperate. Old Gramps, we are leaving first. Tang Zheng, if you need anything, give me a call. The others said their goodbyes. Little Zheng, you go send everyone off. Tang Dahai said. Tang Zheng saw everyone off at the elevator. Lu Qingmei brought Tang Zheng to the side and said, Tang Zheng, if there is any news from the police station, then I will notify you. They think to harm my student, I definitely won't let them off. You should just relax. Thank you, teacher, I want to be excused from school for a few days. That's okay, you just take care of your grandfather. After sending his teacher and friends away, Tang Zheng returned to the patient room and he had already made his plans. His top priority was to cultivate and also find the heaven-fragrant flower, so that was why he asked to be excused from school. He most definitely can't tell his grandfather about it, otherwise he would not agree. He prepared to spend his nights cultivating and his days searching for the heaven-fragrant flower. Tang Zheng took a trip home and paid the deposit for his grandfather's stay in the hospital. Afterwards he returned to chat with his grandfather, determined to stay till his grandfather fell asleep before he started cultivating. The patient room had 2 other patients, making it inconvenient for him to cross his legs and cultivate, but just as he was mulling over this, Tian Chanzi told him that he did not actually have to sit with his legs crossed to cultivate. That he can cultivate as long as he was calm and his whole body was focused on the task. Extremely happy, he sat down on the chair and entered into a cultivating state of mind and cultivated his ancient clear heaven scroll. Chang Hong Mountain. Tang Zheng went to the back mountains in the early morning. Looking down at the bottomless precipice, he tied the rope on his body and slowly traversed down the cliff. As the sun rose up high overhead, he still kept going without stop, appearing to be tireless as he continued down the precipice in search of any traces of the heaven-fragrant flower. Tian Chanzi could not help but mock him, as this hit-and-miss search was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Moreover, based on his deductions, it would be impossible for the heaven-fragrant flower to be here unless there was a miracle. The winds blew, whistling, causing the rope to sway and Tang Zheng to move with it. He hurriedly grabbed onto the stone cliff to stabilize his body. At the rope's end, he was at 300 or so meters down the cliff. In this place the cliff was filled with a dense fog that prevented him from seeing more than a few meters ahead of him. The sun traveled towards the west as he started to climb back up the cliff, deciding to bring a longer rope the next day as that was his only option. He knew that hope was scarce, but he could not give up hope. Since when he did give up hope, it would signify that he was letting his grandfather die, and he would absolutely not let that happen. He returned back to the hospital and coincidentally met Feng Yong. Boss, you didn't go to school today, don't you know that the school is in an uproar and it's all because of you? Tang Zheng wrinkled his eyebrows and was startled at the wound on Feng Yong's forehead and asked, what happened to you? I accidentally hit my head. Feng Yong stammered. Liar, this is clearly not a bump, just what happened? Tang Zheng said as his face deepened. Gao Daji hit me. Gao Daji, why did he hit you? Feng Yong's face turned red as he ashamedly said, Boss, it's all because I'm useless. Gao Daji said you were a rapist and I got into an argument with him which resulted with him hitting me. I was not his opponent and threw my face away. Gao Daji. Tang Zheng's 2 eyes seemed as if they were going to spit fire. Feng Yong, thank you. Boss, this is expected of me, I just hate myself for not being his opponent. Otherwise I would smash all his teeth out. There will be such a day, don't you worry. Tang Zheng's heart was moved. Wait till he refined the life-continuing pill. Then he will prepare a martial arts technique for Feng Yong. Feng Yong's eyes brightened at Tang Zheng's words as he heavily nodded his head and said, Boss, a bunch of clueless people are shaming your name, saying that you have no face to face everyone. That is why you are hiding and not going to school. Let them say what they will. There is no need to pay attention to these clowns. Tang Zheng said without a care for them. Just listening to them make me angry, but in a few days when your grandfather recovers and you go back to school, all these rumors will be stopped. Tang Zheng did not put the matter at heart and said a few words to Feng Yong before returning back to his grandfather's room to accompany him. The next day he returned to Changheng Mountain, but this time he brought with him a 500-meter rope. Like Spider-Man, he easily navigated the cliff, returning back to the position he was at the day before. He did not stop here but instead continued downwards when suddenly after another 100 or so meters. "Halt!" Tian Chanzi suddenly shouted. Tang Zheng was momentarily shocked and hurriedly stopped. "What is it?" "There's demonic energy?" "Demonic energy? There's demonic energy here?" Tian Chanzi deeply said, "In this multitudinous world, there are not only humans, there are also the devil race and the monster race. The devil race is a group of people who cultivate in evil arts, while the monster race appeared within this world from living creatures who have their spirit knowledge opened, allowing them to possess magic. If it was before, Tang Zheng would not believe that there would be demons in this world. However, since he was a cultivator now he immediately accepted it and said, I am only at the first grade of the refining chi level, am I the demon's opponent? I don't know, this demonic energy is not strong but it is not to be looked down upon. If you start backtracking now it may not be too late. No, I must advance to find the heaven-fragrant flower. Tang Zheng said, his heart set as he pushed off against the cliff with his feet and speedily descended. Chapter 24, Heaven-Fragrant Flower. Chapter 24, Heaven-Fragrant Flower. Tang Zheng descended another 10 or so meters. The fog in front of him was becoming increasingly dense and concentrated so he could only see 3 meters in any direction. When suddenly, his nose was assaulted by a wave of fishy stench. Tian Chanzi loudly called out to him to be careful. Tang Zheng hurriedly avoided to the side only to see something red brush by him. He clearly saw that it was a half-a-meter-long snake. Its body was deep red, like the color of blood. Red drill snake. Tian Chanzi said in shock, its spiritual knowledge is already developed so it is a monster. You must be careful, its poison is fatal and if you get bitten you will most definitely die. The red drill snake can also use illusions, in a bit whatever weird images you see you must not treat it as the truth. Illusions. This was the first time Tang Zheng had of such a technique. Little brat, it seems like I was wrong. The red drill snake usually accompanies the heaven-fragrant flower. Wherever there is a red drill snake there will most likely be a heaven-fragrant flower nearby. This place with sparse spiritual energy actually gave birth to a heaven-fragrant flower. This is too weird. Tang Zheng furrowed his eyebrows. Are you certain? Of course it's true, but you must first pass the red drill snake. Tang Zheng glared at the red drill snake as if it was his prey, and it also fixed its eyes on Tang Zheng while it was hissing non-stop in its own language. When its body started to twist looking like a bow show, the red drill snake launched itself towards Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng gathered his energy then used the heaven-gathering hand. Suddenly, the red drill snake disappeared from in front of him and in its place was a beautiful lady charging over. At first it looked like Yi Dingdang, then it changed to look like Fang Shihi before it finally changed to looking like Lu Qingmei. Little brat, this is the illusion technique, do not fall for it. Tian Chanzi's voice sounded out heavily like a clock, causing Tang Zheng to be pulled out of the illusion technique. He hurriedly revolved his true chi to maintain a clear head. This illusion technique disappeared and the red drill snake's true body was revealed and Tang Zheng waved his arms and grabbed onto the red drill snake causing it to struggle non-stop. However, it had no way of escaping from Tang Zheng's grasp. The red drill snake's strongest move was the illusion technique but it was still caught by Tang Zheng. This was completely out of the red drill snake's expectation and it was caught in an instant. Hurry, break open the snake's abdomen and take its dan as it is beneficial for you. Tian Chanzi said excitedly in a hurry. His hand rose and brought down the dagger that he always carried with him, cutting apart the red drill snake's abdomen. From this, a fingernail-sized dan rolled out. He hurriedly picked the dan up while casually throwing away the snake's dead body. The inner dan was sparkling and translucent as it was reflecting the light from within his palms. The inner dan is the most important part of a monster as it is where all their energy converges. Meaning that if you were to take this, you will be able to increase your true qi, raising it to a higher level. Tang Zheng smiled in joy as he hurriedly swallowed it. The inner Dan did not have a fishy smell but instead had a faint fragrance to it. Afterwards he then felt a wave of fiery hot energy burst out from his stomach and course into his 8 main meridians. *TL, Ra says 8 main meridians but he has 9 main meridians, so it may or may not be a typo on the author's part. He hurried up and suppressed the surprise within his heart as he continued to descend in search of the heaven-fragrant flower. 3 meters later a bright-colored flower was fluttering in the wind. It was especially attractive to the eyes. Heaven-fragrant flower. Tang Zheng immediately recognized it at first glance. Little brat, your luck is not bad. This is indeed the heaven-fragrant flower. Hurry and pick it and place it into the box. Tang Zheng opened the pre-prepared wooden box and carefully placed the heaven-fragrant flower inside. The preservation time for the heaven-fragrant flower was 3 months. So plucking it right now would not affect the medicinal properties of the flower when he needed it to refine the pill. He looked all around him to make sure there weren't any more weird flowers or any more monsters. His heart was filled with satisfaction as he once again climbed up the cliff. At the top his feet slipped as he nearly fell down the cliff. The true qi in his body was acting chaotic, giving him a sense of crisis. Little brat, the inner Dan is at work. Hurry and refine it, otherwise your true qi will continue to act chaotically and your body will blow up, causing you to die. Tang Zheng did not dare to neglect this as he hurriedly closed his eyes and revolved the ancient clear heaven scroll as the medicinal effects of the inner Dan was refined. Not long later, the violent medicinal effects were completely refined by him as his true qi returned back to its original calm. The true qi within his 9 main meridians had increased to be 2 inches and he abruptly broke through to the second grade of refining qi. This caused the true qi motion within his body to also increase. Just 1 inner Dan can cause him to increase 1 inch of true qi, then wouldn't he be able to break into the 3rd grade of refining qi if he were to eat 2 more inner Dan? Little brat, stop daydreaming. How could there be so many demon inner Dans, and also this red drill snake was very weak. If you were to have met a stronger demon, then you not being eaten would already be considered your luck. Tian Chanzi immediately poured a bucket of cold water on him. Tang Zheng let out a bit of a hopeless sigh. These opportunities could be wished for but not expected. The only correct way to advance was properly cultivating. For the past 2 days you have not been absorbing any purine energy and your true qi has suddenly increased. Do you not feel anything odd? Tian Chanzi asked. Tang Zheng's heat moved as he hurriedly revolved his true qi, increasing its speed when he felt a wave of heartburn in from the inside causing his face to change colors. He heard Tian Chanzi say, "Do you feel it? I told you the 9 yang saint body was an extreme body constitution, but when things reach an extreme they may have negative effects. Now your energy is too strong and if you do not have enough purine energy to balance it out then you will be in great danger." Tang Zheng felt a cold sweat on his back as he said, "I will go to school tomorrow and absorb purine energy and true qi there." Tian Chanzi let out a weird smile and said, "Hi hey, little brat, you should successfully pursue those few women and then you won't have to worry about not having enough purine energy for a while. Moreover, it's better to do it in broad daylight than to secretly absorb purine energy. Why don't you just listen to my advice this once?" Tang Zheng did not know whether to cry or to laugh. Yi Dingdang, Fang Shishir, and Lu Qingmei are not simply women, but proud daughters of the heaven. How could it be easy to successfully obtain them? However, Tian Chanzi's words woke him up. If he were to choose one of the girls and had a relationship with them, then it wouldn't be a bad idea. For it would be beneficial in easing his 9 pure yang saint body. I will first successfully refine the life-continuing pill and save my grandfather. Then I'll worry about this," he said, shaking his head as he shook off this charming thought from his brain. "Little brat, refining the pill will require a day, so you must get to the 3rd grade of refining qi in the next 11 days. Do you understand?" Tian Chanzi reminded him. Tang Zheng worries deepened. 11 days to reach the 3rd grade of refining qi. With not having any inner dawn or a sufficient amount of purine energy, it made this task even harder than ascending the heavens. However, he did not give up and said, "I will continue to work hard in my cultivation." Did you discover that your cultivation speed has started to slow these past few days? Tian Chanzi asked. Tang Zheng was silent. Aside from the first few days where his speed was extremely fast, his cultivation speed has recently become more normal. However, his speed was still faster than ordinary people. Tian Chanzi, are you saying there really is no other method? Tian Chanzi turned silent, opening his mouth a long while later. Cultivation is like rowing a boat upstream. If you stop, you fall backwards. Moreover, you need to learn to use skills in such a way that they complement each other and can increase your strength. The best way to do this is through actual combat. Real combat will allow one to better understand one's own body and increase your training speed. It's just like in the sect where they would organize trips for their disciples to Gaon the mountain to experience actual combat. Actual combat. Tang Zheng's eyes flashed. Yes, this is indeed a shortcut, but you do not have all the requirements. I can train with Yi Dingdang. She is stronger than me in strength and should be beneficial in helping me break through. This is indeed a good idea. The disciples in our sect would often have competitions, mutually testing what the other learned, or at least this is under the normal circumstances. Since you are currently in an extreme situation and need to break through in a short period of time, you must undergo life and death battles in order to stimulate your body's potential. Death matches? Are you saying I need to find someone to fight to the death with? Even if I have those kinds of thoughts, I would still not be able to find such a person. Tang Zheng said discouragingly. Tian Chanzi also had no idea and could only advise, don't despair, heaven never bars one's way. We will look to see if there are any other methods. Tang Zheng returned back to the hospital when he was stopped at the elevator by a nurse who called for him to halt, saying that the hospital fees he paid is running out and that he needed to hurry and pay more. Otherwise they will stop providing treatment. Spending money is like water slipping out of one's hands. Tang Zheng said, scrunching his eyebrows and revealing a bitter face. Their family's savings of $20,000 was completely spent in a few days, and if they had no more money then his grandfather would have to leave the hospital. This won't work. Besides cultivating, I have to make money. When thinking about making money, his two eyes became dull. He has previously gone to the dumpster with his grandfather, saved up penny by penny. It was impossible to make enough money in a short amount of time since he neither had the time nor the energy. This night as he cultivated, he also pondered over how to make money all the way till morning. However, he still had not come up with any ideas. Could it be that his only option was to borrow the money? He had no relatives in Changheng City, and borrowing money from Lu Qingmei, Fengyon, or others was only a last resort. Otherwise he would never stretch out his hands for money from others. After 2 days he finally came back to school. As he stepped through the school entrance, he attracted countless gazes. Some people were pointing and several looked at him with despise. A few acted as if there were no one and said that he was a rapist and that he should have just found a prostitute. While others said that he was so poor that he couldn't pay for a prostitute and hence would resort to raping, saying he was so shameful. Tang Zheng pretended as if he didn't hear them, not willing to hop around with the clowns. He quickly walked to his classroom, sitting at the very back, closed his eyes and then rested. Tang Zheng, how come you are here? Yi Dingdang said, looking at him in shock. I took care of my business, so I came back to class. Is your grandfather better? He's a bit better. Tang Zheng gratefully nodded his head. That's good. Heaven helps the worthy. Feng Yong energetically came over and greeted him, saying, Boss, you finally came back. These past few days there were some people who were exceedingly arrogant, loudly saying big words. Let's see what they do now. Fatty Foam, are you itching for a beating? Why are you talking so loudly? Cao Daji arrogantly while walking over. Suddenly, seeing Tang Zheng, his voice lost all sound, as if someone was choking him, his face turning extremely ugly. Tang Zheng slowly stood up and stared straight at Gao Daji and said, Gao Daji, I heard that you have been really arrogant recently. Gao Daji's face turned red as he said, Tang Zheng, you're a liar. Hung, is it me that's lying or you? Everyone already knows. Wasn't Feng Yang's forehead injuries caused by you hitting him? You should immediately apologize, otherwise you will have to bear the consequences. Tang Zheng said coldly. Tang Zheng, this is the school, you can't do whatever you want here. Otherwise, you will not be able to deal with the results. Gao Daji said with a show of strength that contrasted with his weak heart. Tang Zheng coldly hung in scorn and took big steps toward Gao Daji. You won't shed tears till you see the coffin. Chapter 25, Underground Fighting Arena. Chapter 25, Underground Fighting Arena. Gao Daji unconsciously took a step back, his face showing panic. Others who saw this knew that they were in for a good show. Feng Yang's heart beat loudly, his boss was standing up for him, almost moving him to tears. Previously no one would stand up for him, and when he was bullied he could only bear with the pain in silence. Yi Dingdong's eyes lit up as she looked engrossed at Tang Zheng. Gao Daji retreated to the wall. When there was nowhere else to hide he hurriedly said, Sister Dingdang, save me. Yi Dingdang coldly looked at him and said, Why should I care what happens to you? Gao Daji opened his mouth dumbstruck and speechless. He has always loyally and willingly followed Yi Dingdang, stepping out for her. However, Yi Dingdang has never once said that he was her follower. Tang Zheng, if you dare hit me, be careful, you might be expelled. Tang Zheng was momentarily shocked and stopped his steps as Gao Daji smiled in satisfaction, thinking that he found Tang Zheng's weak point. Sadly, the next second, he realized just how wrong he was. Tang Zheng coldly smiled and said, Using this to threaten me is simply too weak. When his words rang out, Tang Zheng was in front of Gao Daji, and with a pang a punch caused Gao Daji's internal organs to roil about as he immediately fell to the ground, gasping for air nonstop, not even having the ability to cry out. The others were frightened. This was the first time they'd seen Tang Zheng make a move, and it caused everyone to be incomparably shocked. It must be known that aside from Yi Dingdang, Gao Daji was the next best fighter in Class 7. There was not a single person in the class who was not afraid of him. There was quite a few people who were bullied by him, and seeing Gao Daji in such a battered state caused them to feel incomparably better. Boss, this is amazing. Boss is number one under heaven. Fen Yong's face was red as he loudly shouted and clapped. Pa pa pa. The applause gradually rang out as more people followed, the applause becoming increasingly louder until the whole class was clapping, causing the sound to be akin to thunder. Gao Daji laid on his stomach, gnashing his teeth. The applause was like knives cutting into him, and he silently vowed, Just you guys wait, I will make you regret thinking that you can step on me just by depending on Tang Zheng. He has always depended on his big stature and his strength to bully others, causing others to feel a wave of anger at him. Tang Zheng looked at Gao Daji in contempt. His relationships with others were subpar, and unexpectedly everyone seemed to not like him. What are you doing? Lu Qingmei said loudly and with some suspicion as she stepped in and saw everyone clapping. The applause abruptly ended, and Gao Daji, seeing his lifeline, stood up with difficulty to tattletale, saying, Teacher Lu, Tang Zheng hit me. Lu Qingmei looked at Tang Zheng in astonishment and then at Gao Daji, clearly not believing Gao Daji's words. Teacher, you have to believe me. He really did hit me. Gao Daji said, wanting to cry, but he didn't have any tears. Never before feeling as wronged as he felt right now. Gao Daji, stop messing around. How could Tang Zheng hit you? You, on the other hand, I've heard recently that you have been bullying the other students. Is that true? Lu Qingmei said coldly, asking in a straightforward manner. I didn't. Gao Daji said without confidence. If you dare bully other students again, then I will notify your parents. Lu Qingmei said with a headache. She clearly knew that Gao Daji was an unruly troublemaker. If he didn't bully the other students, then thank the Lord, how could it be his turn to be bullied? Okay, everyone, stop making a ruckus, it's class time. The other students looked at Dao Daji, finding joy in his misfortune, thinking that even you have this day. Gao Daji angrily sat down in his seat. The mocking gazes surrounding him made him feel as if he were sitting on pins and needles. When class was let out, he hurriedly scrambled out, not having any face to sit inside the classroom. Tang Zheng was called out by Lu Qingmei and was then told that the matters at the police station were taken care of. The person involved, Lu Gang, knowingly committed a crime and was fired. While the girl, on the other hand, said that she was told to act under Lu Gang's command and did not implicate anyone else. As of today, she is currently being detained. Internally, Tang Zheng snorted at the results but did not express his true feelings, instead giving Lu Qingmei his thanks for her help. He did not believe this was the end of the matter and was determined to find the real culprit. For he must get revenge for him taking off 10 days of his grandfather's remaining life. Today, Tang Zheng did not pay attention to class and decided to grab a hold of time to cultivate. He slowly but continuously absorbed Yi Dingdong's pure yin energy, adjusting his body's harmony. After a day of work, his true qi was no longer scalding hot and has eased up considerably. On the way back to the hospital, he thought about how to make money and how to raise his cultivation, all in vain. Just as he walked into the hospital, his phone rang. "Little brother, what's up? Are you free to come over to Brother Who's to play?" Lin Hu's clear voice asked. Tang Zheng did not expect Lin Hu to suddenly call and rejected him. "Brother Lin, I have been busy these few days and I don't have the time. Next time maybe." "AI, this time I guarantee it will be fun. It's a duel and it will be fun. I only called you since you are a fighter." "Duel?" "Yes, a fight between martial artists. This will be beneficial to our training to see others fight." Tang Zheng's heart was moved as he said, "Okay, I'm coming." "Where and when?" "Come to my Shangshi bar, I'll take you." Tang Zheng returned to the hospital and told his grandfather that he was going to his friend's house to study. Immediately after, he ran straight towards Shangshi bar. "Ha, little brother, you came. Come on, the car is waiting, let's go. This time I will definitely open your eyes." Lin Hu passionately pulled him into the car. Within was another man who looked to be around 30 years old with a big stature and an awe-inspiring aura. The car started up and drove as fast as lightning while Lin Hu started giving an introduction, saying that this time they were going to watch an underground fighting tournament. Since it wasn't an official tournament but one held covertly, it would be all the more cruel and wonderful. In these type of matches there were not a lot of rules. In fact, there was only one, and that was to knock your opponent to the ground. These kind of tournaments are extremely violent and bloody. Moreover, one could make bets unseen. This attracted quite a few spectators, but this tournament was only limited to a certain group of people, and Lin Hu was one of these people. The big man next to Lin Hu was his designated fighter. Tang Zheng had a general idea and said, "Are all the competitors martial artists?" Of course they are all martial artists. Ordinary people's fights are not interesting at all. How could they attract spectators? This person is the one I invited to be my fighter. He is at the first grade of refining body. Today I will be depending on him to win me money. Hi hey. Lin Hu said, content with his accomplishments. The fighter arrogantly raised his head up as if to say, "Just you wait, victory belongs to me." The car stopped in front of an abandoned factory in the suburbs. In front of the abandoned factory was parked quite a few cars, and in front stood ladies checking the people who were coming and going. Lin Hu was clearly a frequent visitor and the ladies greeted him in succession. After this they entered straightforwardly. Within the abandoned factory was a loud ruckus. There was a type of heavy metal rock music that causes one's blood to boil being played. At the center of the factory was a large competition stage with the four sides being the spectator area, which was filled with seats. Currently these seats already had quite a few number of people seated. "Yo, Lin Hu, you came again. Last time you lost 500,000. Did you not lose to your heart's content already?" How much are you prepared to lose this time? A 40-or-so-year-old male said jokingly while he walked over with his entourage. Lin, whose face became ugly as he deeply said, "Boss Fan, this daddy came to make a comeback. How could I lose?" Later, don't you lose till you aren't even left with your underwear, because that would truly be sad. Haha, how could I possibly lose? This time I specifically invited an expert to fight your fighter, so who could your fighter be this time? Him. Lin, who said, pointing to the big man at his side. Boss Fan turned his head to look at the big man and sneered, "Peak of first-grade refining body, almost breaking into the second-grade refining body. This is indeed a bit better than the idiot you brought last time, but an idiot is still an idiot. Today you will lose for sure, so you better prepare your money." Lin, who angrily said, "Big brain fan, don't speak big words too early, or otherwise be careful that you don't bit your own tongue. Hung, I want to see just what realm of fighter you brought today." Boss Fan laughed, "Hi hey," and secretively said as he walked away, "You will know in a bit, and I guarantee that it will cause you to be shocked." Hi hey. Pay, what nonsense. Lin, who spat his saliva towards the other's back. Brother who is he? Tang Zheng asked with curiosity. South Sector's Boss Fan, last time in a match my fighter lost against his fighter, causing me to lose $500,000. For this reason he felt extremely proud of himself, going everywhere and telling everyone that I lost to him, attempting to ruin my reputation. Lin, who angrily said. He's also a martial artist? Yes, he is a third-grade body refining martial artist, so he is one grade higher than me. Tang Zheng nodded his head as Tian Shanzi had also told him the same thing. Today he was a spectator who came to learn, he did not put all of this to heart. People filled in the seats in quick succession. The fishes and dragons mingled together, so not only were there those white-collared people with suits and leather shoes, but there were also those gangsters with tattoos. A gong rang out and the whole place turned quiet as a 20-or-so-year-old youngster leisurely walked up to the ring. He looked around at the audience before clearly saying, "Welcome everyone, today we have prepared 3 marvelous matches. These 3 matches are all fought by martial artists whose strength are profound, making these fights all the more interesting. In a bit you will be able to place a bet for the fighter you like, and I hope everyone will have a cheerful and memorable evening. The show will begin immediately." Thunderous applause rang out. Who is he? Tang Zheng curiously asked. Huang Ziang, he is Changhong City Huang Clan's young master and is also a martial artist. It was said that his strength is deep and immeasurable. As for how strong he is, I cannot tell. Lin, who introduced. 6th grade refining body. Tang Zheng blurted out. See, 6th grade refining body, as expected of a big family clan. He is only 20 or so years old but is already at a higher stage than us who have trained for a whole lifetime. Lin, who said with jealousy, drawing in a cold breath of air. Big family clan? Little brother, you are not someone of this circle so you wouldn't know, but the Huang family is a renowned mafia family that has existed for several hundred years. Don't look at me and think I am doing well, because when compared with the Huang clan it is like comparing an ant to an elephant, completely incomparable. However, for the past few years the Huang clan has cleared itself from the underworld. Even so, they still possess countless industries. This underground fighting tournament is only something that Huang Ziang will hold when he feels like it. Otherwise, who do you think has such a reputation as to possess the remarkable ability to eat from both the black and the white while also satisfying everyone? Lin, who introduced. *TL, the black and white refers to like the underworld and the just world. So it means only Huang clan can dip from both worlds, and do so in a way that leaves everyone satisfied, with the tournament, *. Tang Zheng was slightly shocked. This Huang clan actually has such a strong background. He was previously ignorant and inexperienced to this. The first match started as 2 fighters stepped up to the area, and with a quangdong of a bell the match began. Both of them are first-grade refining body, almost on par with each other. This is an evenly matched deathmatch, making it all the more exciting. Chapter 26, Deathmatch. Chapter 26, Death Match. Before the match started, people placed their bets on their respective fighters. The atmosphere gradually became increasingly heated as people cheered non-stop. At the start of the match, the two fighters stared fiercely at one another. Using all their strength at the onset, fists collided on flesh, striking to one's content. The sight seeming to be incomparably amazing. Aren't they afraid that someone might die during these matches? Tang Zheng curiously asked. Lin Hu laughed, hi, as he said, it is hard to avoid injury and death in these intense battles. There have been previous cases of people dying, but in the end they were settled. This shows the strength of Huang Ziyang, as even the police are unwilling to come find trouble. Tang Zheng nodded as he gleaned more insight into the Huang clan's strength. However, since it is normal to be greatly injured in these matches, it is hard to find a fighter. The fighter I invited was only willing to come after I had spent a large amount of money. How much money? 50,000. Lin Hu extended both arms. A normal fighter is easy enough to find, but finding a martial artist who is willing to stake his life is hard to come by. For those who are able to become martial artists, they usually have a bright future ahead of them. Very few are willing to fight to make some quick money. This fighter of mine was an expert I invited from a foreign dojo, and today I hope he will be able to stand above others. I don't really mind paying the money to have him stand out for me. A first-grade refining body martial artist is worth $50,000 per match. Tang Zheng silently said, speechless, martial artists sure are worth a lot of money. This is just a first-grade refining body martial artist. If he was stronger, then he would be worth more money. Huang Ziyang has a subordinate who is of the 4th grade refining body and has consecutively won 5 matches. He is worth several $1 million, now that is a true expert. Lin Hu said with envy. Tang Zheng concentrated on the match before him. The two fighters used very crude and simple martial arts, striking each other like robots, one fist after another. The sound of fist striking flesh rang out like muffled thunder, becoming all the more distinct within the cheering crowd. These fighters possess a wave of vicious energy that I am lacking. In the future it is unavoidable that I will meet a mortal enemy, so I must cultivate this viciousness. Tang Zheng said with some awareness of his situation. A fighter fell to the ground and the other hurriedly charged over. Kacha, like the sound of thunder, the fighter's 2 legs were snapped in half as the other mercilessly attacked, the victor already decided. A gong rang out and the match ended. The winner rose up, both hands looking at all 4 sides, sending his greetings, while the loser was dragged off like a dead log, no one inquiring about him. The crowd released a thundering roar. Some people were cheering for having won money, while some people were cursing loudly at having lost money. The second match was similar to the first, and the victor was determined in 10 minutes. Although, this time the loser was beaten till he was bleeding from the head and ultimately dying, looking incomparably wretched. The third match is between my fighter and Boss Fan's man. Lin Hu said, clenching both fists, his eyes stared straight at the arena, appearing to be extremely anxious. The two fighters stepped onto the arena while the crowd was in a frenzy. 2nd grade refining body martial artist. Lin Hu sucked in a cold breath as he stared straight at Boss Fan's fighter. He unconsciously looked towards Boss Fan's direction, only to see Boss Fan looking at him. Their two gazes intersected, with Boss Fan's gaze containing a bit of mocking and satisfaction. Lin Hu angrily roared, F***ck, where did Boss Fan find a 2nd grade body refining expert? Shit, I originally thought that I would win for sure, but this time it seems like there is no hope. He lowered his head in discouragement. The others, seeing the disparity between the two fighters' strength one after another in succession, placed their bets on Boss Fan's fighter to win. At this time the whole stage was cheering, as this match was already decided and it was basically accepting free money with not an ounce of suspense. Boss, it seems like our $500,000 is wasted. Dong Zi said as he hung his head in dejection. $500,000 is a small matter. The key is that Boss Fan has once again received satisfaction, and just seeing this make me feel so annoyed. Lin Hu said, vexed. Tang Zheng, seeing the situation, felt his heart move as he said, Brother Hu, what if I went up? You go? Lin Hu said, feeling shocked since if Tang Zheng went up he would basically win for sure. Yes, I'll go. I am currently in need of money and fast, so I want to make some money. Tang Zheng said, getting to the point. If a fighter can make 50,000 from a match, then it would be enough to pay for a portion of his grandfather's medical fees. Moreover, he can gain some experience during the death match and improve his training. This was what you called killing two birds with one stone. Lin Hu had joy written on his face as he did not expect this pleasant surprise. You sure? Tang Zheng nodded his head seriously. Little brother, if you go on stage then the reward won't just be 50,000, whether you win or lose I will give you 100,000. Lin Hu excitedly said, but of course he was certain of Tang Zheng's victory. Inwardly Tang Zheng was excited as $100,000 would solve his desperate situation. Lin Hu immediately brought Tang Zheng over to the platform and applied for a switch in fighters. Boss Fan, seeing the situation, hurried over and asked, Lin Hu, what are you doing? Changing fighters. Changing fighters? Boss Fan wrinkled his eyebrows and coldly laughed. Lin Hu, you aren't thinking about going up yourself, are you? Hi hey, young Master Huang has made a rule that us bosses cannot personally go into the arena. Of course I won't go up against young Master Huang's rule. Relax, it is not me who is going up. Then who is it? Could it be that you still have another fighter? Hung, I think you are just trying to extend the time. You shouldn't go through this pointless struggle. Today you have lost for sure. Boss Fan said, while in his heart he was feeling extremely satisfied with himself. Don't speak such big words too soon, for the good show is yet to come. Lin Hu straightforwardly walked toward Huang Ziang and said, Young Master Huang, I want to suddenly request a change in fighters. Huang Ziang looked deeply at him and asked, Lin Hu, are you certain? I'm certain. No problem, the rules state that since the match hasn't started you may switch people, but who do you want to switch up? Huang Ziang asked him in curiosity. I'll go. Tang Zheng said, stepping up with his back straight. You? Huang Ziang and Boss Fan both turned to look at him, revealing a hint of suspicion. From the outside Tang Zheng appeared to be no different from an ordinary person. He did not look anything like an expert. Ha, Lin Hu, I think you have gone insane. Actually daring to send a tied-up chicken of a little kid to fight here. Boss Fan snorted disdainfully, his voice clearly mocking. Huang Ziang locked his eyebrows, not believing Lin Hu would be this stupid as to willingly invite shame upon himself. However, he could not see through Tang Zheng, which caused him to be extremely suspicious. Lin Hu coldly hung. He also previously did not believe Tang Zheng to be an expert and had suffered at his hand. This time there were others also following in this disastrous belief, looking down on Tang Zheng. This did not cause him to be even the least bit angered. In fact, he even felt a bit happy, finding joy in their misfortune. In just a bit he will see just who would not be able to laugh. Everything will be revealed with their fists. Anything you say right now is too early. Lin Hu said disdainfully. Okay, in a bit I will have you lose to your heart's content. Hi hey, last time you bet $500,000, I wonder how much you are prepared to be this time? $1 million. Boss Fan madly laughed. Lin Hu, you actually want to send me money? Then I will not refuse you. Hi hey, I dare to promise you that this little kid will not last for more than 3 minutes and will be beaten to the ground by my fighter. Little brat, backing off right now is still not too late, otherwise later you may lose some hands or legs and your life will be ruined. By then it will be too late to regret it. Where did all this useless crap come from? Tang Zheng cast him a glance and coldly said. Boss Fan was momentarily shocked, becoming both agitated and angry. Since he became famous, very few people dare to speak to him like this. Clenching his teeth as he stared at Tang Zheng, saying, Little brat, just you wait, you will be spending the rest of your life in a wheelchair. Huang Ziang did not say a single word, silently observing the two sides, especially Tang Zheng. Since he said such confident words, causing him to be doubtful as he was not simply being arrogant but instead acted as if victory was already in his grasp. The corner of his mouth lifted up as he said, "Hee hee, little did I expect that today's matches would be more interesting than I thought." "Very good, then I will look forward to your spectacular performance." Tang Zheng walked towards the arena as his opponent looked at him, speaking with disdain, "A little stinky brat actually dared come to fight, you're simply seeking death." Tang Zheng smiled, not thinking so. Boss Fan angrily ordered, "I want you to cripple his lower body, and let him know this daddy's power." "Boss, don't worry, I will most definitely complete this mission," the fighter said while rolling up his sleeves, eager to start. Lin Hu said in a low voice, "Little brother, you have to be careful." The spectators, discovering that there was a change in fighters, quickly looked at Tang Zheng in succession, but upon hearing that he was just a normal fighter, they all revealed a startled expression. For a normal fighter, fighting against a martial artist was simply sending oneself to death. Those who had originally placed their bets on Lin Hu's fighter all called out for their bets, saying they won't bet anymore, and that this power difference was too big. That there was no chance at victory, not willing to have their bets be them gifting their money away. The others who had bet on Boss Fan were clamoring with excitement, while other people who watched were sure of the outcome. At this moment the factory was filled with a ruckus, people cursing unendingly, some even directly told Tang Zheng to scram. Tang Zheng blocked his ears and did not listen. He only looked straight at his opponent, whose energy was emanating but was still lacking when compared to Lin Hu. Since Lin Hu was defeated at his hands, how could he possibly be afraid of his opponent? "Little brat, you have no chance of escaping, so you should immediately kneel, kowtow, and admit defeat, and I will let you experience less pain," his opponent called out arrogantly in satisfaction. Tang Zheng snorted disdainfully and said, "It should be you who should kneel and admit defeat, and I may let you experience less pain." *CK, such shameful boasting, this daddy will not be polite then. His fist struck forward, the big fist was like a shooting star while Tang Zheng dodged, easily avoiding the strike. The fighter was shocked but did not put it at heart. His strikes suddenly became more intense, raining down like the rain, while Tang Zheng was like a small boat within a flood that could be capsized at any minute. However, this small boat seemed to possess some incomparable mystic power, and after the all-encompassing attack ended, he seemed as if he did not move at all, as if he was a boulder. A normal person could actually easily avoid the attack of a second-grade refining body martial artist? The answer to this was completely obvious: impossible. However, Tang Zheng actually did it. Was he really just an ordinary person? Of course not. The curses abruptly stopped as pair after pair of eyes fell on Tang Zheng's body, turning him into the focal point of the stage. Boss Fan sat up, his face becoming solemn, his gaze stared straight at Tang Zheng. Lin Hu's face revealed a satisfied look as if he expected everything. Huang Xiang's face turned deep as his eyes gradually became increasingly thought-provoking. Chapter 27, To Have No Choice But to Pick Up Girls. Chapter 27, To Have No Choice But to Pick Up Girls. The fighter's consecutive fist strikes landed on empty air, causing him to be agitated to the extreme. Releasing a loud roar, he once again resumed his attack. Tang Zheng did not dodge and instead crossed his arms, causing the sky to be covered in hand silhouettes that layered upon one another. The fists appeared to be dazzling, and it became difficult to see Tang Zheng's appearance as he did not retreat but instead struck out with both fists like a dragon exiting the sea. The fighter's fist struck a bunch of hand shadows. The hand shadows then disappeared, causing the fighter to be extremely pleased with himself as he said, "You still dare to flaunt such insignificant skills in front of me? Go die." On the platform, Huang Xiang's pupil shrank as he silently said, "This youngster's martial arts skill is not simple, it's perfect. Yes, this is a complete martial arts skill and not some random incomplete skill." The other still believes himself to be infallible, and will most definitely lose. Peng Peng Peng. A series of muffled strikes rang out as the hand shadows completely disappeared, only for the fighter to discover that Tang Zheng has disappeared. Suddenly, his heart jumped and he quickly turned around. However, it was too late as a wave of energy struck him from the back, easily sending him flying out of the arena. The whole crowd was silent. No one expected this outcome, as Tang Zheng should have been the loser, right? How could he so easily have pushed his opponent out of the ring? The fighter harshly crashed outside the ring, feeling a bit ticked as he did not expect this result, but the match was already decided and he had lost. A gong rang out, and the judge raised up Tang Zheng's arm, announcing his victory. Lin Hu released a loud laughter that lingered within the whole factory as countless spectators drooped their head cursing loudly, F***ck, how come it ends like this? This daddy has lost all his money. Boss Fan's face turned ashen as he fiercely stared at his fighter, causing the fighter to lower his head, not daring to meet his eyes. Lin Hu ran up to the arena and gave Tang Zheng a big hug, saying, "Little brother, thank you for letting me vent this unpleasant feeling I have inside me." Tang Zheng lightly smiled. This match was not difficult as his opponent was only a second-grade refining body. While Tang Zheng was also only at the second-grade refining body, his true chi was thick and profound. Moreover, his heaven-gathering hand was not an ordinary skill and made him completely able to suppress his opponent. In order to gain more experience, he did not start off with a fury of attacks but instead allowed his opponent to attack first before he defeated him. "Little brat, calmly get a feel for the battle just now. Even though this person's strength isn't all that good, this battle can still be a bit beneficial to you," Tian Chanzi said. Tang Zheng silently nodded his head as he felt his true chi gradually settle, but feeling that it became a bit more firm and vigorous as the battle was a good way to allow him to increase his true chi. "Go, little brother, we should go see Boss Fan." "Hung, boasting shamelessly that he will have your lower body crippled, I want to see just what he has to say now." The two walked in front of Boss Fan, not giving Boss Fan enough time to run away. Lin Hu cruelly smiled and said, "Boss Fan, who was the one who was boasting shamefully just now?" Boss Fan stared dead straight at Tang Zheng, his eyes seeming as if they might spew out fire. From the beginning to the end he could not see through Tang Zheng's strength. From his appearance, Tang Zheng appeared to be a normal human, but now he did not dare treat Tang Zheng as a normal human. Could it be that he achieved the realm of returning to one's origin? Impossible. Boss Fan unconsciously rocked his head. How could a youngster reach such a mysterious realm? "Just who are you?" Tang Zheng lightly smiled and said, "There is no need for me to tell you." "Little brat, do you know the ending of those who dare speak to me like this?" Boss Fan said, his two eyes revealing a coldness to them. Lin Hu straightened up his back and walked over, standing in front of Tang Zheng, protecting him, and said, "Boss Fan, if you dare touch a single hair on his body, just you watch." "Hung, if you can't afford to lose, then why did you come here to play?" "Ha, you two bosses, why is the tension here so heavy? We are all here to relax and to have fun. This 100,000 to you two bosses is nothing but pocket change. So, why is there a need to be angry?" Huang Xiang walked over and said, "Young Master Huang, Boss Fan cannot afford to lose and still wants to bully others." Lin Hu indignantly said. Huang Xiang laughed, and said, "Boss Fan, winning and losing is commonplace, so why get mad?" Boss Fan's imposing aura dimmed quite a bit as he said, "Young Master Huang, since I dare bet, then I can naturally afford it. I am just curious as to just who this little brat is and how come I have never heard of him before." Huang Xiang nodded his head, turning to Tang Zheng and said, "Little brother, I am also very curious as to your identity. I don't know if you are willing to tell me. I love to make friends, especially with outstanding youths like little brother." "I apologize, but it is not convenient for me to tell." Tang Zheng rejected without fear, as he did not want to reveal his identity. Lin Hu looked at him and hurriedly said, "This little brother of mine is thin-skinned, young Master Huang, please understand." Huang Xiang let out a resentful smile and gave Tang Zheng a profound look before saying, "I saw in the previous match little brother did not reveal his true strength. I would like to know if you are willing to participate in another match." "Yes," Tang Zheng said without the slightest hint of hesitation. Since he has experienced the sweet taste of battle, of course he wouldn't rest just like that. "Good, tomorrow night I look forward to little brother's match. When the time comes I am sure that you will fully demonstrate your abilities." Lu Hu's dissuading words rested at the tip of his tongue, but he ultimately swallowed it and said, "Young Master Huang, then we will be leaving first." Huang Xiang nodded his head and looked towards the departing Lin Hu's in Tang Zheng's back, appearing to be indifferent but unable to be seen through as to what his true feelings were. Boss Fan fiercely swallowed his saliva and said, Lin Hu, this brat is to King lucky to have found such a demonic little brat. Young Master Huang, just what level is this brat? Huang Xiang smiled in a profound and mysterious manner, turning his body to depart, leaving behind a confused Boss Fan, whose face was unstable as he said, Han, this little brat actually made your daddy, lose face. This daddy will expose you. I just want to see what kind of divine place you came from to dare make me, Boss Fan, your enemy. In the car, Lin Hu passed over a bag to Tang Zheng and said, Little brother, this is $100,000. Today, it is all thanks to you, otherwise I would have lost once again to Boss Fan. It was nothing. Lin Hu hesitated a moment before saying, Actually, when young Master Huang asked for your identity, you should have just told him. Oh, why is that? The young Master Huang clearly wants to attract you to his side, and if you have the support of the Huang clan in the future, then your life will become all the better. I like to depend on my own abilities to achieve the things I want. Tang Zheng said. You refusing young Master Huang like that and making him angry at you would bring you no benefits at all. Lin Hu voiced his main concern. Tang Zheng wrinkled his eyebrows and said, What can he do? It's nothing, since I was the one who brought you, then I will be responsible to the end. If young Master Huang actually wants to do something, then I will take it in your place. Lin Hu said, patting his own chest, You just need to worry about your match tomorrow. Tang Zheng did not say a single word, taking the money with him as he left the car, then returning to the hospital and taking a portion of his money to deposit it in the bank. He then returned to the patient's room to visit his grandfather while adjusting his breath, thinking back to his gain from today. He no longer has to worry about money and could now focus on raising his martial arts level. As he is already at the 2nd grade refining body, to reach the 3rd grade refining body he still must go through more matches and fight against stronger opponents. Also, he must absorb more pure yin energy. Little brat, just holding hands isn't enough. In order to absorb more pure yin energy you must go one step further. Tian Chanzi said. What do you mean on step further? I can't possibly force myself upon a girl. Hi hey, if you are willing then I would of course not mind. Tian Chanzi laughed evilly. You old pervert. Tian Chanzi was speechless, he was looking out for Tang Zheng yet he was labeled so. Wasn't this just doing him injustice? However, since if Tang Zheng became stronger then his consciousness would also become stronger, hence why he chose to pretend he did not hear anything, continuing to say, When I say one step further I do not mean to have sex but other bodily contact. Kiss? Ha, children can indeed be taught. Tang Zheng felt his thoughts stirring as this, to a virgin boy, was indeed enticing, but this act's difficulty was not that far off from forcibly forcing himself onto another girl. Little brat, if you do not quickly conquer a girl then your true chi will become stronger and you will be closer to doom. Moreover, if you want to save your grandfather then this is something you must do. Tian Chanzi said importantly. Tang Zheng calmed himself down. Previously he did not give any thought to these kind of things, but today he is forced to do these things. Moreover, it is human's nature to love and quite a few of his classmates were in relationships, so him also having a relationship wouldn't be too unreasonable. But is it worth considering this? For his only choice for a relationship partner would be from Fang Shishir, Yi Dingdang, and Lu Qingmei. Even though Lu Qingmei does indeed have a mysterious yin body constitution and her pure yin energy is bountiful, she is the least realistic person to choose from. After all, she is his teacher and he is her student, while Yi Dingdang and Fang Shishir, his mind floated with the image of the two. Both were the school's 2 campus belle, their beauty each having their own merit, as one was craft and unruly while the other was sweet-tempered and gentle. Fang Shishir. He made his decision. He and Fang Shishir have been classmates for 2 years and they know each other. He was secretly influenced by his good feeling toward Fang Shishir, and since the conditions are right then success will naturally follow. Seeing him make his decision, Tian Shanzi let out his breath, and even though he was regretful that Tang Zheng did not choose Lu Qingmei, he thought it was better to have a target than to flounder aimlessly. Little brat, tomorrow when you go to school you must carry out your plan of flirting, Tian Shanzi urged. The sky brightened and Tang Zheng, carrying his backpack, stepped into the school. For him who has never pursued after a girl, this was a daunting task that did not lose out to cultivating. In fact, it may even be harder than cultivating, and there was absolutely no one who was worse than him in this department, flirting. Then again, even if one has never eaten pork, they surely will have seen a pig run. The key to pursuing a lady is the chance of contact that allows the two to meet. Unknowingly, he had walked to the entrance of senior year class 1 only to discover that Fang Shishir was already there, burying her head within a book, studying. He straightforwardly entered the room and immediately attracted everyone's gaze. Everyone looked at Tang Zheng as if he were an alien and watched as he walked to stand in front of Fang Shishir. What is he doing? Everyone was coming up with guesses in succession. Xiao Fei's gaze was all the more glaring as he tried to come up with a plan after plan to frame Tang Zheng, but without any results. Now seeing Tang Zheng come to find Fang Shishir, he couldn't help but feel a wave of crisis. He suddenly stood up and quickly stopped in front of Tang Zheng, glaring at Tang Zheng as if he were his prey. At this moment the atmosphere suddenly took a subtle change and everyone's gaze brightened, as there was bound to be a good show now. Chapter 28, Girlfriend. Chapter 28, Girlfriend. You have already been kicked out of class 1, so what are you doing here? Xiao Fei arrogantly berated Tang Zheng. Several other classmates also swarmed over, looking at Tang Zheng as if he were their prey. Tang Zheng wrinkled his eyebrows. He remembered his promise to his grandfather that he would not intentionally find trouble with Xiao Fei. However, he actually came on his own initiative, so Tang Zheng couldn't be blamed for doing anything. He coldly said, "A good dog won't block someone's path, now scram." The whole class's gaze was attracted to Tang Zheng. Did they mishear him? Tang Zheng actually told Xiao Fei to scram, and he also cursed at him, saying that he was a dog. Is this still the Tang Zheng who wholeheartedly studied? The crowd unconsciously recalled the events of the past few days and realized that since Tang Zheng left class 1, he has basically become a whole other person that they did not recognize anymore. Xiao Fei's face turned red as he angrily said, "What did you say? Did you not hear me? I said, a good dog won't block someone's path. You are the dog. No, you are a rapist who came to our room is basically an insult to all of us." Xiao Fei ridiculed. Lies. Tang Zheng's two eyes became cold, not angry but forceful. Xiao Fei felt a wave of pressure crash onto him, causing him to almost be unable to draw breath, but he gathered up his courage and said, "What, did I poke a sore spot? Are you going to punch someone again?" Tang Zheng was just thinking about giving him a beating, but he could not act with so many people watching. Otherwise he really would be expelled, and he could most definitely not let that happen. Therefore he forcefully lowered his voice and said, "Xiao Fei, if you don't want anyone to know what you did, then you shouldn't have done it to begin with. I want you to know that the things you did to me, I will remember them, and in the future I will return them to you several times over. Just you wait." Once finished, he did not make a move. With an imposing manner, a wave of invisible force directly made Xiao Fei move to the side, allowing him to look at Fang Shishir as he said, "Do you want to eat lunch together today?" Fang Shishir looked at him in shock. The wave of domineering aura coming from him caused her heart to jump. Hearing him ask her to lunch and in front of everyone caused her face to immediately turn red. Previously there had been countless people who have invited her, but she has always tactfully rejected them all. Now, she was unable to say a single word of rejection. "I'll wait for you at the cafeteria," Tang Zheng said, then proceeded to leave, not giving her the chance to reject him. At this moment, the classroom went into an uproar. Everyone was whispering to one another while stealing glances at Fang Shishir. Xiao Fei hurriedly said, "Fang Shishir, you can't keep the promise to him. He is just a rapist and does not harbor any good intent, you." Not allowing him to finish, Fang Shishir gave him an angry glare and said, "Xiao Fei, how can you say such words about Tang Zheng? he is not that kind of person. Didn't the police already verify the truth? Xiao Fei was dumbstruck and speechless. After a long while he distantly said, anyways, he is not a good person and you going is like sending a sheep into the mouth of a tiger. I don't need you to concern yourself over my matters. Fang Shishir said with rage, continuing to bury herself in her study, ignoring others. Afternoon. Tang Zheng stopped in front of the cafeteria entrance, causing Yi Dingdang to look at him weirdly as she asked, how come you aren't going inside? You go eat first, I have some stuff to take care of first. Tang Zheng said. Yi Dingdang did not put the matter at heart as she straightforwardly walked into the cafeteria. Since the time Tang Zheng had saved her, the two of them have basically always had lunch together. Though this matter caused her to feel flabbergasted, she did not think too much about it. Sorry for making you wait for long. Fang Shishir hurriedly walked over and apologized. It's alright, I just arrived too. Tang Zheng replied with a smile, palpitating with eagerness. The two walked in together. Fang Shishir kept her head down while Tang Zheng straightforwardly brought her to the second floor. The second floor's restaurant was like those in hotels. One could freely order what they want and the portions were large. Once the two were seated, a waiter immediately walked over. What do you want to eat? Order anything you want. This was Tang Zheng's first time on the second floor as he gave the menu to Fang Shishir. Anything is fine, you order. How can that be? This is my first time taking you out, so we can't be too casual. Tang Zheng said, determined to have her order. Fang Shishir, unable to persuade him, ordered the cheapest vegetable. Tang Zheng, however, knew that she was looking out for him and his money issues, ordered another dish and a soup. Fang Shishir hurriedly splayed her hands and said, there's no need to order so much, we won't be able to finish it all. Ha, if you can't finish then you aren't allowed to leave. Tang Zheng playfully said. Fang Shishir protested coquettishly and looked at him before saying, it's not good to waste and it also costs a lot of money. It's my money we are spending, so you don't need to worry about it. Fang Shishir was thinking that it was because it is his money that she was worried. She knows that money for him is hard to come by, but since she did not want to give Tang Zheng any misunderstanding about his self-esteem, she did not say anything. The two turned silent and the atmosphere turned awkward. Thankfully, the dishes were quickly served and Tang Zheng quickly beckoned for her to eat. Is there a meaning for you to have invited me to eat with you? Fang Shishir asked. Tang Zheng was momentarily shocked as he said, we have been classmates for so many years, can I not invite you out to eat? Fang Shishir gave a shallow smile and nodded her head as if to say of course. Xiao Fei was sitting in a distant spot, looked on with red eyes at the two, especially at the bashful-looking Fang Shishir. Pa, he snapped the chopsticks in his hand as he gnashed his teeth, those two cheating couple. He knows that he is not Tang Zheng's opponent and does not dare act rashly, but suddenly an idea struck him and he gave one of his henchmen a command who immediately flew downstairs. A short moment later, Yi Dingdong's beautiful figure appeared on the second floor and Xiao Fei smiled in satisfaction. He was intently looking forward to a good show. Yi Dingdang walked straight towards Tang Zheng and Fang Shishir's table and sat down, saying, Yo, you two are here playing house. Fang Shishir's heart clenched as she felt like a third wheel caught in another's relationship. Previously, Yi Dingdang personally admitted her relationship with Tang Zheng, causing Fang Shishir to feel distant from Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng confusedly said, I asked Fang Shishir to lunch, is something the matter? Hee, did your brain suddenly become enlightened that you actually know what a date is? Yi Dingdang said with interest. Fang Shishir's face turned red. This normal phrase to her sounded unusually ear-piercing, as she hurriedly stood up and stammered, Yi Dingdang, we are not like what you are thinking. Yi Dingdang gave a smile that was not a smile as she said, oh, what am I thinking? Tang Zheng and I aren't like that. You guys are already dating, even a fool would not believe you. Fang Shishir had 1,000 things she wanted to say but couldn't find it in herself to refute as she wished for nothing but to bury herself into the ground. Tang Zheng's face deepened as he said, Yi Dingdang, stop joking around. Yi Dingdang's mischievous heart was aroused as she said, "Am I joking? I didn't say anything. I will leave first." Fang Shishir said, breaking into a run. "Wait a moment." Tang Zheng hurriedly grabbed her hand, causing Fang Shishir's heart to clench. This was the first time she has held hands with another male besides her father, throwing her heart into chaos, yet she was unable to break free from Tang Zheng's hand. "Sit and eat, we haven't finished out food yet, and you yourself said that we can't waste," Tang Zheng softly said. Fang Shishir looked at Yi Dingdang, then at Tang Zheng, feeling awkward all around. "Yi Dingdang, stop joking, otherwise I will ignore you from now on," Tang Zheng said with a cold face. Yi Dingdang stammered and said while looking in Xiao Fei's direction, Fine, I won't bother you two young couples, but I want to remind you just now there was a person who reported to me that you two were upstairs dating. You should be careful and on guard against despicable people." Xiao Fei was just looking intently in their direction when several of their gazes swept over, causing him to unconsciously turn his head. Tang Zheng immediately understood what was fishy and fiercely said, "Xiao Fei, you and I have no hatred between us, yet you again and again seek to go against me. Too despicable. Hee, you already stole his crush and you still say you and him have no hatred between you, that is not really correct," Yi Dingdang teasingly said. Fang Shishir became all the more shy, but she couldn't help but feel the tension within her ease up. For the conversation between Tang Zheng and Yi Dingdang, she was able to understand that their relationship was not what she thought it was. "You two continue your lovers' rendezvous, I will leave first," Yi Dingdang said as she went downstairs. This making other people to feel disappointed, as the expected battle between the two ladies did not occur, causing everyone to droop their head. Where is the logic in this? Tang Zheng was caught dating another girl but was left unscathed. Could it be that there was something wrong with the two campus belles' brains? Fang Shishir heavily sat down. Her hand was still being held tightly by Tang Zheng as she said with her head lowered, "Hurry and let go of my hand." Even though this was the first time that he had flirted with a girl, he knows that at this time he must absolutely not let go of her hand and to strike while the iron is hot. He grasped her hand even tighter. "TL, you go. WHOO, my little Zheng is growing up, cry. Not letting go. It's not good for others to see. If they want to see, then let them see. They can only look on in envy." Even though Fang Shishir was bashful and shy, she still felt it was incomparably sweet as she pouted playfully and said, "How can classmates hold hands?" Tang Zheng couldn't help but stare on like a fool as he unconsciously said, "You are really pretty. Stop speaking nonsense," Fang Shishir said, but her heart was bursting with joy. A woman always wants to look her best in front of her man, and this single word caused her to feel better than thousands of sweet words. "I am speaking the truth," Tang Zheng said with a serious face. "Hong, I did not realize before that you were so glib-tongued." Even though Fang Shishir's words were so, her tone was closer to being coquettish, like a little child throwing a tantrum. "Little brat, this girl most definitely has feelings for you. You should strike while the iron is hot and make her yours," Tian Chanzi instigated. Tang Zheng's heart burned as he asked, "Fang Shishir, will you be my girlfriend?" TL, OMG he escaped. Should have been Dingdang. Fang Shishir's heart was thrown into chaos as she raised her head and stared foolishly at him, not expecting him to be so bold and to suddenly ask. This caused her to not know how to reply. A while later, she finally stuttered out, "Our most important task right now is to study. Being my girlfriend won't prevent you from studying," Tang Zheng stubbornly said. TL, yes, be stubborn. Roar, no. Fang Shishir was feeling incomparably sweet but also incomparably conflicted. Her thoughts on high school was that one should focus wholeheartedly on one's study and that relationships and matters of love was for university. However, Tang Zheng's words stirred up her heart and her emotions. For she was also at the age of her first awakening for love, while she also had a girl's yearning for love. TL, this is so sweet, honestly. Moreover, after interacting with Tang Zheng for the past 2 years, no matter how she tried, she was unable to surpass Tang Zheng. She had unconsciously started to form a sort of adoration towards him, and over this time this adoration gradually gave birth to feeling for him, but she has always suppressed them. This time, Tang Zheng's confession caused a wave of emotion to explode forth from her like a flood, and her heart was chanting, "Promise him, promise him." She lightly nodded her head. Chapter 29, C.I. June. Chapter 29, C.I. June. Tang Zheng and Fang Shishir holding hands on campus is without a doubt the prettiest sight in school. Other couples are absolutely incomparable to them and can't be mentioned with them in the same sentence. Countless people stared wide-eyed, unable to believe the sight they were seeing. They definitely were not seeing things. The worst student was actually holding hands with the campus belle, Fang Shishir, and the two were incomparably sweet. In fact, they were so much so that it couldn't be faked, causing others to want to blow up with envy. However, wasn't Tang Zheng a pair with Yi Dingdang? How come he and Fang Shishir are together? Several people's eyes felt as if their brainpower wasn't enough and look at Tang Zheng with envious eyes, wishing for nothing else but to take his place. Fang Shishir looked at those fierce gazes and sweetly said, "You see, others look like they want to kill you. Hong, they are just jealous of us, so let them be jealous." Tang Zheng said with a bit of satisfaction. Fang Shishir charmingly said, "Did you plan this out from a long time ago?" "Of course, but you are a beautiful swan, so I had no idea if I would be successful." "Lies, just how am I a swan? I am just a normal ugly little duckling." Fang Shishir charmingly winked at him. "Tang Zheng, even though I already promised to be your girlfriend, you can't let it influence your studies. In the future we should study together after school and both test into a good school." "No problem," Tang Zheng said, content. Fang Shishir felt her heart ache as she cautiously and solemnly said, "If there is anything you don't understand, we can go over it together." She knew that the Tang Zheng of today was not the Tang Zheng of the past. He was no longer a genius, so she did not want to hurt his feelings. "Okay, in the future if there is something I don't understand, I will ask for your help." Seeing that he was not hurt by her words, Fang Shishir let out a breath of relief as she said, "We should start studying tonight and get a good score on the mock test in half a month." "I can't tonight, but what about tomorrow?" Tang Zheng had promised to fight in a match tonight. "Okay, I'll find you tomorrow night, but when you go home you must remember to study. Studying is like rowing a boat upriver, if you don't advance then you will move back. You absolutely cannot be lazy," Fang Shishir warned. The two were extremely unwilling to part and returned to their respective class, but when Tang Zheng arrived back at his own classroom, Feng Yong hauled him to a stop. "Boss, was I seeing things? Are you really with Fang Shishir?" "Yep," Tang Zheng said with a happy smile. "Then what about Yi Dingdang?" Tang Zheng patted his shoulder and said, "There is nothing going on between Yi Dingdang and I. That was just a misunderstanding on your part." Fang Yong stared stupefied, his mouth wide open enough to put in a chicken's egg. He then looked towards Yi Dingdang and said carefully, "Boss, I think Yi Dingdang is more suited for you since you both are experts." "Ha, there's no need for you to worry about it." "Okay, but then again boss, you should impart some of your techniques to me because every time you make a move you are decisive and bring about results. You are simply a love god," Feng Yong said in worship, his eyes blazing with stars. Tang Zheng earnestly said, "First, you have to be as handsome as me." F***ck, boss, you are such a bully. Aside from hardware parts, are there anything needed for the software areas? Feng Yong's height was at 170 centimeters and could not be considered as having a big or impressive stature that could be considered handsome. However, his pair of small bright eyes full with expression gave people a deep impression. Tang Zheng encouraged, "Learn well, then you can naturally have beauties at your side. Books contain gold, and books are as precious as jade. The people of old will not lie to me, so I will learn well from their teachings. Boss, the study plan you gave me, I have already started implementing it, and in several days I will let you check my progress." Feng Yong said with confidence. Tang Zheng returned to his seat and sat down, discovering that Yi Dingdang was looking at him with a smile that was not a smile as he touched his face and asked, "Is there something on my face? Why are you looking at me like that?" "Ha, I am looking at your pleased expression. How does it feel to have a beautiful lady at your side?" Yi Dingdang asked, interested. Tang Zheng said, "Not bad, not bad. Be careful that you don't end up the target of a crowd. I heard that there are a lot of people who are in love with Feng Shishir, so you now have a multitude of enemies. Thanks for your care, I am able to handle myself. It's easy to dodge the spear in the open but hard to dodge the stab in the dark," Yi Dingdang said with illusion. Tang Zheng's heart was moved as he was unable to restrain his emotions at the thought of being framed by the police. Even though the case was already closed, he did not forget that the mastermind was still wandering free, evading retribution. This caused him to wrinkle his eyebrows as he was determined to find some time to make the truth come to light. Nightfall. Within the abandoned factory, the music was deafening as usual. When Tang Zheng walked in with Lin, who had attracted the crowd's gaze, who released a cheer that smashed into them like a tidal wave. The crowd looked at Tang Zheng with eyes blazing. They clearly had a whole new view of him after witnessing his strength yesterday. "Little handsome brother, you can do it. Today we have specifically bet on you, so you must win. Yes, you must fiercely beat your opponent and continue to win." Tang Zheng turned a deaf ear to his surrounding and walked straight to the arena where Huang Ziang and Boss Fan were already waiting. Boss Fan's expression was not as good as yesterday as he commanded his people to investigate Tang Zheng's background. However, he came up with absolutely nothing, making it appear as if there was no such person and that he had just appeared out of nowhere. "Boss Fan, how do you still have the face to come today?" Lin Hu asked jokingly. Boss Fan coldly hung and said, "Lin Hu, don't get too ahead of yourself. Today it is young Master Huang's fighter, so this kid is done for." Huang Ziang smiled profoundly and said, "This little brother is too profoundly mysterious, so even I do not dare guarantee the result of this match. This is just a little match to let us all open up our eyes." Lin Hu probingly asked, "I wonder who young Master Huan will send out to fight in this match?" C.I. Jun. Lin Hu sucked in a cold breath and said in astonishment, "C.I. Jun is a 4th grade body refining expert." Hee, since little brother can easily defeat a 2nd grade body refining martial artist, then wouldn't sending another 2nd grade refining body expert be the same as seeking one's humiliation? Huang Ziang smiling said, his eyes staring right at Tang Zheng along with other people's gazes. They were all waiting for his answer. Tang Zheng indifferently nodded and said, "Okay. Good, you are bold." Huang Ziang complimented. Boss Fan said in a bad mood, "Little brat, don't overestimate your strength. Otherwise you will end up not even knowing how you died." Tang Zheng turned a deaf ear to him. Lin Hu asked in a low voice, "Little brother, are you confident?" "I'll know after I try," Tang Zheng said, remaining calm and collected. Lin Hu advised, "This C.I. Jun has fought in many matches before. His methods are cruel and his opponents often die or are critically wounded, so you cannot be careless." Tang Zheng nodded his head as he looked at this difficult opponent, but the stronger his opponent the more excited he got. For only strong opponents can stimulate his strength and provide him with a deeper understanding of his own strength. Tang Zheng walked up to the arena, the cheers were deafening. Dong dong dong. Pounding noise. A series of heavy thuds caused by footsteps rang out and a steel tower-like man with a dark face stepped onto the arena, causing the cheers to abruptly come to an end. Several moments later, cries of alarm rang out like thunder across the arena. "C.I. Jun, it's actually C.I. Jun. F***CK, this little handsome brother is done for. This C.I. Jun is too strong, there has already been countless experts who fell at his hands. Hurry, bet on C.I. Jun, this match is already his. There is no doubt about it. Hong, I will bet on the little handsome brother. Did you not see how at ease he was yesterday? That is how a true expert acts, and who knows if this time C.I. Jun will be the one to suffer a defeat. Different spectators had different opinions, so they each bet on their respective fighters. Tang Zheng looked at his opponent in a calm manner. C.I. Jun was like the tip of a sharp weapon, showing off his strength. C.I. Jun was also measuring up Tang Zheng but could not see through his strength, so he heavily stepped onto the arena. Looking at Zheng as if he were his prey and said, "Your strength is not bad, but compared to mine, you will lose without a doubt." "That is not for sure," Tang Zheng said with a straight face. "Later you will regret the words you just said," C.I. Jun said with a murderous look. The judge announced the start of the match, and immediately the atmosphere in the arena became tense and heavy. Both sides looked towards each other. The only sound was that of C.I. Jun's angry roar as he took a step, charging forward like the tip of a weapon. A biting cold killing aura charged forth. Tang Zheng slightly squinted both eyes and flipped his palms as he employed the heaven-gathering hand to lock down the surrounding area. This time, Tang Zheng did not avoid and decided to fight hard with hard, so as to test just how long he can last. Cultivating is forcing one's own body's potential to manifest, and being forced to one's extreme was one of the best options to stimulate one's potential. Tang Zheng in this case is placing himself in a dangerous situation so that he could draw out all his body's potential. Both charged forth like lightning, exchanging blows like blades crashing against blades. Peng, the sound exploded and a formless energy exploded to all four sides. In the blink of an eye, the two have already exchanged at least 10 blows, each one containing an immense destructive force. C.I. Jun's fists not only contain immense force, but they also contain inner chi. This caused each strike to be like a steel needle, stabbing at Tang Zheng's skin, bringing with it immense pain. Even so, Tang Zheng did not retreat. His own fists contained true chi, and his true chi was more vigorous than inner chi. Even though the two were separated by two whole realms, the inner chi could not compare to true chi. C.I. Jun's pupils constricted as he asked, "You are also a 4th grade refining body?" Tang Zheng declined to comment. His hand stretched forward as he grabbed C.I. Jun's shoulder, taking advantage of it and twisting, causing C.I. Jun's muscles to twist like dough. C.I. Jun released a roar, his energy spread outwards and his inner chi penetrated Tang Zheng's palms, causing him to be unable to do anything but release his grip. In the next second, C.I. Jun's fist arrived in front of Tang Zheng. This fist and the biting cold inner chi it contained messed up Tang Zheng's hair, causing him to retreat backwards as he lowered his body to avoid the attack. The fist struck against the pillars on the corner of the arena, causing splinters to fly, completely demolishing the pillar. One could imagine if this strike was to land on flesh, then even the bones would be broken into pieces. "You want to hide? I won't let you." C.I. Jun's cold voice grunted as he hurriedly charged forth, locking onto Tang Zheng, not allowing Tang Zheng room to hide anywhere. Tang Zheng circulated his true chi, causing it to increase its circulation, and a sound like thunder exploded forth from his body. Both of his hands struck out, covering the sky in his hand shadows, completely defending and blocking off all sides. Both sides used all their strength, trying to use the strikes like thunder and defeat their opponent. Chapter 30, A Strand of Hope. Chapter 30, A Strand of Hope. A sound like thunder rang out and the two unconsciously took a step back, their feet carving two long lines like gutters into the arena. The floor was cracked and dust rose up on all sides. Their strength was tremendous and absolutely terrifying. The crowd burst into cheers as people non-stop took in breaths of cold air. This series of strikes just now was too shocking. Today their eyes were dazzled and the sight before them was almost too much for them to take in. Tang Zheng felt stabs of pain all over his body. This was the work of C.I. Jun's inner chi. The pain was bearable, but his bones felt like they might split. Thankfully his true chi was revolving and had managed to take the brunt of the blow, otherwise his internal organs might have broken down. This is not good. Even though he and Yi Dingdang are of the same realm and are both 4th grade refining body, he far surpasses her in strength. Furthermore, his battle experience is also more plentiful, causing me to almost fall for his trap. C.I. Jun looked on with a dark expression. His shock was not any less than Tang Zheng. Moreover, he did not suffer any less than Tang Zheng. It must be known that Tang Zheng's true qi was filled with incomparable yang energy, and it striking upon his body was like tens of thousands of cattle slamming into him. It felt almost like a train ramming straight into him. If he had not taken a step back to decrease the blunt force of the attack, he may have just straight out vomited blood. C.I. Jun's eyes turned ablaze with a will to battle, not feeling fear as he was only further stimulated to fight. He let out a long hiss. Peng. The floor underneath him was cracked with a step as he shot forward towards Tang Zheng like a spearhead, arriving in front of Tang Zheng in an instant, radiating coldness. Tang Zheng's fist struck out. Peng. The two fists collided and Tang Zheng forcibly repressed the urge to take a step back. His other hand appeared in front of C.I. Jun's chest like a phantom and lightly brushed past, abruptly halting C.I. Jun's attack. Pressure point technique. Tang Zheng was forced to use the pressure point technique as a last resort. The veins in C.I. Jun's forehead popped out as his eyes bulged and a fierce look flashed through his eyes. He let out a roar but discovered that he was incapable of moving his body. Tang Zheng grabbed onto C.I. Jun's arms and hurriedly threw him out of the arena, and at the moment his hand swept past the other's chest, releasing the pressure point lock. C.I. Jun, who has regained his mobility, wanted to retaliate but did not have enough time. The huge inertia forced him to fly out of the arena. Outside the arena, Huang Ziang hurriedly stood up, his pupils constricted as he stared dead straight at Tang Zheng. Absolute silence, nobody breathed. It was hard to believe that the battle ended this quickly, and with C.I. Jun following in his predecessor's footsteps, being thrown out of the arena. After the silence, cheering and applause rang out. Several people were extremely happy and couldn't stop cheering. Little handsome brother, you are too cool, just like my idol, huh? Little handsome brother, you are too manly. This sister is yours tonight. No sooner did one cry ring out before it was then followed by another in quick succession. This lasted for 3 complete minutes before everyone quieted down. Lin Hu charged straight up the platform and grabbed Tang Zheng in a hug, speechless and excited until he finally found his voice and said, "Little brother, you are too awesome." This battle sure was spectacular and opened up everyone's eyes. Tang Zheng lightly smiled, not providing any comments. Huang Ziang smiled from ear to ear, walking over and said, "Congratulations, little brother, this battle was extremely marvelous. Little brother's martial arts far surpasses what I thought. My respects to you. You flatter me." Tang Zheng said calmly and collectedly. Lin Hu said, "Young Master Huang, C.I. Jun is amazing as this brother of mine just got lucky." He did not want Huang Ziang to feel bad. Huang Ziang smiled but did not reply. Looking at C.I. Jun, who still laid on the ground, and asked, "Is this luck?" C.I. Jun complicatedly looked at Tang Zheng, then slowly shook his head and said, "No." Huang Ziang profoundly smiled. "Did you hear that? This little brother is truly strong, but I am very curious as to just how strong." Tang Zheng did not reply. Huang Ziang did not pursue the question and changed the topic to ask, "I don't know if you will be interested in another match tomorrow night? I promise that it will be even more exciting." Tang Zheng already had plans to study with Fang Shishir, so he refused and said, "Tomorrow I am busy, so we will speak of this on a later date." "Okay, as long as you have time, you can notify me at any time," Huang Ziang said, not forcing anything. "Then we will be leaving first." Tang Zheng and Lin Hu left. Only then did Boss Fan walk over, unsettled as he said, "Young Master Huang, this little brother is too weird. Just what is his background?" Boss Fan is at the 3rd grade body refining stage, 1 stage behind C.I. Jun. Seeing C.I. Jun lose to Tang Zheng caused him to be unwilling to provoke Tang Zheng. Huang Ziang profoundly smiled and said, "Interesting, for such a powerful person to appear within the Chang Hung area," then left. C.I. Jun drooped his head in depression as he followed, the two entering a car with C.I. Jun sitting across from Huang Ziang. As he drooped his head and said, "Young master, I am useless, I lost. Speak how this came to be." "In the beginning the two of your strength were on par, and he may even been weaker than you except for that last strike. How did you lose? Huang Ziyang's face no longer contained a hint of a smile as he coldly said with a deadly aura that was as deep as the bottom of a lake. Ci Jun thought back and said, "For a few seconds I found that my body wouldn't budge and that I had lost all ability to attack. Then when he threw me out of the ring I regained control over my body, but it was already too late." "You couldn't move." Huang Ziyang's gaze turned bright, unable to restrain his emotions as he stood up. Could it be the pressure point technique? Pressure point technique? Ci Jun was momentarily stunned, then shortly after he shook his head. Impossible, the pressure point technique is a technique only prenatal martial artists can use. He is so young, so how could he possibly be a prenatal martial artist? Huang Ziyang shook his head and said, "Prenatal martial artist would not come to my arena to fight. No matter how he did it, he must have several secrets on his body." "Then what should we do?" Huang Ziyang lightly said, "First we must clearly investigate his background, then make plans. Moreover, since he is willing to fight, no matter what secrets he is hiding I will have ways to uncover them." Tang Zheng focused on in rapt attention at the changes occurring within his body. His true qi was circulating at a faster pace, and moreover when he used the ancient clear heaven scroll his absorption rate of the thin spirit energy was faster than normal. His true qi became greater and greater. Soon the sky became brighter and his 9 main meridians contained true qi that was slightly more than 2 inches. He took in a large breath, feeling incomparably refreshed. The last 2 battles have brought him a large gain, and he has also experienced a qualitative change within him, allowing his true qi to advance in stage. There still was quite a distance, however, from having 3 inches of true qi. If I were to battle once more, then achieving the 3rd grade of refining body shouldn't be hard. Tang Zheng felt confident in himself and was filled with fighting spirit. Tian Chanzi's voice rang out prematurely, "Little brat, don't get too excited." This time Huang Ziyang sent out a 4th grade body refining martial artist. If you don't prepare and next time he sends out a 5th grade refining body or even a 6th grade refining body martial artist, then you won't be as lucky as you were. 5th grade refining body, 6th grade refining body. Tang Zheng's breath turned sluggish. He had already fought against a 6th grade body refining assassin. Even in joining hands with Yi Dingdang was not enough to fight against that one person. In the end he only won by luck, but if he were to single-handedly fight against a 5th or 6th grade body refiner, then even with his pressure point technique at hand, victory may not be his. Moreover, since he already used the pressure point technique on Ci Jun, then his next opponent will be on guard against it. In order to catch his opponent off guard would be an even more difficult task. In these kind of death matches, if one were to lose, then the result would be disastrous. To be severely injured was considered light, for being crippled and death were also possible results. You must first reach the 3rd grade body refining before you can continue fighting in these matches. Otherwise it would be too dangerous and the gains would not outweigh the risks. Tian Chanzi admonished. Tang Zheng's gaze immediately dimmed. The splendor of winning and basking in its glow died down as a wave of dark clouds covered his thoughts. He dejectedly asked, "Then what other methods is there to increase my cultivation? I already told you that it was an impossible task, but you just had to grasp onto that strand of opportunity. How could it possibly be that easy?" Tian Chanzi was also helpless and couldn't help in any way. "I don't want to give up. If worse comes to worse, then I will just continue to fight. I will just be more careful so there shouldn't be any big problems," Tang Zheng said, not willing to give up. "You really are seeking death," Tian Chanzi said in exasperation. "This is my life. If I want to seek death, then when is it your turn to care? To save my grandfather, even if I have to give up this life of mine, then so be it," Tang Zheng coldly said. "You are angering me to death. You really truly are angering me to death. How can you be so stubborn like a donkey?" If Tang Zheng really were to meet with an unexpected accident, then he would also have his consciousness scattered and completely lose all hope of reviving himself. Yet, he could only unwillingly sigh and say, "Little brat, right now your only option lies in that girl, Fang Shishir. If you two were to have sex, then you can absorb large amounts of her purine energy and you just may have a strand of hope of making a breakthrough. Tang Zheng coldly, hung, declining to comment, angering Tian Shanzi to the point of complaining, incessantly cursing at him being stubborn and a pig head, saying that he was even more obstinate than this old man. Tang Zheng arrived at school and saw Fang Shishir standing in the distance at the school's entrance. She was like a clear and sweet daffodil, slender and elegant, bathing in the morning rays, attracting everyone's gaze. She also saw Tang Zheng. Her face immediately blossomed into a smile like a flower that suddenly bloomed, looking incomparably lovely. Tang Zheng's heart fluttered. Feeling incomparably sweet, he quickly walked over. "Classmate Tang Zheng, what are you looking at?" Fang Shishir blinked her clear and beautiful large eyes, and charmingly asked. "Of course I'm looking at my most beautiful girlfriend." "Hong, sweet words are just coated artillery shells." Fang Shishir pouted, looking incomparably sweet. "All I said was the truth. Who knows if it is true words or not? Tell me, did you study well yesterday?" Fang Shishir gradually became used to the role of a girlfriend but did not forget her role as a model student. Tang Zheng held her hands, and she put up a small struggle so as to not let him have his way and run amok before saying, "Of course I studied, it was your command so I must do it without slacking off in the least. And that should be about right. Tonight I will be supervising you and I will give you a surprise then." Fang Shishir secretively said. "Surprise? What surprise?" "Not telling you." "Didn't I just tell you it was a surprise?" Tang Zheng felt a deep curiosity. Just what kind of surprise would it be? However, he didn't force it and the two held hands as they walked into the school like other couples. After walking her to Class 1's entrance, he returned to his own classroom, but along the way he was preoccupied with what her gift would be. Could it be a kiss, or could it be? His heart couldn't stop beating and he felt as if he might have a bloody nose, so he hurriedly abandoned his random thoughts as he focused his attention on studying a bit before his cultivation. "Tang Zheng, get out here." Suddenly, a sound like a lion's roar rang out. Part of author's note that translator decided to use. I hope readers who like this novel will bookmark it, comment on it, and also donate, so that more friends can read this book. Editor note, mwahaha. Finally a lovely cliff. TL's reply, "Oh Lord, I've got a crazy one here." Editor's reply, "Keek keek." Chapter 31, You Are Not Worthy. Chapter 31, You Are Not Worthy. Everyone unconsciously looked towards the door to find Witch Wu Tsuehong standing there evilly with both her arms crossed, like a beast that was looking for someone to devour. Tang Zheng saw Wu Tsuehong and thought, what was she doing here? "Tang Zheng, get out here for me." Wu Tsuehong's face once again demonstrated lion's roar technique. Tang Zheng wrinkled his eyebrows. Wu Tsuehong was just an unreasonable crazy person, so he was unwilling to get into a pointless conflict with her. However, he couldn't possibly leave her clamoring at the door since there wouldn't be any good influence. He stood up and walked over. Wu Tsuehong adopted an aggressive stance as if she wanted to grab at Tang Zheng's ears, but Tang Zheng easily avoided, glared at her and said, "What are you doing here?" "Hung, Tang Zheng, why don't you take a piss and look in a mirror at what your identity is? A toad wanting to eat swan meat, you are too shameless." Wu Tsuehong cursed at him in contempt. Tang Zheng was moved to anger. Wu Tsuehong came and just started spouting nonsense, not even giving him the opportunity to understand what was going on. He gnashed his teeth and coldly said, "Do not push your weight around as a teacher thinking you can get away with anything. Right now you are no longer my teacher. If you think of discipling me, you are not worthy. You are a student in this school and I am a teacher, so I can teach you a lesson. Moreover, just look at what you did, everyone can teach you a lesson." Wu Tsuehong chattered and jabbered non-stop. "Hey, old witch, what are you doing? This is not class 1, this is class 7. Do you think you can come here and behave atrociously? You still dare to teach my boss a lesson? You clearly do not see just what kind of creature you are." Feng Yong charged up and angrily roared. In Class 1 Wu Cuihong was almighty and never was there anyone who dared go against her aside from Tang Zheng. Now there seemed to be another little fatty who dared contradict her. This really was flipping the sky over. Who are you to dare not put a teacher in your eyes? You better watch out that I don't have you expelled. Wu Cuihong agitatedly said in anger. Feng Yong used to be a coward who was afraid of everything, but ever since he started following Tang Zheng, this youth's courage began to grow. Now he stared at her completely unafraid and said, "Just where do you come in, to think of expelling me? Just you try, the amount of money my dad donates to this school every year is enough to smash you to death." Wu Cuihong's heart turned cold, her domineering aura diminished quite a bit. There were countless wealthy people in this school, and this little fatty must be the child of some wealthy family. She must absolutely not offend him, and she coldly hung, pretending not to hear him, and turned her attention back to Tang Zheng, and said, "Tang Zheng, follow me." "Why should I go with you?" Tang Zheng was previously afraid of her, but not anymore. "Okay, you really have grown up and your wings have hardened. I want to see just how hard your wings are." After finishing speaking, she made to grab Tang Zheng's arm, but his true chi was released outward and she was immediately thrown off, making her cry out in pain. "What are you howling for?" Yi Dingdang walked over, boldly standing in front, looking towards the seemingly crazy Wu Cuihong, and said, "This is Class 7, if you even think about taking away one of our classmates, you should at least ask if the rest of us agree, is that right?" "Right, on what basis are you taking away Tang Zheng? You aren't our teacher. Just what is your status that you dare criticize our class's student?" Yi Dingdang had a high status and power within Class 7, and with a single sentence she caused everyone to rise in succession. Class 7 was named Hell Class for a reason, and aside from their poor academic achievements, the students also had personality. Aside from their own teacher Lu Qingmei, they have never feared other teachers. Wu Cuihong, trying to throw her weight around as a teacher, had come completely to the wrong place to do so. Wu Cuihong's face turned red. Never had anyone dared act so defiantly towards her. Her anger was about to blow up like thunder as she continued to jabber on, saying, "The sky's collapsing, the sky's collapsing. Teacher Wu, what is your purpose in coming here?" Lu Qingmei appeared, walked over and asked. Her face was cold and her eyebrows wrinkled. Wu Cuihong's eyes immediately brightened, and like gunfire she immediately found her target, turning towards Lu Qingmei and asked, "Teacher Lu, you came at just the right time. Just what kind of people do you have in this class, not putting a teacher in their eyes?" Lu Qingmei directly stopped her words, since she clearly knew the other's temperament and that her words could not be completely trusted. She got right to the point and said, "I know what kind of students are in my class, so there is no need for others to come making a ruckus. Teacher Wu, you coming here and clamoring about, is that how a teacher should act? Hong, you have no authority to lecture me." Wu Cuihong had no way with the students, but she was not afraid of Lu Qingmei. "Teacher Lu, Tang Zheng is your student, right?" "Of course he is." "That is good, then ask him just what the hell is he doing?" Lu Qingmei was incomparably flabbergasted. She knew that in the past few days Tang Zheng went to visit his grandfather after school, and moreover yesterday when he specifically returned the hospital fees she gave him. This made her feel a sense of respect for the strong independent child to multiply. Tang Zheng, seeing Lu Qingmei's questioning look, said, "I didn't do anything." She was like a crazy who just came running and started cursing. "Teacher Lu, he sure is one of your good students. Knowing what he did wrong yet still dare to have the audacity to deny it." Lu Qingmei angrily said, "Teacher Wu, just what did he do? If you cannot say just what it is, Hung, I will find the principal for this matter. Since you again and again seek trouble for Tang Zheng, just what evil intent do you bear him?" "It is not me finding trouble for him, but it is him finding it himself. Tang Zheng, since you are unwilling to admit, then fine, I will ask you so that you will be left speechless. Let me ask you, just what lowly method did you use to cheat Feng Shishir?" Tang Zheng was momentarily stunned. He did not think that she would come because of Feng Shishir. Could it be that this was what she meant when she said he was a toad eating swan meat, and also why she slandered him, saying he used despicable methods to trick Fang Shishir? This was simply too preposterous. You are a liar. Ha, since matters have reached this stage you still deny? Then if you didn't trick her, how come she promised to be in a relationship with you? What background do you have but that of a destitute bastard, and just what background does Fang Shishir have? One is simply up above in the sky while the other is down on the earth. Do you think that is possible? If you did not deceive her, then why would she promise you? Tang Zheng almost felt like releasing steam from all 7 of his orifices. Wu Zuihong was simply like a wild dog, unable to be reasoned with as he said, "There is no need for you to worry about Fang Shishir and my matters. I am her teacher, so if I don't care, then who will? You having scored last is fine, but you dare to harbor evil intentions and want Fang Shishir to fall to the back with you. Wouldn't you say that your heart is too poisonous? She is someone who will score top marks and may even get into top schools like Yenjing University, and you may not even get into specialized school." Enough! Lu Qingmei finally exploded. She originally was not clear what was going on, but now that she had gotten everything clear, towards the Wu Zuihong who came seeking trouble, Lu Qingmei had not a hint of good feelings for. She only had a slight knowledge of Tang Zheng and Fang Shishir's matters. Moreover, this matter caused a bit of an uproar and long ago created a buzz. Originally she thought Tang Zheng and Yi Dingdang were together, so she did not expect that he would be a couple with Fang Shishir. Students in a relationship is normal enough, so she has never meddled in them. Moreover, she was once a youth herself. However, Wu Zuihong actually used this as an example. Moreover, she boldly and shameless insulted, humiliated Tang Zheng, causing her, Lu Qingmei, body to shake in anger as she said, "Wu Zuihong, are you even fit to be a teacher? Is there any teacher that behaves like you? You basically tarnished the 2 characters for teacher, this holy word. Tang Zheng is my student and you have no right to lecture him. Moreover, I do not think that Tang Zheng did anything wrong. *TL, teacher equals. Alright then, Lu Qingmei, it's no wonder class 7 is such a terrible class with such a terrible teacher like you. You are basically guiding our youth on the wrong path." Wu Zuihong roared, utterly dejected. "What did you say? I dare you to say it again. You dare come to class 7 and behave atrociously and dare to speak with such conceited nonsense to teacher Lu, this old one will flay you alive." The whole class rose up, and everyone charged over, wanting nothing more than to rip Wu Zuihong to shreds. Even though they were poor students, they still held Lu Qingmei in the utmost respect. This was not only because she was a beauty, but because she taught them from the bottom of her heart, causing everyone to deeply acknowledge her. The students may not say it, but they keep her sincerity and all the effort she put forward deep in their heart. Wu Zuihong never expected to have angered the crowd, and that this group of students would be so bold and daring, scaring her to the point of her face turning pale and backstepping till she was distanced from the classroom. Lu Qingmei stood at the entrance blocking the agitated students and advised, "Everyone listen to me, we should not converse with some people as we would simply be lowering our statuses. What teacher Lu says is correct. It is a complete waste of energy to get mad at these kind of people, so everyone should just straight out ignore them. I will go back and tell my dad to give the school a reminder that keeping these teachers in our school is a humiliation to us and that it is not to our best interest. Right, I will go back and tell my mom. My family does not donate several millions of dollars each year to have these kind of teachers humiliate us." The crowd went into an uproar. The sound seemed as if it may just lift up the ceiling. Wu Zuihong's face turned ashen. This group of students were not easy to provoke, and she especially cannot afford to provoke the families behind them. Wu Zuihong, battered and stuck in a dilemma, wanted to quickly leave the area, but Tang Zheng's figure flashed and he prevented her from leaving. "What are you doing? Let me tell you, hitting someone is against the law." Wu Zuihong's face flashed red and white as she threatened, trying to show her strength while feeling weak inside. Tang Zheng looked at her in contempt and said, "Do not assume that everyone is a crazy like you. I just want to tell you that matters between Fang Shishir and I will be decided by the 2 of us. While you, on the other hand, are not worthy. If you dare do anything to her, then I will definitely not let you go." If I say it, then I will definitely do it. Wu Tsuehong was scared to the point that all her 6 organs almost stopped working. All 6 organs fail, as she deeply felt that Tang Zheng is no longer the Tang Zheng from the past. The sharp eyes and terrifying aura of his made her feel extremely apprehensive. Pa pa pa. A loud applause rang out and everyone continued to cheer non-stop. Well said, you are not fit to make decisions, now scram. Wu Tsuehong ran away like a stray dog. The applause lasted for a long while. The way everyone looked at Tang Zheng changed, becoming more fervent, feeling that his imposing aura was simply awesome and cool. Quite a few young ladies felt their eyes sparkling as they said in amazement, "Wow, this is what a true man is. Simply too cool. If I were to have this kind of boyfriend, then it would be worth it if I were to die." Yi Dingdang looked at Tang Zheng with illuminated eyes, her gaze containing its unique splendor. Lu Qingmei gave Tang Zheng a look of praise, but suddenly her expression gradually calmed down back to normal as she strode up to the podium in large steps. The applause abruptly stopped. Chapter 32, Pleasant Surprise. Chapter 32, Pleasant Surprise. Everyone, seeing the solemn look on Lu Qingmei's face that they have never seen before, could not help but feel apprehensive, causing them to run to their seats with the fastest speed possible. You guys have been pointed at and cursed as weak students, as trash. How does that feel? Lu Qingmei coldly asked. Her sound was like a gust of wind blown from a glacier. The crowd's heart was still, as if the very air itself was frozen solid. Nobody moved or made a sound. We are not trash. Feng Yong said, standing up, his face red. Yes, it is true that our studies are poor, but we are not trash, for even we have our own dignity. Yet another student stood up. At this time, the crowd started clamoring and people after people continuously stood up. This isn't determined by just you, other people have mouths too and they only look at grades. Your grades are at the end, so how could you stop others from speaking? Lu Qingmei ridiculed. So what if our grades are not good? We may have bad grades, but that is just because we don't want to study. It does not mean we are stupid. Feng Yong's loud voice said, and several others loudly parroted. Yeah, we are not stupid. If you guys aren't stupid, then how will you prove it? If you can't even keep your grades up, then how will you have the right to prove that you are not stupid? Lu Qingmei's words were like sharp needles that stabbed into the hearts of these young teenagers' hearts, mercilessly stabbing non-stop. Isn't it just studying? You make it sound like we don't know what it is. We will just study hard and let those people who look down upon us be dumbstruck and speechless. We will let them know that the words they say are just dog's hit. Yeah, dog's hit. We will let them know just how strong we are. The classroom was as if a bomb was dropped there. Everyone's chest was filled with righteous indignation and each acted as if they were soldiers willing to meet their deaths for their cause. Falling for such a simple encouragement, and you say you guys aren't stupid. Yi Dingdang coldly mumbled from the side, spectating. Tang Zheng looked at her and said, I think that the teacher went through all that painstaking effort was actually for everyone's benefit. Yi Dingdang coldly hung and said, there is only 3 months left to the exam. How will she be able to turn around this desperate crisis and let these ignorant and unlearned people raise their grades? It depends on the person. If these youth are unable to struggle now, then how will they be able to fulfill their lofty aspirations? Tang Zheng said in objection. You sound like an old man in his 70s trying to sound all old and decrepit. Moreover, the worst student in our class is you. Yi Dingdang teasingly said. Tang Zheng shrugged his shoulder and said, I don't need you to worry. I have faith that I will be able to achieve satisfactory marks in the high school exam. Yi Dingdang immediately revealed a suspicious face, completely at a lose at where his self-confidence came from. Lu Qingmei's mouth slightly curved up, seeing everyone aroused spirits, she let out a sigh of relief. She previously wanted to find a way to excite her students' will to study, but that was easier said than done. Never did she expect that Wu Tsuehong would give her an extremely rare opportunity to do it. Hence she set up a small plan and everyone ended up falling for it. Good, since everyone is that sincere, then I will wipe my tears and wait for the fruits of your labor. Also, in these coming 10 days is the end of the month test, and I hope that everyone will work hard and show me the results of your efforts. Teacher, relax, our grades will definitely rise up. What does everyone say? Feng Yong said loudly with a red face. Yes, we will definitely raise our grades. Okay, let's start class. Lu Qingmei opened her textbook and started her lecture. This time it was evidently different, as previously everyone was focused but not on her lecture but her beauty. Now though, everyone was focused on the lecture. Even though their foundations were lacking, they only need a bit of perseverance, and then studying wouldn't be too difficult a task. On this day, there was a miraculous sight occurring at Peng International School. The originally noisy and clamorous hell class actually changed. After class was let out, instead of creating a ruckus, the students were all focused on their studies, causing people to doubt whether they came to the wrong place. Weird, this is simply too weird. The students continued to study until school was let out, and everyone seeing the originally playful students turn into good students caused them to be filled with disbelief. Tang Zheng walked out of the classroom to discover Feng Shishir standing at the doorway. Both her eyes were red as if she had just cried. His heart ached as he hurriedly asked, "Shishir, what happened to you?" Feng Shishir lifted up her head and looked at him with those lovely yet pitiful eyes and suddenly charged into his embrace, sobbing loudly, "Whoa, it's all my fault that you had to suffer injustice." What happened? I didn't suffer any injustice? That isn't called injustice? Teacher Wu even came to your classroom and condemned you and even cursed at you. She simply went too overboard. Tang Zheng patted her back and said, "For you, this little injustice is nothing, don't feel sad. Since it has already passed, then don't bring it up. I truly like you, yet she says those things towards you. I never thought she was that kind of person." Feng Shishir said grievously. All right, let's not talk about her. How dispiriting. Tang Zheng held her hands. Come, smile a bit, your smile is the prettiest. When you cry you look like a girl with runny makeup. Feng Shishir pouted, turned her tears into a smile, and said, I don't look like a girl with runny makeup. Let's go. See all those people watching us, their eyeballs are almost falling out. Feng Shishir lowered her head in embarrassment and allowed him to lead her outside the campus. Where should we go to study? Tang Zheng asked. Feng Shishir rolled her eyes and said, Follow me, I will take you to a place. Where are we going? Why so secretive? Is this the surprise you were talking about? Not telling, you will know when you get there. Feng Shishir dragged him onto a bus which drove toward the city center. The people on the bus continuously and secretively shot glances at her, causing her to shyly hid within Tang Zheng's embrace as she said in a low voice, Why are they looking at me for? It's because you are the prettiest and others cannot compare to you. Could it be that when you used to sit on the bus no one would look at you? This is my first time sitting on a bus. Tang Zheng was speechless. She was a proud daughter of the heavens, and whenever she went somewhere it would be with a car designated for her. Therefore she would not have these kind of experiences that normal people would have. Actually, this is pretty good, much more lively than sitting in the car by my lonesome. We are arriving at the city hospital. The announcement rang out. Aya, we are here, let's get off the bus. Feng Shishir hurriedly pulled him off the bus and strode towards the hospital in big steps. Tang Zheng was momentarily stunned as his grandfather was currently residing in this hospital. What was she doing bringing me here? Shishir, do you have relatives staying in the hospital? Tang Zheng asked out of curiosity. Feng Shishir lifted her head up but did not reply. Who is it? You will know once we get there, but first we are going to buy some stuff. The two went to a fruit stall and bought a fruit basket which Feng Shishir carried, refusing Tang Zheng when he wanted to carry it for her. She then walked into the hospital and proceeded to take the elevator upstairs. Tang Zheng was filled with suspicion, not knowing what plan she had cooked up. The elevator arrived. We are here. Your relative lives on this floor? Tang Zheng was momentarily shocked as this was the floor where his grandfather currently resides. Fang Shishir was just like a spy who would rather die than submit, not saying anything at all. She was pulling him along as she looked at one room after another, finally stopping in front of a certain room. Tang Zheng looked at the room number, his eyes were wide open. Wasn't this his grandfather's room? Fang Shishir turned her head and looked at him, her face red as she said, "Why didn't you tell me that my grandfather was sick? If I didn't hear it from Feng Yun, then I would still be oblivious." Tang Zheng was stunned, as he stammered, not knowing how to explain. "Hung, this is the first time, so I will forgive you, but you cannot do it again, do you understand?" Tang Zheng nodded his head. "Go in, let's go see grandfather." The two entered, causing Tang Dahai to look on in shock as he saw his grandson walk in with a girl who looks as if she was carved from jade enter the room. "Grandfather, this is my classmate, Fang Shishir. She knows that you are sick, so she came to visit you." Tang Zheng did not dare introduce her as his girlfriend, hence he just said she was his classmate. "Grandfather, how are you? I sincerely apologize for visiting you so late. Is grandfather feeling better?" Fang Shishir cutely asked. Tang Dahai already saw Feng Yang and Yi Dingdang, so for Tang Zheng bringing another beautiful friend caused him to not wonder at strange sights. Even so, seeing that she was cute and cared for his health, his face brightened up in a smile as he nodded his head non-stop, saying, "I am fine, it is just little Tang who was making a big fuss out of nothing." "Grandfather, sickness must be treated and one must not be too careless. However, seeing that grandfather looks fine, you should be able to leave the hospital shortly." "Hee, little girl speaks correctly. Little Tang having a classmate such as you is his luck. You are so busy with studies, yet you still find time to find me. Moreover, you also brought some stuff, which is a waste." "It's not a waste, this is what I should do." "Little Zhang, what are you doing just standing there? Hurry up and wash these fruits for our guest," Tang Dahai urgingly said. Tang Zheng bitterly smiled a bit, took several of the apples to wash and then returned to find Tang Dahai repeatedly laughing, not knowing what Fang Shishir was saying that caused this. "Grandfather, I will peel the apples into pieces." "When is it your turn? Have little Zhang do it." "How can he do it? He is so clumsy." "Let me." Fang Shishir unquestionably took the apple and the knife. Tang Zheng did not know whether to laugh or to cry, just where was he clumsy? He was sure that his skill should be higher than this little miss. "Grandfather, eat some apples." Fang Shishir handed the cut peeled apples to Tang Dahai. Tang Dahai was extremely happy, the three got on well, talking for a while before Tang Zheng and Fang Shishir withdrew from the room. "Okay, now we can go study," Fang Shishir said happily. "Where do you want to study at?" "Of course it's in the hospital. Grandfather needs care and we can't go too far. You see over there by the stairs, that place is fine. It is sufficiently lit and we can also sit down, killing two birds with one stone," Fang Shishir said. "Stairs? Let's go and not waste any more time." Fang Shishir pulled him towards the stairs. She used the napkins to pad the floor and then sat down, then took out a book and started studying. "Today we will first study math. This is the exam paper from our last mock exam, we will look at it again." She knew that nowadays whenever Tang Zheng studies he will have a headache. She can only help him non-stop, hoping to further strengthen his knowledge and memory in an attempt to overcome this difficulty. "I already did this exam paper, so there is no point," Tang Zheng said. "If you did it already, we can do it again so that it will be further carved into our memory, so next time you see a similar problem it will be easy," Fang Shishir patiently explained. "Okay, I will do it again then." Tang Zheng could not argue over her and started doing the problems. The 150-point math exam was finished in 40 minutes, causing Fang Shishir to stare foolishly at him, speedily write answers like a dragon flying through the sky. Are you that quick?" Fang Shishir remembered that the last time he did the math test he only got 20 points. This time, however, he was actually so quick and also answered everything correctly. This was simply too unbelievable. Tang Zheng smiled in satisfaction. Since he started cultivating, he discovered that his thinking abilities and memory became even stronger, allowing him to answer questions 3 times faster than before. Let me tell you some good news. My sickness is healed. Tang Zheng said. Really, that's great. Fang Shishir said, knowing what his words signified, and in her excitement, her lips landed on his cheeks. Editor, hello everyone. Sorry for the lateness of this chapter, but this was my first week of classes. Meaning that I had a lot of things to take care of settle in. Now everything is pretty much taken care, so things shall be back to normal. Chapter 33, The Truth Comes to Light. Chapter 33, The Truth Comes to Light. Tang Zheng stood in a daze. That soft and clear touch lingered in his heart. When he turned his head to her, he discovered she'd also quickly turned away, her face red down to her neck. This is your surprise? Tang Zheng asked. Fang Shishir secretly stole a glance and said, You are not allowed to speak of this. Since you are already recovered, then I will not help you review anymore. Finishing her words, she made to run. But how could Tang Zheng allow her to succeed? He reached out to grab her hand, pulling her into his embrace. What are you doing? She snuggled up in his embrace, timidly asking, just like a helpless little cat. What do you think I am doing? Tang Zheng naughtily laughed. Fang Shishir's heart was beating chaotically, not daring to look at him as she hurriedly lowered her head and said, Naughty boy, you are not allowed to do naughty things. Since you called me a naughty boy, then if I don't do anything bad, wouldn't it be an injustice? You smooth talker. Fang Shishir said shyly, ashamed of showing her face, yet she couldn't help but feel a bit of anticipation at what was about to happen. Tang Zheng's heart was overwhelmed with emotion as he lifted up her chin, his intelligent and bright eyes stared into her, full of affection. Those small lips of hers were like the most enticing delicacy in the world, attracting him over to get a taste. He slowly lowered his head towards her. Fang Shishir, seeing his face coming closer, her body became tense as she tightly clasped both hands, while her breathing became faster as if her heart felt like it would leap out of her throat at any moment. She found herself slowly closing her eyes as she lifted up her neck. This 1 second felt like it was an eternity, as if time itself froze. The two could hear each other's heartbeat. Dong dong dong. The sound of footsteps rang out. Someone was coming. Tang Zheng was momentarily stunned, and Fang Shishir was like a frightened little kitten jumping out of his embrace. Her face a deep red, she ran away as if she was flying. Tang Zheng, today's study will end here, see you tomorrow. Tang Zheng looked at the doctor coming up the stairs in annoyance, wishing for nothing more than to kick him down the stairs. He helplessly sighed but did not return back to his grandfather's room, instead choosing to leave the hospital and disappearing off into the night. Deng Maokai strode out of the bar, his face red as he carried within his hand a leather bag filled with $100 bills. The night wind blew, clearing up his tipsy mind as he thought highly of himself, blowing a whistle. Hi hey, I raked in quite the haul tonight. When this daddy makes a move, if no blood is shed, then who the F***ck would hire me? In this society, one not only needs money, but also authority in order to be a granddaddy. Even though he messed around in the government and used his position for personal gains, there were countless others who did the same in the country. So much so that it became omnipresent within society. Deng Maokai suddenly thought of Xiao Fei and his expression darkened. Ken shit, it really is true that the wealthier you are, the stingier you will be, actually not giving the money you promised to this daddy. You rely on the fact that this daddy is a boss and you don't put me in your eyes. There will be a day when you will come begging this daddy, and then I will get back all the money and interest combined. He sat inside a police car and prepared to go home. Even though it was a car from the police station, it was turned into his personal car after a long time of personal use. There was not a single person who dared to utter a sound of complaint. But once he thought back to the old woman waiting at home, his interest died down. it has been a while since I went to the hussy's place, so tonight is the perfect time to go vent my energy. The police car charged through an apartment area. He stopped the car and climbed the stairs in big steps, entering into a room. Tang Zheng had been following behind, but seeing the closed door he was placed in an awkward situation. He was able to completely grasp Deng Maocai's movement was all due to Lin Hu's help. Tang Zheng followed Deng Maocai with the intent of finding out who the real culprit that framed him was. However, he thought that if he were to directly confront Deng Maocai he would for sure not tell. Therefore Tang Zheng wanted to find evidence of him committing a crime and then use that evidence to threaten him into confessing. This place was definitely not Deng Maocai's home, and coming somewhere in the middle of the night means that he was doing something that could not be revealed. So Tang Zheng would watch and wait, not letting this rare opportunity go by. It's just a door, don't think it will stop me. Tang Zheng arrived at the roof and leaned over looking down. Deng Maocai had entered the 15th floor and this building has 25 floors, so Tang Zheng must climb down 10 floors in order to enter. F***ck, I can only risk it. He grabbed onto the fence and leapt over it. The wind was blowing gently, causing his neck to turn cold, but he was not afraid. He carefully flipped onto the 25th floor and thankfully it was nighttime so no one could see him acting like Spider-Man. He grabbed onto the window of the 25th floor, afraid to make any big movements. He was fearful that he may be discovered by the tenants and like that he slowly descended one floor after another. There were several times when he was almost discovered, and there was even once when he almost slipped to his death. In other words, he faced danger after danger to ultimately arrive at his goal. He lightly fell onto the 15th floor's windowsill and looked inside only to see two people intertwined on a large bed, causing it to shake, reenacting a scene full of youthful vigor. The girl was actually quite pretty and the fact that she was a prostitute was clearly evident. Deng Maocai was currently on top of her and thrusting with great effort. Tang Zheng hurriedly took some pictures from the camera he bought specifically for this occasion to get some evidence of Deng Maocai doing an indecent act. On the first day he was actually put in a favorable position to use it. After taking a lot of pictures, Tang Zheng could not continue watching the scene anymore. Otherwise he just might choke, so he boldly pushed open the window and swaggered in. When Deng Maocai heard the sound he thought it was the wind blowing. However, when he unconsciously looked towards the window he saw that it was a person walking in, scaring him silly and causing his little brother to go limp. *TL, you know what I mean by little brother. The girl, suddenly feeling nothing, reproachfully asked why he suddenly became limp, but upon turning her head and seeing Tang Zheng she was scared to the point of screaming. Ah! Who are you? The girl grabbed onto a quilt blanket and covered her body while she stared at Tang Zheng in fear. Deng Maocai, only in a tank top, wasn't clear on who this person was. He was thinking, could it be a thief? A thief actually came to steal from this daddy, simply looking for death. Who are you? Deng Maocai asked with a powerful voice. Tang Zheng walked under the light and said in ridicule, Station Chief Deng, you don't remember me? Your memory must be terrible. It's you? Deng Maocai finally got a clear view of Tang Zheng and involuntarily cried out in alarm, his heart feeling apprehensive. If it was just a normal thief then Deng Maocai was confident that he was able to deal with him. However, the other was clearly going in against him, making the matter to be very difficult to deal with. What do you want to do? Of course it is to continue the matter that we did not complete last time. So, let me ask you just who was the mastermind? Tang Zheng's face deepened as he asked in a stern voice. So you are still worried about this problem? Deng Maocai suddenly came to a realization, but seeing that Tang Zheng was unarmed he was not the least bit afraid. For the other was just a student and was a piece of cake to deal with. Deng Maocai boldly put on a bathrobe and asked in ridicule, why should I tell you? This camera has pictures of what you were just doing and I think there would be several people who would be interested in it. Tang Zheng said, waving the camera. After the girl heard this, her face lost all color as she shouted, Beloved, hurry up and take the camera away. It must not fall into the hand of others. Shut up, this daddy knows. Deng Maokai roared in annoyance. Of course he knew the strength of those pictures. Once leaked, then his position as head chief would be at its end, as this woman was not his wife but one of the prostitutes that he let escape during one of their prostitution sweeps. He saw that she was pretty and secretly let her go with the condition that he would occasionally come for a free ride. The girl was scared silly on the bed while Deng Maokai gloomily asked, "You want to threaten me using this? Is it not enough?" If it was someone else it may be enough, but since it is you, Hong, a little brat that is a student without a single hair, dares to threaten this daddy. Let's see how this daddy plays with you to death. Deng Maokai charged towards Tang Zheng. Even though he has been weakened by wine and woman for the past few years, his foundation was good and he was stronger than the average man. Deng Maokai confidently struck out at Tang Zheng but suddenly discovered that his fist was caught in Tang Zheng's hand, causing him to be unable to move. "Let go!" he roared. Tang Zheng coldly looked at him and said, "Since you persist in going down the wrong path, then I will have to make you wake up." Tang Zheng grabbed him by the neck and put half of his body outside the window. The night wind blew, scaring him so much that he wanted to shout, but Tang Zheng stuffed the bathrobe into his mouth, causing him to be unable to shout and only release woo-woo sounds. Deng Maokai's body turned limp as he continuously struggled, but to no avail. He knew that this was the 15th floor and was more clear than anyone else the results of falling down from this height. "If you are unwilling to speak, then I will just throw you down and no one would know it was me who did it. What do you think of this idea?" "Whoa!" Deng Maokai hurriedly shook his head, his scared face turned ashen as cold sweat started pouring. "But you stubbornly refuse to say who the real culprit is, so tell me what I should do. At most, I would just need to investigate more." Tang Zheng lightly pretended to say. Deng Maokai hurriedly shook his head as if to say that was not a good idea and that he would spill the beans. Seeing that he was sufficiently scared, Tang Zheng finally hauled him back inside and Deng Maokai, whose legs went limp, knelt onto the ground. "So tell me, who was it?" Deng Maokai lowered his head, his eyes fluctuated non-stop, thinking back to why he lost, as this was only a student. How could he be this strong and have so much strength that he was able to grab him like he was grabbing a little chicken? "If I say it, will you give me the pictures?" Deng Maokai asked, trembling in fear. "You have no right to discuss conditions with me," Tang Zheng coldly said. "Xiao Fei." Deng Maokai hesitated a moment but still revealed the culprit. "Xiao Fei, you dare to not give this daddy money, so how do you expect me to keep your secret?" "Keep dreaming." So it was him. Tang Zheng's eyes flashed with killing intent. "Xiao Fei, there was a path to heaven, yet you choose not to take it and instead you want to barge into the door to hell. This time, no matter what, I will not let you go. Can you give me the pictures now?" Deng Maokai nervously asked. "A person like you who has brought trouble to who knows how many people are not fit to wear a police uniform. The most despicable thing is you almost caused my grandfather to lose his life, so forget about getting these pictures. You're dreaming." Tang Zheng swaggered out, leaving behind a soulless Deng Maokai on the floor. Chapter 34, Mother-in-law snatching her son-in-law. Chapter 34, Mother-in-law snatching her son-in-law. Early morning, Tang Zheng looked at Xiao Fei in the distance getting out from his luxury car, arrogant and surrounded by his lackey. He fiercely gnashed his teeth but did not charge straight up to hit him because that would be pointless. If he wanted revenge, then he must succeed in one strike and make Xiao Fei fall from his aloof and high position into an abyss. Simply beating him up was giving him the easy way out. Does Xiao Fei have any mortal weaknesses? Xiao Fei was one of the teacher's favorite students. Additionally, his grades were good, he was also ranked at the top academically and his family was well off. His father was even one of the school's board members, so trying to strike him down was definitely not an easy task. I must not act with undue haste and must act step by step. My top priority is to raise my cultivation level and save my grandfather. For now I will let Xiao Fei live for a few more days. Tang Zheng turned his head and leisurely walked over to welcome Feng Shishir, her face had a hint of blush as she sweetly smiled at him, unconsciously reminding him of last night's charming and gentle scene. The two held hands and entered the campus, and this scene just happened to be seen by Xiao Fei, who felt anger burn within himself. He wanted nothing more than to charge straight up and break the two apart, but he knew that this was a pointless action. Xiao Fei, this warm and romantic scene is simply marvelous, right? Gao Daji walked over and asked with a cold smile. Rage flashed through Xiao Fei's eyes as he said, Gao Daji, what cynical remarks are you making? Do not think that just because he is with Feng Shishir that you can sleep peacefully. I heard that Yi Dingdang treats him better than she treats you. Gao Daji coldly hung, Yi Dingdang will one day know how great I am. Stop trying to comfort yourself, I have a way to go against him. Do you want to know what it is? Tang Zheng in Class 7 is becoming more popular, so how could you have any methods to go against him? If you have a method, then I would very much want to chop him to pieces. Gao Daji could not help but remember the scene where Tang Zheng humiliated him in public, causing him to hate Tang Zheng to the bones. However, the Class 7 of today was not the Class 7 of before, and several people did not fear him anymore, making him angry but unable to do anything about it. This was all caused by Tang Zheng. As long as he can chase him away, then he will be able to recover the might he had in the olden days. Chop him to pieces? Xiao Fei's gazes clashed, as he mumbled, that's a pretty good idea. Gao Daji's whole body turned cold as he unconsciously shivered and said, you are saying to kill him? Saying this, he made a motion of slitting one's throat. Xiao Fei looked in the distance at the disappearing silhouette of Feng Shishir and Tang Zheng, smiling but not answering. Tang Zheng, I'm really sorry, but today after school is out I need to first go home. My mom called me back home to eat dinner, so I will be unable to study with you today. At Class 1 entrance, Feng Shishir unwillingly said, it's alright, there will be more chances in the future. Thank you, you are really good and obedient. Next time I will reward you. After Feng Shishir finished speaking, she vivaciously bounced into the classroom, and Tang Zheng unconsciously thought back to the kiss from last night and felt his heartbeat, Peng Pai. Yo, seeing that excited face of yours, radiating happiness. Don't tell me you did something naughty. Yi Dingdong's voice rang out with interest as Tang Zheng sat down. Tang Zheng gave an embarrassed smile and said, why would you think that? You must be seeing things. Tang Zheng, don't blame me for pouring ice water on you, but the Feng family is not an ordinary family. You and Feng Shishir won't have smooth sailings. Yi Dingdang said. I am not afraid of hardship after all. If I don't go through thick and thin, then how would I be able to see the rainbow? Tang Zheng said with confidence in himself. Right, boss, I support you. Feng Yong came up, our boss is not a normal person, right? In the future his accomplishment will be greater than everybody else, so the Feng family is the one getting the benefit. Ha, you sure are confident in him. That is of course, since he is my boss, then I have confidence in him. My, Feng Yong's boss, is not idle. Feng Yong said with glory, then again if the Feng family does not have eyes, even if you, Yi Dingdang, want to chase after boss, then I think that you two as a couple are pretty suitable for each other. Fatty Feng, do you want a beating? Yi Dingdang stared with her almond-shaped eyes, raising her fist. Feng Yong laughed, hi hey, and slipped away just like a mudfish. Tang Zheng awkwardly said, don't listen to his blind words. Of course I won't listen to his blind words, me and you? Hung, you aren't even as strong as I am, so why would I want you? I, Yi Dingdang, want to find a man who's able to support both the heaven and earth. Ones whose martial arts skills are comparable to mine. Yi Dingdang said in a solemn vow. Tang Zheng, my dad told me to ask if you have time tonight because he wants me to invite you to our house to eat dinner. Yi Dingdang said. He wants to invite me to dinner? Is something the matter? He said there is a matter he wants to discuss with you. However, I am not sure what it is, as he was being all secretive about it, which is really annoying. All right. Tang Zheng promised. Towards Yi Tianlei and Feng Xinyang he did not have any bad feelings towards them. Moreover, last time Feng Xinyang specifically went to the police station to rescue him. Then we will leave together once school is out. Feng Xinyang will come pick us up. The atmosphere of Class 7 was good, making the teachers shocked and to believe they entered the wrong room. The mischievous students actually became eager students who wanted to learn. This news was quickly dispersed around campus, causing several people to be puzzled. Was the sun coming out from the west? But several other people were silently cursing, saying that this was an act and that in several days Class 7 will revert back to its original behavior. That it was hard to change one's nature. After school was let out, Tang Zheng and Yi Dingdang exited the campus. Feng Xinyang was not there yet, but another car stopped in front of Tang Zheng and a dark big man stepped out, arrogantly saying, "Tang Zheng, our madam requests to see you." "Who is your house's madam?" "You will naturally know when you get there." Tang Zheng wrinkled his eyebrows and said, "I do not know any madam and will not enter your car." Yi Dingdong's brain churned and she had an idea of the situation. "You will have to go even if you don't want to, the decision is not yours," the big man unquestionably said, reaching forward to grab at Tang Zheng's arms. Tang Zheng instinctively charged forward, his shoulder crashing into the other's chest, sending the big man retreating 2 steps and almost hitting the car. His face abruptly changed. "You? I already said that I do not recognize any madam, so do not provoke me," Tang Zheng said unhappily as the other's arrogant attitude caused him to feel annoyed. "So you are Tang Zheng? You have quite a bit of guts." The car's back door abruptly opened and a voice drifted over. Tang Zheng clearly saw that person seated inside was a graceful and luxuriously dressed housewife. It was also evident that she was a beauty during her youth. Tang Zheng's heart moved as he guessed at the other's identity, since she had the same bearings as Fang Shishir. "You are Shishir's mother?" She was Fang Shishir's mother, Shi Mengqin, and she expressionlessly nodded her head. She got out of the car and went straight to the point, saying, "Tang Zheng, today I came because I want to discuss your relationship with my daughter." Tang Zheng had an ominous premonition, but he still maintained the respect of the younger generation and nodded his head, saying, "Auntie, please speak." "Don't call me auntie, you and I are not related," Shi Mengqin coldly and expressionlessly said. Tang Zheng awkwardly did not know how to reply. "Long story short, you will stay away from Shishir. You and her are not people of the same world. Do you hear me?" Shi Mengqin ruthlessly said, resolutely and decisively. Tang Zheng suddenly froze. He did not think that the other would come to break them apart, so he gnashed his teeth, not saying a word. "You are not worthy of my daughter." Seeing the unwillingness on Tang Zheng's face, Shi Mengqin continued to speak. "May I ask if you are finished?" Tang Zheng asked, repressing his anger. "You want to continue bothering my daughter?" Shi Mengqin's 2 eyebrows deeply furrowed. "I know people like you who want to fly up into the air, but let me tell you. You are wrong. My Fang family is not that easy to enter and your hopes are simply too extravagant. You have no hope of succeeding. This matter is between Shishir and me, others cannot make a decision for us." Tang Zheng expressionlessly looked at her, then added, "Even if you are her mom, you cannot." Obstinately pursuing the wrong path, "Hung, it seems like you wholeheartedly want to climb into our Fang family. So young yet so devious, simply too frightening, but the one you are facing is me, so how could I let you succeed?" Shi Mengqin arrogantly said. "Yo, Fang family, how frightening. Just hearing this can scare others to death." Suddenly, another woman's voice rang out. It was Feng Xinyang, who leisurely walked over. "Just how strong is the Feng family? Are they able to casually gather clouds and make it rain? How come I have never heard that the Feng family has such a capability? Who are you?" Shi Mengqin slightly squinted her eyes. Her illuminated eyes fell on Feng Xinyang. Shi Mengqin was a person from a big household, so her eyes were discerning. From Feng Xinyang's speech and her mannerism, she was able to see that she was definitely not an ordinary person. Who I am is not important. The important thing is that the Feng family is not as powerful as you make it out to be and is also not as unreachable as you say." Feng Xinyang said with ridicule. What do you know? Shi Mengqin disdainfully said, the Feng family's strength is not something you can see through. Feng Xinyang shook her head and said, those truly powerful big families have no need to show off, nor do they need to appear all that powerful. In the recent years the Feng family has been flourishing, but from the beginning to now the inside is still lacking, as can be seen from this madam. This really makes one feel disappointment. Shi Mengqin felt her heart clench, and even though her opponent was not ordinary, she was unwilling to swallow this and prepared to refute when she heard Feng Xinyang say, you think that little handsome brother Tang Zheng is trying to take advantage of your daughter? I do not think so. Some people's potential cannot be seen through by such debased people like you. Your view is simply too short-sighted. Saying this, her gaze fell upon Tang Zheng's body as she smilingly asked, little handsome brother, since other people look down on you, then there is no need to bustle up to them. How about you and my ding-dang get together? I personally think you two are a good match, simply a pair destined by the heaven and earth. What do you think? Feng Xinyang had an earnest expression, clearly showing that she was not joking. This causing Shi Mengqin to temporarily freeze, then to smile in disdain. You dare say others' view is short and you yourself stand tall and see all. Okay, you want to push your daughter into a fire pit, then please by all means, I will not participate in this matter. Feng Xinyang acted as if she could not hear the mocking, her burning gaze still on Tang Zheng as she urged, little handsome brother, don't stand in a daze, hurry and answer me. Chapter 35, Marketing One's Own Daughter. Chapter 35, Marketing One's Own Daughter. Tang Zheng was flabbergasted and doubted himself if he had misheard, but seeing Feng Xinyang's serious face he was sure that she was not joking. It must be known that a daughter knows her mother well, and Yi Dingdang completely did not doubt the truthfulness of these words. She was clearer than anyone that Feng Xinyang would say such words, and she simply wished for nothing more than to find a crevice and burrow into it, as she agitatedly roared, Feng Xinyang, what are you blabbering about? Who's blabbering? I'm speaking the truth. Little handsome brother, what do you think of my suggestion? Just look at our family's ding-dang. If you want cheeks, she's got them. If you want breast, in a few years they will naturally appear. Moreover, this mother-in-law is extremely reasonable and will most definitely not make it difficult for you. Feng Xinyang enticingly said, acting like a child trafficker trying to lure a child. Tang Zheng did not know whether to cry or laugh, and he was left completely speechless. Are you that? Feng Xinyang? Shi Mengqin finally came back to her senses. 100 different feelings welled up within herself as she looked at Feng Xinyang. Could there be a second Feng Xinyang in Changheng City? Feng Xinyang asked in return. Shi Mengqin was dumbstruck and speechless. Her heart was overwhelmed with turmoil as she had previously heard of Feng Xinyang's name, which was honestly too big. This was especially true for her husband's family, the Yi clan, which normal people can't afford to provoke. The Feng family can't even be compared to the Yi clan. Moreover, it was said that Feng Xinyang was temperamental and loved to make trouble without reason. If one gave her a reason, they would definitely not be able to handle the results. She felt that she should not stay any longer in this place and hurriedly made for the car to leave, but Feng Xinyang's body flashed and she stopped in front of the door and said, Yo, we haven't finished talking and you want to leave already. What are you trying to do? Shi Mengqin asked without confidence. Didn't you say that you don't want Tang Zheng as your son-in-law? Well, I think he is great and want him to be my son-in-law. In the future, please do not bother him anymore, otherwise I will be very angry. Do you understand me? Feng Xinyang said with all smiles. Shi Mengqin felt her heart go cold, for legend has it that the anger of Feng Xinyang increased the happier she smiled, and at that time it is the most dangerous. Whoever is there at that time should retreat as fast as possible, otherwise when they meet the Yama King of Hell they would not even know how they died. Shi Mengqin decided to make a strategic withdrawal and hurriedly said, if you want him to be your son-in-law, I do not mind, as long as he does not bother my daughter in the future anymore. Relax, he's my son-in-law, so of course he would not go bother your daughter. Since my daughter is so outstanding, how could he possibly care for your daughter? So you stop bothering him. No. Tang Zheng finally found the opportunity to speak. What do you mean no? Feng Xinyang asked, what opinion do you have to raise? I am a very open-minded mother-in-law. Tang Zheng did not know whether to cry or smile, but he must be clear, otherwise the waters will become even muddier. Auntie Feng, right now I am seeing Feng Shishir and we are in a relationship. I know, but her mom disagrees, so you should just leave it. You see how good our family's ding-dang is. She completely cannot be compared with that little girl surnamed Feng. Feng Xinyang, like before, did not forget to market her own daughter. Yi Dingdang wanted nothing more than to tunnel down into a crevice. With this kind of weird mom, it was simply angering her to the point of losing 10 years of her life. But this matter can't be forced. Moreover, me and Feng Shishir's matter is between the two of us and others cannot interfere. Tang Zheng resolutely said. Shi Mengqin did not expect Tang Zheng to be so resolute and fiercely glared at him, but Tang Zheng remained unmoved. AI, you sure are a foolish child, but the other family do not like you. Do you know how much pain and hardship you will suffer later? A mother-in-law is really a scary creature. I am not afraid, since I am the one who chose this path. No matter how bitter it is, I will continue to walk onwards. You have spirit. Feng Xinyang stuck up her thumb. Right now there are few people who have as much spirit as this little handsome brother, and for this reason I like you even more. This will not work. I will not let other people have you. For my daughter's future happiness, I will definitely not let such a good son-in-law escape. The person from the Feng family, speak. How should we deal with this so that you are willing to promise to cut off the relationship between your daughter and Tang Zheng? I couldn't hope for anything more than for them to immediately cut off all ties. Shi Mengqin said. Even though she was not clear why Feng Xinyang was so intent upon Tang Zheng, she seriously did not have a single feeling of goodwill towards him. She also did not want to further mix with the Yi clan. Did you hear that? So little handsome brother, don't hesitate anymore. It would be better if you get together with my family's ding-dang. You will definitely find happiness and have many children together if you do so. Feng Xinyang smiled as brightly as a flower. Feng Xinyang, if you keep talking I will never listen to you anymore. Yi Dingdang was finally unable to stand it any longer and exploded out. Fine, I won't say anymore, you silly brat, you're really stupid. Your mother is trying to fight for your happiness and you actually don't know good from bad. Never mind, since this is your younger generation's matter I will not interfere. Hey, you can leave now. Shi Mengqin let out a big breath in relief and hurriedly entered the car, yet she could not resist the temptation to turn back and look at Tang Zheng. Looking at him up and down but not finding the least bit of peculiarity. Even so, she did not intend to rest, and internally she felt thankful that Wu Zuihong notified her of the news. In the future she will have to carefully monitor her daughter so that the little brat won't have any chances. Little handsome brother, don't worry about others, come, let's go to my house to eat. Today, I personally cooked and made a whole table of delicious delicacies. Feng Xinyang passionately said. Feng Xinyang, today you personally cooked? Yi Dingdang acted as if she had heard something scary. Of course, my cooking skills is very good. Then I won't eat. If your food doesn't poison others to death then it can be considered good. You actually dare to make food for Tang Zheng, do you want to make him die? Tang Zheng awkwardly said, Yi Dingdang, auntie's cooking can't be as bad as you make it out to be, right? You shouldn't frighten others so with your words. Right, this little handsome brother is knowledgeable, don't listen to this silly little girl blabber. All she thinks about is ways to slander me. Feng Xinyang smilingly said. Hung, is this how you repay all my kindness? Be careful that you don't eat yourself to death. Yi Dingdang said without any good feeling. Feng Xinyang rolled her eyes and said, Little handsome brother, you see how much our family's ding-dang care for you, even going as far as to go against me. AI, so this is the so-called good wife and loving mother. I will need to reconsider my previous suggestion. Tang Zheng stared foolishly. Feng Xinyang. Yi Dingdang was on the fringe of exploding. Fine, I won't speak anymore. I will drive, stop screaming at me and let me focus on driving. The car quickly arrived in front of the Yi clan's house, and even though this was his second time here, he still felt shocked. Little Tang, you came. Yi Tianlei said with all smiles and greeting, losing the solemnness he had on their first meeting and with a bit of benevolence instead. Uncle Yi, how are you? No need to be so reserved. Today we are having a feast so everyone can eat a big meal and chat. Also, how is your grandfather right now? He is still in the hospital. If you need anything, just say the word. I know, thank you. Tang Zheng silently sighed, thinking if you really could help me then I would have sought you out. However, the key point is that others aren't able to help me and I am the only one who can successfully refine the life-continuing pill to save my grandfather. Come, let's eat, we can eat first then talk. Feng Xinyang invited everyone over to the dining room, revealing a sumptuous table full of food. Yi Dingdang let out a sigh of relief and said, Feng Xinyang, so you lied to me. What a relief, this isn't the food you made. Who said I didn't make it? Feng Xinyang said, unwilling to give up. If you are able to make such delicious food, then the sun will rise from the west. Yi Dingdang, you just continue criticizing me. Alright, let's eat. This table of food is indeed made with your mother's contribution, as she did cook. Now do you know? Feng Xinyang said with satisfaction. Yi Dingdang stuck out her tongue and mumbled, what did I say, you weren't the only one who cooked. When the Yi clan ate, they rarely spoke and just silently ate. Tang Zheng likewise buried himself in his food, with Feng Xinyang occasionally putting some food into his bowl. After dinner, Yi Dingdang personally made tea for the four to drink. Her skill was smooth and natural, she had completely drawn in her vivacious attitude and became calm like the surface of a lake without the slightest ripple. Tang Zheng was inwardly astonished, not thinking that Yi Dingdang had this side to her. Yi Tianlei, seemingly to see through his doubts, explained, as a child Dingdang was very active like a boy, but since she is after all a girl, I had her learn the art of making tea since she was young. It is only during the time that she makes tea that she can calm down and act like a girl. Dad, who would speak so poorly of their own daughter? Yi Dingdang said with a playful pout. Yi Tianlei smiled but did not comment. What your dad said is right, you act erratic the whole day, so how are you like a lady? Feng Xinyang said. Feng Xinyang, if you keep slandering me then I won't make you tea. Fine, I won't speak anymore, drink the tea, drink the tea. Feng Xinyang said with all smiles. Seeing how this family interacted, his heart felt exceptionally tranquil, but he also felt a bit of envy. For since he was young he only had his grandfather and no other familial affections, so seeing Yi Dingdang's relationship with her parents could only be something he hoped for but cannot demand for. Tang Zheng would often think back to how his own parents could be so heartless as to abandon him, because if he had not met his grandfather then he might have long since went to meet the Yama King of Hell. Tang Zheng, you should still remember the battle at Changhong Mountain. Well, I want to tell you that the assassin died. Died? Tang Zheng felt his heart clench. Could it be that the assassin was killed by the Yi clan? I did not kill him, but he in fact killed himself. These kind of assassins long since give no thought to life or death, and see how he could not escape, chose to sever his own arteries. Yi Tianlei explained. Did you find out who he was? Tang Zheng asked in curiosity, as the other was a 6th grade refining body martial artist and would most definitely not be a normal person. The important question is not who he is but who is behind him that wants to harm Yi Dingdang. Yi Tianlei said while looking at Yi Dingdang. Yi Dingdang then put down the teacup and said, Dad, it doesn't matter who it is, I am not afraid. Yi Tianlei nodded his head and said, Yi Tianlei's daughter would of course not be afraid of those evil men, but it is easy to dodge the spear in the open but hard to dodge the stab in the back. This time they have failed and maybe things will temporarily calm down, but I fear that they may make a comeback soon. Since Feng Xinyang sends and picks me up every day, then she can protect me. Feng Xinyang shook her head. Daughter, of course I am able to protect you when you are with me, but you spend most of the day at school and I cannot possibly always be there for you. It is during your time at school that you are in the most danger. Then what should I do? I can't possibly not go to school. Of course not. Our Yi clanspeople cannot be so scared of our enemies that we are afraid to step outside our doors, since if others hear of this, then wouldn't we be laughingstocks? Yi Tianlei said, his eyes falling on Tang Zheng as he gently said, "We are currently trying to find a way to ensure your safety during school. Tang Zheng, you know the pressure point technique, so I hope you will be able to protect Dingdang in school." Chapter 36, The Might of a 9th Grade Prenatal Martial Artist. Chapter 36, The Might of a 9th Grade Prenatal Martial Artist. Seeing Yi Tianlei's solemn look, Tang Zheng was sure that he was not joking and could not help but he momentarily stunned. Yi Tianlei actually wanted him to protect Yi Dingdang. Yi Dingdang acted as if she had heard the funniest joke under heaven and angrily jumped up, saying, "No, he is not that good. Based on just what can he protect me? Dingdang, stop clamoring." Yi Tianlei deeply said, "Even though Tang Zheng's martial arts level isn't as high as yours, his actual battle strength is not any weaker. Do not forget that if it wasn't for him you would have died by the assassin's hands. It was just because he was lucky, that's it." Yi Dingdang said, unwilling to admit defeat. "Moreover, he is only a first-grade refining body and he wants to protect me. If others heard this, aren't you afraid that they may laugh? Actually, I have entered the 2nd-grade refining body." Tang Zheng weakly corrected. Yi Tianlei happily raised his eyebrows and asked, "You broke through?" "Yes, I broke through not long ago." "Good, congratulations. What's so good about that? Even if he just broke through, he is still just a 2nd-grade refining body martial artist, while I am a 4th-grade refining body martial artist," Yi Dingdang pridefully said. "What do you understand? How long has Tang Zheng trained and how long have you trained?" Feng Xinyang mercilessly said. Yi Dingdang was immediately dumbstruck and speechless. Based on what Tang Zheng said, he has only cultivated for a few months, and in these few months he has already reached the 2nd-grade refining body. This means his future potential is simply too great. It must be known that Yi Dingdang's potential is also not bad, but after 10 years of training she has only reached the 4th-grade refining body. The two martial artists were simply comparing the heavens to the earth. Yi Tianlei and Feng Xinyang looked at each other, further strengthening their will to rope in Tang Zheng. Feng Xinyang said, "Little handsome brother, don't listen to Dingdang's blind words. We really want you to help protect Dingdang, since the enemy is strong and we are powerless to constantly protect Dingdang from danger." Yi Dingdang made a grunting noise but did not dare refute. Tang Zheng fell into deep thought, then looked at Yi Dingdang's pouting face. Even though he doesn't have many interactions with her, he still admired her straightforward nature. If there were bad people who dared to make a move under his eyes, he would most definitely not sit there without caring. "Okay, I promise you guys, but like Yi Dingdang said, my martial arts level is not high, and if an opponent is too strong for me to handle, then I can make no guarantees." "Thank you," Yi Tianlei and his wife said, expressing their joy. "No need to undervalue yourself, for you have the pressure point technique, and just this point is enough to catch others off guard. We actually only hope that you are able to gain a bit of time for us to rush over so Yi Dingdang would not be in any great danger." Tang Zheng nodded his head. If the opponent was too strong, then trying to defeat the opponent was unrealistic, but if it was simply to stall for time, then he was pretty confident in himself. Yi Dingdang pouted, her eyes looking at them in dissatisfaction, thinking that she is strong enough and does not need another person's protection. "Tang Zheng, we will not make you work for free, so here is a reward of 200,000 yuans," Yi Tianlei said, handing over a large bag. Tang Zheng hesitated for a moment but did not reject, as this was the reward he earned. 200,000 yuans, that much? Yi Dingdang speechlessly said. "Compared to your life, is 200,000 yuans a lot?" Feng Xinyang said without any good feelings. Yi Dingdang was left speechless. Feng Xinyang silently let out a sigh. How come this little girl was so stupid? Last time Tang Zheng saved you, we didn't even give him a proper thanks, and now this is our way of saying thanks. Tang Zheng, since you are already at the 2nd grade refining body stage, why don't we compare notes? Yi Tianlei, he said, his blood boiling. Tang Zheng felt his heart move as he said, okay. Hey, Tang Zheng, you are just a second-grade refining body. My dad is a ninth-grade prenatal martial artist. This difference is simply too big. You are completely unable to compare. Yi Dingdang incredulously said. Tang Zheng nodded his head and said, of course I know that Uncle Yi's strength far surpasses mine, but it is exactly for this reason that I want to compare notes with him. It is only by fighting against experts that I am able to better comprehend my own strength and make improvements. Yi Tianlei's eyes flashed with a praising look, not arrogant and not hot-tempered. Moreover, this unyielding attitude could not help but make others praise, as he said, Dingdang, do you hear? In the future you have to learn more from Tang Zheng. One of the reasons why he can increase his martial arts at such godly speeds is because of his attitude. Yi Dingdang stuck out her tongue, unwilling to admit defeat. The training room was a spacious area with all four corners lined with different types of weapons, dazzling those who saw it. Tang Zheng, do you need any weapons? Yi Tianlei asked. No need. The heaven-gathering hand does not require a weapon. Okay, then let us begin. You attack. Yi Tianlei casually stood there as if to open himself up to attack, but upon a closer inspection one would discover that his whole body had completely no openings. Tang Zheng still clearly remembered the few moves which Yi Tianlei used to deal with the assassin, hence he did not reject and decided to try to gain the advantage by attacking first. His hand struck out like a tiger descending from the mountains, attacking straight towards Yi Tianlei. Yi Tianlei did not avoid, nor did he need to avoid. He merely wanted to test Tang Zheng's martial arts prowess and also wanted to deduct from his sequence of attacks what sect his master came from. In an instant the two had exchanged at least 10 moves. The heaven-gathering hand was both swift and savage, moreover it acted like an interweaving net that completely enclosed Yi Tianlei within itself. True, it would be easy for Yi Tianlei to escape from the net, but he did not do so. For even with his energy restricted, he allowed himself to be trapped and started to fight against Tang Zheng. The two flashed around, attacking non-stop, avoiding non-stop, looking like two beautiful butterflies dancing lightly and gracefully, yet this dance also gave off a sense of incomparable danger. Feng Xinyan's eye revealed amazement as she clicked her tongue in praise. This little handsome brother knows when to advance and when to retreat. Moreover, this set of martial arts technique can be used both offensively or defensively, as if it was a prestigious sect's secret art. Yi Dingdang completely retracted her heart full of contempt, as this was the second time she had truly seen Tang Zheng display his skills, and it was clearly stronger than the last time. How does he train? How come I cannot tell that he has the strength of a second-grade refining body martial artist? Yi Dingdang could not help but say with a sigh. This is the mysteriousness of practicing martial arts. Even though he is only at the second-grade refining body, his martial art skills are superior. This causes him to be stronger than a normal second-grade refining body, even allowing him to reach the strength of a third-grade refining body. Feng Xinyang explained. The two's fight had already reached an extremely intense level, and Tang Zheng's true qi was revolving at its fastest speed. His pores were wide open and his head had already started to release steam. In this battle, Tang Zheng was fighting to his heart's content, completely using all of what he had learned. Suddenly, he found an opportunity and straightened up his body. A fist struck out like a cannon and charged towards Yi Tianlei, while his other fist that stuck by his body upon getting close to the enemy also struck out like lightning. Pressure point technique. He finally used the pressure point technique, his hand accurately striking Yi Tianlei's body. The move was successful, but suddenly, before he had any opportunity to feel satisfaction, a wave of energy poured forth, pushing his hand out. At this moment, Yi Tianlei's fist arrived in front of his face, bringing with it a cold wind that stung Tang Zheng's cheeks, as if it was a knife thrust, cut. The fist came to an abrupt stop as Yi Tianlei stopped. Tang Zheng had lost. Wah, Dad, you won. You are the best. Yi Dingdang said with joy running over. Tang Zheng cupped his hand and said, Uncle Yi purposefully restricted his strength and I still am not his opponent. Yi Tianlei's face looked unsettlingly at Tang Zheng before he finally lightly shook his head and said, You already did very well. Did you know that when you used the pressure point technique just then I was momentarily unable to move? It was only after my inner chi forcibly broke through the pressure point that I was able to regain my mobility and was able to strike back. What? Feng Xinyang could not help but exclaim, Tianlei, you are a 9th grade prenatal martial artist and his pressure point technique was actually effective against you? Yes, so his inner chi must be very mysterious. Your teacher must have come from a famous sect. If there is ever an opportunity, one would really like to meet your master and see just which expert he is. Tang Zheng embarrassedly said, Uncle Yi overcompliments me. If it wasn't for you going easy on me, then my insignificant talent would be completely useless and I would not be able to last that long. No, I believe that if you keep working hard, your future potential will be limitless and you will go farther than me, breaking into the prenatal stage, achieving the innate stage, and becoming a real expert. Innate stage? Yes, there is a watershed between the prenatal and natal stage. For martial artists who are able to step into the natal stage are able to step into a whole new world with its own mysteries. However, no matter how hard I work, these past few years I can only dither around the doorstep and am unable to step past. Yi Tianlei said with incomparable regret. Little brat, Yi Tianlei's martial arts has already reached a plateau. However, the thing is, one of his meridians is obstructed as he probably suffered an injury in the past preventing him from being able to break through. Tian Chanzi suddenly said. Do you have a method? Yes. What's the method? You and I need to combine energy and use your true chi to aid him in breaking through this meridian, and in less than 10 days he will have reached the natal stage. Tang Zheng felt his heart move as he asked, Uncle Yi, did you previously receive a heavy injury? Yi Tianlei felt his hair stand on ends as he curiously asked, how did you know? Yi Dingdang disdainfully cast her lips aside and said, he must be guessing randomly. Feng Xinyang glared at her and suddenly turned to look at Tang Zheng as Yi Tianlei's injury was not something many people knew, yet Tang Zheng somehow guessed correctly. Tang Zheng pondered for a moment, then said, just then when we were comparing notes, I felt that some of Uncle Yi's move had a bit of stagnation, seeming as if you had injured one of your meridians, hence my question. Yi Tianlei and Feng Xinyang looked at each other, both unable to contain the shock they were feeling. For Tang Zheng was able to discern so many things just by comparing notes, showing that he had the eyes of a great scholar. Little did they know that Tang Zheng's mind had a cultivator's consciousness within. Tang Zheng, I previously said that you would surely surpass me in strength, but right now I am sure that you will. Yi Tianlei seriously said. Yi Dingdang stared foolishly as she had never heard her father compliment someone so highly. Even she had not received such compliments, causing her to unconsciously feel jealousy towards Tang Zheng. Was he really that strong? How come she couldn't tell? Tang Zheng ashamedly shook his head. Uncle Yi overcompliments me. Tian Chanzi grunted and said, of course you will surpass him. If you aren't able to surpass him, then where would I place my dignity? Tang Zheng was speechless. Tian Chanzi sure was confident in him. Little handsome brother, since you are able to see that Tianlei's meridian is injured, do you mayhaps have a method of solving this problem? Feng Xinyang asked cautiously. In reality, even she felt that this notion was funny. To actually ask one of the younger generation this question was clearly looking for the impossible, as even they were unable to solve it. I do. Editor note, if there are any problems please email protected. Chapter 37, Miracle Cure. Chapter 37, Miracle Cure. Tang Zheng truthfully said, causing the three to appear as if they were struck by lightning. Yi Tianlei immediately became excited. His voice shook as he asked, Tang Zheng, you really know a way? Tang Zheng, you can't speak randomly. Yi Dingdang said with disbelief. Her father had already sought out countless famous doctors, but they were all hopeless in the face of his heavy injury, so how could Tang Zheng possibly have a way? She unconsciously felt that Tang Zheng was just speaking good words and felt displeased since this was an extremely serious matter, so saying random crap was pointless. Tang Zheng solemnly nodded his head and said, of course I am not speaking randomly, but the only thing is that it will take up a bit of time in order to completely open the meridian. No problem, as long as you can unblock my meridian, no matter how long it takes, it will be okay. Yi Tianlei said agitatedly. When this meridian is open, I believe that Uncle Yi will be able to break through the natal realm within 10 days. Yi Tianlei was normally a calm and collected person, acting as a role model for many, but today he was like an agitated kid, his emotions going through ups and downs, completely unsettled. What equipment do you need? Any medicine? I will immediately tell them to prepare it. No need. Ah, then how will you do it? I will use my energy to break through your meridian. The three looked at him like they just heard the craziest thing. Yi Dingdang could not resist anymore and angrily said, Tang Zheng, what bullshit are you spouting now? You want to use your inner chi to break through my dad's meridian? Just how strong is your inner chi that you want to accomplish such a task? Yi Tianlei and Feng Xinyang were also both concerned, as they originally thought he had some amazing skills, but it was this method. If it really was able to work, then they would have long since used it and there would have been no need to wait till now. Moreover, Tang Zheng's cultivation was too low, so they could not help but be doubtful. This group of people are unable to differentiate good from bad. Little brat, let's not save them. Previously lots of people have begged me to help them, but right now they actually dare doubt me. This is infuriating. Tian Chanzi angrily said, unsettled. Tang Zheng understood the other's concerns as he calmly said, Uncle Yi, if you believe me then we can start immediately, but if not then it doesn't matter. At this moment, Yi Tianlei muttered to himself, then said through his teeth, I believe you. Just use your method, and whether it works or not it will be okay, so do not feel any pressure. Tang Zheng smiled as the others was still not confident. Yi Dingdang large almond eyes stared at Tang Zheng as she said, Tang Zheng, this is an extremely grave matter, and if something happens to my dad then I would never forgive you. Letting others use their inner chi to heal an injury is an extremely serious matter. For if one was not careful enough they may cause further damage to the meridian. So the risk in itself was not small. Feng Xinyang stared at Yi Dingdang and said, Dingdang, since your father trusts him then we must also trust him, moreover I think that he may be able to bring about a miracle. How come you two trust him so? It is completely against your nature to do such a thing. Moreover, I sit with him every day but I do not feel that he is at all capable of healing someone. Yi Dingdang said, bursting with anger. Tang Zheng did not feel bothered with Yi Dingdang's doubts, as the best way to dissolve one's suspicious was to carry out their words truthfully. Therefore he found a quiet room with just him and Yi Tianlei so that he would be able to focus. Within the quiet room the two were sitting cross-legged. Tang Zheng placed a palm against Yi Tianlei's back and a wave of hot true qi poured forth from his palm. This caused Yi Tianlei to feel his heart jump as he was surrounded by a wave of strong energy. He thought to himself, is the inner qi of a second-grade refining body supposed to be this thick? The true qi was like a dragon that charged into his meridian and quickly arrived at the closed-off meridian. Reminder: martial artists have inner chi while cultivators have true chi. The true chi mercilessly charged on, causing Yi Tianlei to let out a miserable scream as the sky spun and the earth shook. In a moment he fainted. Little brat, if you were to achieve the third-grade refining body and can train in techniques, you would not have to use such barbaric methods to heal others. However, for right now there is no other way, and he must suffer some pain. Tian Chanzi said. Don't just stand there and watch, hurry up and help. Tang Zheng urged. What's the hurry? What they said is very true, just using true chi is not enough to break through the meridian. One must also use it with one's awareness, and right now I am using my awareness in tempo with you, so his meridian will soon be opened. After he heard the words, Tang Zheng suddenly felt that Yi Tianlei's meridian suddenly had another mysterious wave of energy within. Could this be the so-called awareness? The true chi suddenly became active and continued to strike against the clogged-up meridian, and after a few successive strikes a crack appeared within the clogged meridian which turned into a tiny hole. After another half hour the hole quickly became bigger until the meridian was completely opened up. Tang Zheng let out a long breath, feeling weary with his body drenched in sweat as if someone just dragged him out of the water. Little brat, my awareness energy is depleted. I will need to rest, so do not disturb me. Tian Shanzi exhaustedly said to him, then ceased speaking. Yi Tianlei slowly opened his eyes. Unable to restrain his emotions, he loudly cried out, "It's opened, my meridian is opened." Suddenly he turned around to see Tang Zheng's weary complexion. He couldn't help but feel endless gratitude. "Tang Zheng, you really did it." "Thank you." Tang Zheng squeezed out a thin smile and said, "No need to thank me." Gotsi *TL, creak sound. The door opened and Feng Xinyang and Yi Dingdang both charged in. At first, when they heard Yi Tianlei's pitiful cry, they had almost charged in, but in the end Feng Xinyang restrained herself. However, upon hearing her husband's cry of joy, she and her daughter hurriedly rushed in. "Tianlei, your meridian really is opened?" Feng Xinyang believed in Tang Zheng but did not think that the problem that has bothered them for so many years would be solved so easily. "Yes, my situation is completely unprecedented. This time it is all thanks to Tang Zheng," Yi Tianlei said, excited, expressing his joy in his speech. Yi Dingdong's face was complicated as she looked at the weary Tang Zheng and said, "Tang Zheng, I want to apologize to you as I shouldn't have doubted you, I'm sorry." Tang Zheng was slightly caught off guard. Hearing Yi Dingdang being so solemn, he splayed his hands and said, "No need to be so polite. If I were you, then I would also doubt myself." Yi Dingdang felt her heart relax as he was actually so magnanimous. In the end, she was the one who was nearsighted and she unconsciously felt ashamed of herself. "Little handsome brother, you are drenched in sweat. Dingdang, you take him to the shower," Feng Xinyang said with deep concern. The two exited the room and came to a renovated mansion's shower room. When Tang Zheng saw it, he realized that this room was bigger than his own room. Rich people sure do know how to enjoy life. "Hurry and take off your clothes, I will have it washed so that you can wear it later." "Oh, you aren't going to go out?" "Of course I am going to go out." Yi Dingdong's face turned red as she hurriedly retreated, then closed the door. "When you finish taking off your clothes, hand them to me outside, do you hear?" "I hear ya." Tang Zheng quickly took off his clothes, cracked open the door and handed them to her. "Take your time showering, you may have to wait a bit." "No worries." As Yi Dingdang carried the clothes, a wave of sweat smell assaulted her nose and she unconsciously wrinkled her eyebrows, mumbling, "It's full of stinky sweat." When she arrived at the washing room, a servant came forward to take the clothes, but Yi Dingdong's heart moved and she said, "I misjudged him, but he did not get angry and still helped Dad open up his meridian, so as an act of repayment I will wash his clothes." "I will do it myself." The servant, flabbergasted, watched as she started to wash the clothes. However, since she was a child, she was raised like nobility and this was the first time she had washed clothes, so she was completely clueless and had no idea how. After half a day of bumbling around, she still did not know how to wash the clothes, causing her to be both angry and frustrated. "Little miss, it's better if I do it." The servant seriously could not bear it any longer as she said with a heartache. At the same time she felt curiosity at just whose clothes were these that the little miss actually wanted to personally wash them, because his face was simply too great. "No, you teach me and I will do it myself." Yi Dingdang pouted, being incomparably stubborn, saying to herself that since she has set her mind to washing his clothes, then she will finish the task. How could she possibly give up halfway through the task? The servant had no choice but to teach her step by step, and after she clumsily washed for half a day, she gradually got used to it. Suddenly, she caught sight of underwear and her face turned as red as a ripe apple. Could it be that I have to also wash his underwear? Any girl who has to wash a man's underwear would find it an embarrassing matter, and Yi Dingdang was not an exception. "Little miss, let me wash it," the servant hurriedly said, seeing her awkwardness. "Don't move, I will do it," Yi Dingdang said, biting her teeth. "Isn't it just a single underwear? It's not like it's a poisonous snake, so what is there to be scared of?" She feigned indifference as she swooped down to pick it up, but her heart was completely different from her expression of calm, as this was the piece of clothing that was closest to Tang Zheng. Moreover, it also tightly covered the most secret part of his body. Through this, it was as if she was indirectly touching Tang Zheng's body. "Bastard, you actually gave me your underwear to wash." Yi Dingdang, you are simply looking for trouble. Why are you trying to act all kind-hearted? Yi Tianlei and Feng Xinyang sat looking at each other. Their faces still contained expressions of disbelief as Feng Xinyang said with a sigh, Tianlei, Tang Zheng really is a miracle worker. He is only at the refining body stage, but he can actually use the pressure point technique, and today he even healed your long-time injury. What other miracles do you think he will bring about? Yi Tianlei shook his head and said, even I don't know, but he is a real mystery, making others unable to see through him. His martial arts is also complete, and even I don't know what martial arts it is. Since he is unwilling to say more, then we shouldn't keep asking. Wait until you break through the natal realm, then we can return to the Yi clan in Jingchen. Hong, of course we will return and take back what is mine. After all these years of holding up in Changheng City, I already lost all hope, but I did not think that Tang Zheng would once again give me hope. Yi Tianlei said, once again getting agitated. So, how should we thank him? Giving him money is not enough, as in the future he will not lack it. Yi Tianlei said with worry. What do you think about him getting together with our ding-dang? Yi Tianlei was stunned as he said, what you said the other day is true. You really intend to play the matchmaker of the two? Why can't I? This kid's future potential is limitless, and there will be a day when he will fly to the 9 heavens like a dragon, and with our ding-dang following him, how could she be at a disadvantage? But it's not like you. Don't you know Ding-dong's personality? Moreover, it's a major event in her life, so how could it only be us who makes the decision? It's you who doesn't know Ding-dong's personality. You saw how even though she acts coldly towards Tang Zheng, there seems to be contradictions between them. He has already attracted her gaze, so I think there is hope for it. Let this matter take its nature course. You should not interfere in it. Yi Tianlei pondered a bit, then warned. Chapter 38, Xiao Fei's Retaliation Plan. Chapter 38, Xiao Fei's Retaliation Plan. After Tang Zheng finished putting on his clothes, he walked out to see Yi Dingdang with her face slightly red. He felt that it was a bit weird, so he asked, what happened? Why is your face red? Nothing? Yi Dingdang frantically covered up, as she would definitely not tell him that she had personally washed his clothes and also washed his underwear. This was simply throwing away all her face and asking her to die from embarrassment. At this moment, Yi Tianlei and Feng Xinyang walked over to see their daughter's face completely red. Feng Xinyang had her suspicions as she said, Tang Zheng, did you rest well? Yes, it is late and I should return home. Tang Zheng, this time it is thanks to you for helping me with this big favor, and I do not know how to repay you. Yi Tianlei sincerely said. Uncle Yi, there is no need to be so polite, it took no effort at all. Yi Tianlei nodded his head, his heart let out a sigh, this young and he already possessed this steadfast calm. Moreover, he did not expect any repayment for his actions, which really gave Tianlei a whole new level of respect towards Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng, if in the future you ever need help, just come find me. My Yi clan owes you too much, and even if it is extremely dangerous, we will not shirk from our duty. Yi Dingdang fiercely glared at Tang Zheng, saying internally that I have already personally washed his underwear, and is that not enough? Uncle Yi, your words are too heavy. Little handsome brother, let's go, I will send you back. Feng Xinyang said, liking Tang Zheng the more she looked at him. Getting this little handsome brother to be her son-in-law was simply like picking up a gem. Tang Zheng sat in Feng Xinyang's car, and along the whole way Feng Xinyang was extremely passionate, speaking about all of Yi Dingdong's good points, causing Tang Zheng to be incomparably embarrassed. Even a fool who listened would know her meaning. In the end, he hurriedly stepped out of the car, and Feng Xinyang called out in question if he wanted to reconsider being with Yi Dingdang. Tang Zheng hurriedly escaped, seriously unable to bear her passionate personality anymore. This added on top of Tian Chanzi, who was also voicing that he should take down Yi Dingdang so that he could better balance his true qi. Even though Tang Zheng would occasionally masturbate, take care of himself, to the thought of being surrounded by pretty ladies, that was in the end still just masturbating. To actually have him make his dreams a reality as a bashful, shy, 18-year-old was difficult, as he is unlike other experienced people who are able to do so with a clear conscience. After Tang Zheng collected himself, he thought back to the gains of the day. Even though he did not fight in a deathmatch, he still used all of his strength, causing his true chi to increase a bit. However, he still had a distance as large as the sky to fill in order to reach 3 inches of true chi. Still, if he were to fight Yi Tianlei again in order to gain more experience, it would not be as fruitful as his first battle with him. Could it be that I really have to promise to fight another one of Huang Xiang's fighters? What are you afraid of? For your grandfather, even if I were to stake my life, it would be alright. If we must fight, then we will fight. Huang Xiang sat in his villa looking at Xiao Fei sitting in front of him, deep in thought. He rocked the wine glass within his hands and said, Xiao Fei, you haven't came to your brother's place in a while? How is senior year of high school? Thank you, Brother Yang, for your concern. Senior year is going well, but I have actually been a bit busy recently, so I have not had time to come visit you, brother. Just you thinking of me is enough. I know that you will not come here without a cause, so speak. What is it? Xiao Fei smiled and said, It seems like I can't hide things from Brother Yang. There is a matter I need your help with. And? Help me eliminate someone. Oh, is there someone in school who has provoked you? Huang Xiang asked out of curiosity. Even with your methods, you still aren't able to finish him off yourself? Xiao Fei blushed with shame as he said, It seems like I can't hide anything from you. Before coming, I had already thought of a plan, but I am unable to implement it. Huang Xiang's interest was piqued. Don't judge Xiao Fei by the fact that he is a high school student, as he is naturally sly and cunning. Moreover, he is treacherous and normal high schoolers would not be his opponent, so those who he deem hard to deal with are definitely rare people. What kind of person is he? He is one of my classmates, Tang Zheng, but I hear he is a martial artist. I know that Brother Yang has many experts under him, otherwise I would not have bothered Brother Yang. Martial artist? Huang Xiang's eyebrow moved. Interesting. Which family is this prince from? No. He is a destitute bastard. Destitute bastard? Huang Xiang said in disbelief, The poor study while the rich cultivate. It was simply impossible for a poor person to become a martial artist, otherwise he was destined to. Yes, he is a destitute bastard. There is no doubt about it, as he is an orphan and depends on his grandfather, who raised him by picking up scraps. His grades have always been good, but he became a trash, his grades falling to last place. Interesting, I really want to meet him now. He was very curious how a poor person could become a martial artist. Xiao Fei felt joy blossom within his heart. It seems like he took the right steps and hurriedly took out a picture from his pocket and said, Brother Yang, this person is Tang Zheng. I hope you can make him disappear from this world. Huang Xiang's eyes fell on the picture and he unconsciously let out a sound of shock. How could it be him? Are you sure you didn't get the wrong person? Xiao Fei had a stomach of doubt as he nodded his head and said, This is the person, Brother Yang. Is something the matter? Huang Xiang's thick eyebrows wrinkled together. During this period of time he himself has been investigating Tang Zheng, but with no results. For Tang Zheng was not an ordinary person on the streets but a student, so Huang Xiang was looking in the wrong direction. Of course his search would yield no results. Are you sure you want to kill him? Huang Xiang asked in a deep voice. Xiao Fei was scared witless by his solemn tone before nodding his head in bewilderment, saying, Yes, I am sure. If he didn't kill Tang Zheng, he would not be able to shine. Moreover, seeing Fang Shishir fall into Tang Zheng's hands caused him to not help but be worried. Okay, I will help you. Xiao Fei was slightly caught off guard, not expecting Huang Xiang to promise so easily. He was expecting him to provide conditions, but this way it would save Xiao Fei some headache, as he coldly laughed in his heart. Tang Zheng, since Brother Yang is making a move, you are dead for sure. Huang Xiang looked at Xiao Fei with a smile that was not really a smile. His mind was plotting. He was not so kind-hearted as to just randomly help someone, as he himself had his own plans. Tang Zheng was young and he had great potential. Moreover, he had the pressure point technique, which made Huang Xiang very interested, as he had dithered around the 6th grade for too long, unable to break through. Tang Zheng's appearance, however, gave him a sort of hope. He wanted to first inflict heavy damage on Tang Zheng and then interrogate him about his training techniques to see if they are able to help him advance in his own martial arts. Moreover, another talented youth existing was not advantageous to him at all, and it was better to remove him earlier than later. He had long since thought of killing Tang Zheng, and Xiao Fei was someone who just coincidentally had the same goal as him. Ding ling ling. The phone rang and Huang Ziang picked it up to listen. After a moment, a cold smile gradually arose from the corner of his mouth. Xiao Fei, seeing the scene, felt his heart tremble. Tomorrow is the date Tang Zheng will die, Huang Ziang said with a smile that was not a smile. Xiao Fei said happily, "Many thanks to Brother Yang, this gratitude I will never forget." Huang Ziang gave a loud laugh. The phone call was from Lin Hu, who said that Tang Zheng hopes to arrange a fight for tomorrow. This could not have come at a better time for Huang Ziang, who was trying to think of a way to remove Tang Zheng. For if a fighter was to be killed on stage, others would have nothing to say, and more so in front of a large crowd. Early morning, Tang Zheng looked at the teary-eyed Fang Shishir, feeling his heart throb as he helped her wipe away her tears, and asked, "What's the matter?" Fang Shishir looked at him foolishly with her red eyes and said, "Tang Zheng, my mom went to find you yesterday, right?" "Yes." She must have said some very nasty words. Tang Zheng silently sighed, his heart saying that she really did understand her mother. "It's alright, it's in the past. I never thought she would be like that. She went too far. She even told me not to meet you again and to break up with you. Silly girl, this is a matter between the two of us, and as long as the two of us have faith, then who can tell us to break up?" Tang Zheng held her hands and firmly said, "But my mom. Don't worry about it. Just let her say what she wants, it's not like I will lose a limb or two. Moreover, I even tricked her daughter away, so it's no big deal if she curses at me." Fang Shishir turned her tears into a smile as she made a hung sound, then said, "Who tricked me away? You make it sound bad." "Ha, didn't you get tricked by me? I was willing, okay. Okay, you were willing. Anyways, don't worry about it anymore. I will take care of this matter." Tang Zheng rubbed her head and said. He did not really treat this matter as something of great difficulty, because like he said, as long as the two had faith, then other people would not be able to affect them. Sure, I'm busy these few days as there are some matters I need to attend to, so I won't be able to study with you." "It's okay, you go do what you have to do. Since you have recovered, then I have faith in you, but you must think of me," Fang Shishir said charmingly. "I will definitely think of you. I will always be thinking of you." Fang Shishir smiled like a flower, looking as sweet if she had just ate honey. Tang Zheng spent the entire day adjusting his condition as he has a fight this night. Last time he fought against a 4th grade refining body martial artist, and he could not help but worry this time as he does not know who he will be fighting tonight. Yi Dingdang occasionally turned her head to look at him, silently seeing that even in class he is training non-stop, really grabbing hold of every second of every minute. No wonder his strength improved so quickly. I should do the same too. However, after trying for a few times, she gave up as she was completely unable to calm down her heart in this clamorous environment. For training, being calm was extremely important, as if one was not careful and were disturbed by their surrounding, they may suffer from chi deviation. Tang Zheng, though, seemed as if he was not in the least bit bothered by the noise and was able to sink into a state of deep cultivation. This was the aspect of him that made him different from the crowd. He really is a weirdo, Yi Dingdang said helplessly, pouting her lips as she mumbled. Even when Tang Zheng is cultivating, he sits on the edge of his chair, he has his eyes closed. This makes him look completely opposite of someone who is studying attentively, making it impossible not to attract others' attention. Lu Qingmei swept her eyes past him, and seeing him with his eyes closed as if he was sleeping, she unconsciously wrinkled her eyebrows as she angrily said, "This attitude of giving up and despair really makes me feel disappointed in him." At this time the bell that released the students rang, and Lu Qingmei was not in a hurry to leave, so she walked towards Tang Zheng, who suddenly opened his eyes. Chapter 39, Golden Bell Canopy. Chapter 39, Golden Bell Canopy. Tang Zheng, how come you're sleeping in class? Lu Qingmei asked unpleasantly. Teacher, I did not. Hong, you already have your eyes closed, so how are you not? Lu Qingmei said disappointedly. Tang Zheng blushed with shame. He couldn't possibly tell her that he was cultivating. Tang Zheng, I know that many things have happened to you recently, but you can't give up on yourself. Look at how everyone is so focused. You must also work hard, do you understand? Lu Qingmei said seriously. I understand, teacher. In the future, I will study hard. Tang Zheng helplessly said. Satisfied, Lu Qingmei left. Seeing Tang Zheng's misery, Yi Dingdang gave him a look. Who told you to cultivate during class? See, now you got caught. Tang Zheng did not know whether to laugh or cry and left the school carrying his backpack. Shang Shi Bai. Lin Hu pulled up alongside Tang Zheng and carefully said, Little brother, today's stakes are not small, are you sure you are confident? If you aren't confident, we should not fight. If you are lacking money, you can take some from me. Tang Zheng had already won 250,000 from his 2 previous matches and also received another 200,000. He was in no dire need of money. Brother Hu, thank you for your concerns, but I am fighting not only for money but also actual battle experience. Lin Hu shook his head and said, this is simply too dangerous. There are many dangers in the arena, and it's impossible to win forever. Losing could be equivalent to death. Tang Zheng became serious as he firmly said, I know, but I still want to fight. Okay, then I can only support you. I heard that this time young Master Huang will send out his number 1 fighter, Zheng Tailong. Tailong? Yes, he is a 5th grade body refining expert. Rumor has it that he's proficient in the Golden Bell Canopy technique, which makes his bones as hard as steel. As a result, it is extremely difficult to injure him. Tang Zheng slightly relaxed. In the past, he hadn't died when he'd battled a 6th grade refining body assassin. Now that he had broken through to 2nd grade refining body, there was no chance that the would die facing this Tai Long. Within the factory in the suburbs, several hundred spectators had gathered. Everyone had heard that a young expert had rise. This was sure to make the battle exciting. When Tang Zheng stepped onto the stage, he was immediately greeted by a tidal wave of cheers. He was young in age, and had a delicate appearance when compared to the other battle-worn fighters. As such, he was well liked by the crowd, especially by females who went silly at the sight of him. They wanted nothing more than to apply to be his pillow mat, bed. LOL, these are literal TLS, which I found funny and capped. Tang Zheng turned a deaf ear to the cheers and focused on tuning his body so as to reach his most perfect state. Ha, little brother, you came. I thought you would choose to back out at the last moment. Youngsters sure are brave and dependable. All smiles, Huang Ziang pretended to be someone close to him. Previously, the fighters you fought were too weak so you weren't able to enjoy yourself, but today I have set up an expert to let you fight to your heart's content. Thank you, Tang Zheng said nonchalantly. Hong, little brat, don't get too arrogant. You'll be facing Tai Long, a veteran fighter with 10 matches and no losses to his name. You, little brat, have charged to your death. Boss Fan said disdainfully. Boss Fan, if you don't speak, no one will treat you as a mute. Lin Hu's eyebrows jumped in annoyance as he said, Tai Long is very strong, but my brother is not weak either. Ha, of course, little brother is not ordinary and Tai Long may not be your opponent. Huang Ziang said without care, Tai Long, in a bit you can fight with all your might. Little brother is an expert so you cannot be careless. A person stepped out from behind Huang Ziang. He wasn't too tall, but his physique was lean and his muscles were well defined, with a burnished look. In particular, his eyes were bright and full of light. Don't worry, young Master Huang, I will definitely fight with my all. Tielung's gaze passed over Tang Zheng, a once-over that was like the biting cold cutting deep into Tang Zheng, causing others who saw to tremble. Such a fierce aura, no wonder he's an expert. Okay, we should first enjoy their spectacular battle. The intensity of the crowd's cheers escalated when the two stepped onto the elevated stage. It was as if they wanted to rip off the roof of the building. This was especially so for those who have seen Tai Long battle before, as they loudly called out, "Tai Long will definitely win." A dispassionate smile crossed Tai Long's face as he looked at Tang Zheng. "Little brat, it really wouldn't bring me any joy if I defeat you in a flash. Make sure to persevere so that I can enjoy it a bit." Tang Zheng remained calm as he said, "If you want to defeat me, you must first have the ability to do so." "Ha, even though I cannot see through your cultivation, I dare to bet that your little person is not my opponent. Don't pee your pants later, the ones who've died by my hands are not few in number. Little brat, this Tai Long really has killed a lot of people. Otherwise he wouldn't reek of blood so much." Tian Chanzi did not support this kind of danger, but there was nothing he could do. Tang Zheng had resolved to save his grandfather and didn't heed his advice. So, he could only remind Tang Zheng. Tang Zheng kept Tian Chanzi's words in mind, bringing forth all his attention and more to bear. The two stood firmly on the stage. The atmosphere abruptly changed as the start of the battle was announced. Tai Long attacked first. His body flashed, advancing several meters in the blink of an eye to appear before Tang Zheng. His attack was akin to a gale bringing a fierce onslaught of rain. Tang Zheng avoided the strike, sending a punch out of his own. Peng, his fist landed firmly on his opponent's body, but it felt like he was hitting a steel plate, causing his fist to feel pain. A cold smile appeared on Tai Long's face. It was as if nothing happened. Tang Zheng felt his shoulder clench as he was actually thrown by Tai Long. Tang Zheng flew out and landed roughly some distance away, almost thrown off stage. During the first exchange, Tang Zheng had the obvious disadvantage. "Hi hey, little brat, you should be able to sense my strength right now. You're delusional if you think you can break through my golden bell canopy with your insignificant strength," Tai Long said with satisfaction. He had long since received the order from Huang Xiang to heavily injure Tang Zheng and to leave him with one breath of life so as to make this match more spectacular. As such, he didn't intend to immediately strike down Tang Zheng, but to slowly play with him before finishing him off with his killer move. Tang Zheng gritted his teeth, not saying a word. His heart sank as he realized that if he couldn't break through the golden bell canopy, he would be forced to be passive, which would land him in a great deal of danger. "I don't believe that he's really like a steel wall." Tang Zheng kicked off, appearing in front of Tai Long like a gale. He released 6 heaven-gathering hand strikes in succession, striking Tai Long rapidly as he covered the sky with silhouettes. Tai Long's eyelids didn't even blink as he looked on in amusement. Pong pang pang. 6 muffled sounds echoed as Tai Long stood completely unaffected. He didn't even move an inch. Tang Zheng leapt backwards, shocked beyond words as he stared at Tai Long. Could he really have no weaknesses? If a person lacked weaknesses, then it didn't matter if they were an expert or not. Trying to defeat them was like ascending to the sky, not to mention there was already a large cultivation gap between the two. "Little brat, the golden bell canopy is just an ordinary martial arts technique. It would be delusional to think that he could train to the realm of having a body that guns and knives cannot penetrate. The golden bell canopy has a lethal point located in his dantian. Even if he's trained all his muscles to be highly durable, he most definitely would not have trained his lethal point. As long as you strike his dantian, he'll lose for sure," Tian Chanzi advised. Tang Zheng was incomparably happy. Even though Tian Chanzi could not do much, his insights were extremely helpful. "Okay, then I will attack his lethal spot. As long as I successfully attack it, then this battle will be a piece of cake." Both fists struck out again as Tang Zheng once again resumed his assault. This time, Tai Long didn't passively stand there and let himself be beaten. He charged forward and angrily roared, "Get on the ground!" A fist struck out. The pressure in the air grew heavier. Tang Zheng felt that it had become difficult to breathe. Both fists struck against each other, and Tang Zheng retreated backwards, his legs stepping out to stabilize his body. Tai once again charged, causing Tang Zheng's pupils to constrict. How cold he let such a rare opportunity pass? His hands struck out and accurately hit Tielon's pressure points. Upon contact, Tielon's body immediately grew rigid. Tang Zheng was overjoyed when his pressure point technique was successful. He then sent out another strike aimed straight at Tielon's dantian. Tielon's pupils grew wider as he roared, "You're seeking death." Tielon's muscles suddenly emitted an explosive sound as his body suddenly expanded and grew to become like a fatty, recovering his mobility. He had actually forcibly broken through the pressure point technique. Tang Zheng did not expect this. Even if he wanted to draw back his attack, it was already too late.